Chapter 37. Every Knight level expert was not that easy to recruit. A Knight rank expert's monthly salary was generally 20 gold coins or more, that's 240 gold coins or more for a year. 200 Knight rank experts, that's 48,000 gold coins for a year's salary. If the various equipment of the Knight rank experts were added, then the amount of gold coins needed would be even more terrifying. Only a royal family like Fernandro Principality was able to recruit 200 Knight level experts. Gar's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Knight? How could there be such a strong Knight expert? Could it be that they're all great knights? Otherwise, how could they resist the assault of those bandits?" Under the astonished gazes of the young aristocratic men and women, the 200 level, four-bladed troops practically beheaded all the bandits, leaving only the bandit leader Bud, who possessed a great Knight rank cultivation base. Even though the bladed troops were modified and simplified versions, but they still weren't existences that ordinary humans could defeat. Impossible. What kind of freaks are you? What kind of freaks are you? Bud brandished his blade and sent a level, four-bladed troop flying. He saw the 200 level, four-bladed troops surrounding him and his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair as he roared loudly. 200 level, four-bladed troops could chop Bud into pieces. Even an Earth Knight rank expert wouldn't be able to resist the encirclement of 200 level, four-bladed troops. Yang Feng swept Bud with a glance and said faintly, "Surrender. I just happen to lack a great Knight slave. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't surrender, then die." Bud tightly grasped the zanbato in his hands, clenched his teeth and said loudly, "If Darren can promise not to sell me to warlocks for human experimentation, then I'll surrender. Moreover, I'm willing to serve Darren. Otherwise, Darren, you'd better just kill me." Great Knight rank slaves were still very easy to sell in the slave market. Some warlocks carried out all kinds of human experimentation. One of the materials they needed were Knight rank experts and above. A lot of great knights who were reduced to slaves during wars, once they fell into the hands of warlocks, their fates would be very miserable. "Take this headband and collar. As long as you're honest and become my slave, then I won't sell you to warlocks." Yang Feng waved his hand. A bladed troop took a headband and collar and walked towards Bud. "Yes, my lord." After Bart saw the headband and the necklace, his expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he let out a long sigh, threw away the zanmadeo in his hand, and put on the headband and the necklace. Yang Feng said lightly, "These 2 things are secret treasures refined by the Steel Lord. Once you have any ill intentions towards me, it will explode and blow you to pieces. You're on your own." Bard's expression changed several times. Finally, he obediently said, "Yes, my lord. I understand now." In addition to the Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng still needed to continuously expand his forces in Tyrannid subcontinent. A Grand Knight like Bard could be considered an elite talent, and there were only benefits to recruiting him. The Steel Lord's mechanical puppet army is really powerful. Gars praised sincerely, then went before Yang Feng and said, "I'm Warlock College Antalia's level 1 Warlock Abel's son, Gars. You have the Steel Lord's mechanical golem legion protecting you. May I ask if you're the Steel Lord's only kin, Yang Feng?" Yang Feng said with a light smile, "That's right, I am Yang Feng." Gars said, "Many thanks for your help." Yang Feng swept those young aristocratic boys and girls with a glance, his eyes flashing with a whiff of a peculiar glint. "It's nothing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, we should soon be classmates." Warlock College Antalya would recruit students once a year. Moreover, the age limit of the recruited students was between 14 and 18 years old. The majority of the students that would go to Warlock College Antalya would participate in Warlock College Antalya's examination after reaching the age of 14, and then join Warlock College Antalya. Therefore, the dozen or so aristocratic boys and girls standing in front of Yang Feng were basically all around 14 years old. The leader, Gars, was relatively older, he was also only 16 years old. Yang Feng was already in his 20s, standing among those around 14 years old boys and girls. He had the feeling of a crane among a flock of chickens. Gars introduced the dozen or so young boys and girls standing beside him to Yang Feng. The majority of those dozen or so young boys and girls were aristocrats from Poten Principality. These aristocratic boys and girls had originally hired a large mercenary group. Moreover, they had a combined private army of more than 100 people. Just regarding night rank experts, they had hired 5 of them. Only, a traitor had appeared in that large mercenary group. Under a pincer attack from both inside and outside, that large mercenary group had completely collapsed. The combined private army was also wiped out by the Storm Wolves bandit group. Only these dozen or so aristocratic boys and girls had escaped. Shi Shui came out of the camp with a whiff of a fragrant wind and walked to Yang Feng's side. As soon as Shi Shui appeared, Gars and his entourage, regardless of whether they were men or women, their gazes were firmly attracted by her. Not only was she astonishingly beautiful, but she also possessed an innate natural charm, causing her attraction towards men to become even more astonishing. Although Yang Feng was together with her day and night, but he still didn't dare to look at her. Otherwise, with his mortal body, he would have long since sunk into her charm, unable to extricate himself. Gars looked at Shi Shui, his eyes flashing with a whiff of infatuation as he said, "Yang Feng, may I ask if you can introduce me to this beautiful lady as beautiful as the moon?" Shi Shui's eyes swiveled, she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I'm Yang Feng Gija's younger sister Shi Shui, I'm very happy to meet you." When those aristocratic boys and girls saw Shi Shui's beautiful smile that could kill both men and women, their minds swayed. Regardless of men or women, under Shi Shui's natural charm, they had a favorable impression of her. In the sky, on the back of a giant eagle, there was a short and small eagle trainer scout controlling the giant eagle to fly into the distance. "Let's have a bit more. Use your flesh and blood to establish Steel City's prestige." Yang Feng suddenly raised his head, looked at the giant eagle in the distance and said in a low voice. High up in the clouds, there was a miniature satellite suspended in the air. That miniature satellite was suspended above Yang Feng, monitoring in all directions. The giant eagle flew all the way, before finally landing in a huge camp that stretched for more than a dozen kilometers, before heading towards the camp's largest tent. In the largest tent's main seat, there was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of scars, a pair of blue pupils, exuding a fierce aura. This tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a pair of blue pupils was Hunting Fang's Wilderness's most ferocious and most formidable bandit chief, Thousand Slayer Gria. He was also Hunting Fang's Wilderness's only sky knight with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. The number of bandits and caravan guards that died at Gria's hands exceeded 1,000. It was precisely through countless killings that he became Hunting Fang's Wilderness's most terrifying overlord. 200 knight-rank mechanical golems. Furthermore, he still has 2,000 guards. In other words, he has 2,000 knight-rank mechanical golem guards. After listening to the Eagle Trainer Scout's report, Gria's complexion became gloomy and he said slowly. Chapter 38. 2,000 knight-rank mechanical golems, it's not something we can handle. Moreover, I also don't want to provoke Steel Lord, such a fierce person who can even kill level 2 warlocks. You, please go back. Gria turned around and looked at the person standing in the corner covered in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, and said coldly. Snake Demon's Eye, White Bear's Fong and Fernandro clans 3 great level 2 warlocks joined hands and went to Black City to hunt Steel Lord, resulting in 2 dead and 1 heavily injured. This heavyweight news had already spread to almost all of Tyrannid subcontinent's great forces. Level 2 warlocks, as long as a clan had a level 2 warlock overseeing it, then they would have the qualifications to establish a small principality. Even in Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great forces, level 2 warlocks were also important members of the Senate, the Upper Council and the Elder Group. For Steel Lord to be able to kill 2 great level 2 warlocks, no matter what means he used, it was enough to rank him among Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. No one was willing to provoke such an expert for no reason. Yang Feng hadn't encountered any trouble all along the way because of the 2,000 bladed troops. Any force that wanted to deal with Yang Feng who had 2,000 bladed troops would have to think thrice. That black-robed person said in a hoarse voice, "A bottle of dragon blood elixir. As long as you obey my orders, then I'll give you a bottle of dragon blood elixir. With that bottle of dragon blood elixir, you'll have hope of breaking through the bottleneck and promoting to a firmament knight." Dragon blood elixir. Gria's eyes flashed with a touch of greed and excitement. Dragon blood elixir required level 3 or above warlocks with high attainments in pharmaceutics to be able to refine it. Moreover, one of the main ingredients of dragon blood elixir was dragon blood. Adult dragons were not only rare, but also possessed strength and wisdom that didn't lose out to great warlocks. It was extremely difficult to slay a dragon. Dragon blood elixir was naturally very rare. A bottle of dragon blood elixir's effect was also very astonishing. It could increase the probability of promoting to a firmament knight by 20%. Without dragon blood elixir, it was practically impossible for a sky knight like Gria to successfully promote to a firmament knight. Gria suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Dragon blood potion, I want to test the goods first." The black-robed man took out a bottle of blood-red potion and opened a small hole in it. A tiny dragon-shaped phantom flew out of the potion bottle, exuding traces of dragon might. Gria took a deep breath and regained his composure. He frowned and said, "It is indeed the dragon blood potion." However, the Lord of Steel had 2,000 knight-class mechanical golem guards by his side. Even if all of us from the cracked tooth wasteland were to attack him together, we still wouldn't be his match. Gria was a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Sky Knight level. Even if there were 100 mechanical puppets, he was confident that he could kill them all for 7 rounds. However, against 2,000 knight-class mechanical golems, he would only be throwing his life away if he rushed in. Even if all the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness were to attack together, they would only end up dead if they were to face 2,000 knight-level mechanical golems. The black-robed man said in a hoarse voice, "No problem. As long as I can draw away most of his guards, I can kill him. After killing him, this bottle of dragon blood potion will be yours. With this bottle of dragon blood potion, once you promote to a firmament knight, you won't need to stay in such a damned place like the Hunting Fangs wilderness." Gria's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar light as he said in a low voice, "That's right, as long as I promote to a firmament knight. I won't need to stay in such a damned place like the Hunting Fangs wilderness." Firmament knights were formidable existences capable of contending with level 2 warlocks. No matter where they went, they would be solicited by various great forces. Firmament knights could casually go to any principality and become that principality's state knight, enjoying endless glory, splendor and wealth. The disparity in status and enjoyment between a bandit leader of the Hunting Fangs wilderness and a principality's state knight couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Gria said resolutely, "I promise you. My subordinates are at your disposal." Finally made a move. How interesting. It seems that the Hunting Fangs wilderness will have a lot more nourishment. Yang Feng suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, revealing a cold smile. Gars asked somewhat curiously, "Big brother Yang Feng, did something happen?" Yang Feng gave a slight smile and walked outside. "Let's go. Come with me to watch a good show." Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters followed Yang Feng outside in confusion. At this time, outside the camp, one after another bandit troops rushed over from all directions. The densely packed bandits appeared to be boundless, extremely terrifying. Gars looked at the densely packed bandits, his legs almost went soft from fear and he cried out involuntarily, "Bandits! How could there be so many bandits? Could it be that all of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness have come?" The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also looked at the countless bandits with pale complexions, their bodies trembling in extreme fear. More than 10,000 people blotted out the sky. All of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness had already been gathered together by that mysterious black-robed man, their numbers already exceeded 10,000 people. Although the Hunting Fangs wilderness belonged to the Cineris Principality, but it was still the common border between the three principalities. All kinds of vicious criminals from the three grand principalities would escape into this wilderness, forming one bandit group after another. This time, practically all of the bandits in the Hunting Fangs wilderness had been gathered by that black-robed man, forming this terrifying force. From the middle of the densely packed bandits, Gria rode a pure black demonic wildebeest out of the crowd, coldly staring at Yang Feng's party and said in a loud voice, "I'm Gria, the leader of the 1,000 Kills group. Steel Lord's nephew Yang Feng requests you to come with us. Our master wants to see you. We'll protect your safety." Gar's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his voice somewhat trembling as he said, "1,000 Kills group's leader Gria, that's the 1,000 Executioner Gria. He's a pinnacle Sky Knight expert. A man who had once escaped from the pursuit of 2 official level 1 warlocks. Hunting Fangs wilderness most savage hunter. Shit. This time we're in big trouble." The rest of the aristocratic youngsters' eyes revealed traces of fear. Even in such a large principality like Fernandro Principality, there was only a single Sky Knight such an expert. That was a formidable existence that could match level 1 warlocks. A Sky Knight could easily slaughter an elite team of 100 people. Such a powerhouse was definitely not an existence that they could resist. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and said, "Sky Knight? Gria, if you kneel down and surrender now, I'll still give you a way out. Otherwise, this place will be the burial ground of you and your subordinates. Gria, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with such a waste? Charge, kill him." A tall and sturdy bald man with a height of up to 2 meters flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, his hand holding a huge scimitar pointed at Yang Feng and roared loudly. Chapter 39. That bald man pointed, all dressed in red and holding a zanbato, the whole body emitting a valiant aura of bandits roared as they savagely charged towards Yang Feng's caravan. That bald man moved. The bandits from different forces also spurred their horses and charged towards Yang Feng under the command of their leaders. "Kill him. Whoever can get his severed head, I'll reward him with 3,000 gold coins. Kill him. Whoever can kill him and bring his severed head, I'll reward him with 1,000 gold coins." The leaders of the bandits roared loudly, offering sky-high rewards one after another, which stimulated the scum under their command, causing them to shout excitedly. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 2,000 copper coins. 1,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 2 million copper coins. A lot of lesser aristocratic families don't even have 1,000 gold coins in their liquid funds. 1,000 gold coins can let those bandits directly retire and live a wealthy life in their later years. Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters looked at the overwhelming number of bandits rushing towards them, their bodies trembling, their eyes flashing with a whiff of fear. Within Tyrandit subcontinent, aristocrats are basically descendants of warlocks, moreover, their culture is martial. A lot of aristocratic families have inherited knight rank cultivation methods. Gars and the other aristocratic youngsters have also received martial training. A lot of them have the standard of a low-level warrior. But seeing the overwhelming number of bandits, their hearts are still extremely shocked and fearful. Yang Feng said coldly, "Kill them all, there's no need to deliberately keep captives." The 1,000 bladed troops were expressionless, marching in uniform steps towards the horse bandits. That large number of bandits very quickly fiercely collided with the 1,000 bladed troops. The next moment, countless limbs splashed, hundreds and thousands of bandits along with their horses were chopped in two by the mechanical bladed troops holding alloy battle blades. The bandits that had already launched their assault couldn't dodge in time, still advancing wave upon wave towards the bladed troops, before being directly chopped into two by the expressionless bladed troops, like pigs and dogs that had voluntarily delivered themselves to the slaughter. When the bandits in the back saw the hellish scene, they were scared silly, and quickly scattered in all directions. The 1,000 bladed troops at once exerted their strength, adjusted the engine power output to the maximum, and charged towards the bandits at a speed surpassing that of horses. Brandishing their alloy blades, they chopped the bandits in two one after another. Garland praised from the bottom of his heart, such a powerful mechanical marionette. The reputation of Steel City's mechanical golem legion is truly well-deserved. The more than 10,000 bandits were unexpectedly chased by merely 1,000 bladed troops. It was simply inconceivable. Even a night-level expert would find it difficult to catch up with a horse bandit. However, those bladed troops easily chased after those bandits, and then chopped them into two with a single slash. This kind of battle prowess was simply terrifying. Incomparably shrill cries reverberated throughout the hunting tooth wasteland. Every second, hundreds and thousands of bandits would be chopped into two. Fresh blood dyed the wasteland red. Save me! Save me! After the bald-headed bandit leader with the cultivation of an Earth Knight, killed several of his subordinates in a row and spurred his horse to escape from the encirclement of the bladed troops, he suddenly saw 128 bladed troops encircling him. He was scared out of his wits and screamed loudly. The 128 bladed troops' gazes turned cold and detached, and they immediately pounced towards the bald-headed bandit. The 12 bladed troops immediately jumped high, and jumped above the mounted bandit bald man. "I'll fight you!" The bald-headed bandit gave an angry roar. In a split second he stimulated his body's full potential. The zanbato in his hand continuously chopped 30 times, crazily chopping at the bladed troops. The 8 bladed troops were chopped into more than a dozen parts in a split second. At the same time, the more than a dozen alloy blades completely sealed off the bald-headed bandit's space to dodge, and instantly chopped him into countless pieces. Bud looked at this scene from afar, his scalp somewhat numb, his heart brimming with joy. 100-man Slayer Mark is also dead. These mechanical golems are so strong. 100-man Slayer Mark was the most powerful bandit in the Hunting Tooth Wilderness. He was also one of the few Earth Knights. His battle prowess was second only to Gria. His most famous battle was when he killed more than 100 enemies by himself, obtaining the fierce name of 100-man Slayer. Now, one of the most powerful bandit leaders, unexpectedly only killed more than a dozen bladed troops before being dismembered. Bud had a new understanding of the Mechanical Legion's strength. In fact, the more the Mechanical Legion, the stronger their battle prowess. In a one-on-one fight, a bladed troop and a knight rank expert would have a 50-50 chance of winning. However, 100 bladed troops against 100 knight rank warriors, the 100 bladed troops could completely crush the 100 knight rank warriors. That's because the bladed troops have a tacit understanding with each other. Moreover, they're not afraid of death, their body's defense is strong, their vital points are few and small, they can completely fight with their lives. Human knight rank warriors don't have this kind of ability. A large number of bandits were killed by the bladed troops, and without turning their heads, they spurred their horses to flee this hell-like battlefield. The remaining bandits also found out that they were tricked. One after another they hesitated and hesitated. Suddenly, 200 m behind Yang Feng, in the underbrush, the space slightly distorted, a person wrapped in a black pow suddenly appeared there, pointed at Yang Feng. A level 1 fireball was immediately shot towards Yang Feng. The level 1 spell fireball's might was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a Sky Knight rank expert, that level 1 fireball would directly hit them, only death awaited them. For a mortal like Yang Feng, as long as that fireball touched any part of his body, he would instantly be burned to death. At this critical juncture, 2 level 5 shield troops standing beside Yang Feng raised the shields in their hands. The shields flashed with a slight radiance. 2 transparent protective covers suddenly shrouded in front of Yang Feng. Boom! The level 1 fireball instantly exploded. The explosion set off traces of ripples on the 2 transparent protective covers. Guards looked at the person dressed in a black POW and shouted with some alarm, "Invisibility! Fireball! That's a warlock! An official warlock!" The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also revealed traces of alarm in their eyes. An official level 1 warlock in Tyrannid subcontinent, as long as it's not a place like Warlock College Antalya where warlocks converge, then they're definitely a bigwig. A level 1 warlock can casually kill a mortal like Gars. If not for the 2 level 5 shield troops protection, then that level 1 fireball would have already blown Yang Feng to pieces. Chapter 40. Kill him. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. He pointed towards the man dressed in a black POW and said coldly. The 400-bladed troops' engines were instantly adjusted to the highest level. With a terrifying speed surpassing that of a galloping horse, they rushed towards the man dressed in a black POW. Dark mist. The man dressed in a black POW took out a black staff. He launched the staff spell. A black mist suddenly appeared, at once completely shrouding Yang Feng and the others. Haste! A magic radiance shone on the man dressed in a black POW. He tapped his foot. His body instantly shot backwards. With a speed far surpassing that of the bladed troops, he fled into the distance. Start the infrared scanning system, start the thermal imaging system, start the sound wave detection system. The bladed troops quickly launched the scanning system. Their electronic cigarettes surged with countless streams of data. A gust of wind blew past. The Sky Knight Gria instantly erupted with his fastest speed. With a terrifying speed of up to 180 km per hour, he shot towards Yang Feng's location, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Sky Knights, just like official level 1 warlocks, broke through the limits of humans and began to evolve towards extraordinary life forms. Gria's full eruption of speed could reach up to 180 km per hour. However, such a terrifying eruption of speed, he could only maintain it for 1 minute. Under that terrifying eruption of speed, Gria only needed 2 seconds to cross a distance of 100 m and appear in front of Yang Feng. He only needed a single sword strike to behead the mortal Yang Feng. Boom! Along with a loud sound, an enormous crate beside Yang Feng suddenly burst open. Amidst the flying countless pieces of wood, a level 7 bladed troop suddenly erupted. With lightning speed, it instantly pounced towards Gria. The alloy battle blade in its hand also fiercely chopped towards Gria from different directions. Fuck! What kind of freak is this? Gria's complexion suddenly changed greatly. In a flash, a formidable life force erupted. He brandished the enchanted blades in his hands and unleashed the martial skill Bloody Cross Slash, a bright and sharp Bloody Cross Slash radiance with a tyrannical aura fiercely chopped at the level 7 bladed troop. The level 7 bladed troop's chest flashed with a radiance. A level 1 protective cover instantly enveloped its body. It was expressionless, letting the Bloody Cross Slash hit its protective cover. The Bloody Cross Slash broke open the level 7 bladed troop's protective cover, and fiercely chopped at the level 7 bladed troop, leaving behind a 3 cm deep blade mark. Almost at the same time, the level 7 bladed troop brandished its alloy saber and chopped, instantly chopping Gria's lower body into 8 pieces. When the black-robed man saw Gria die miserably in the hands of the level 7 bladed troop, his heart turned ice-cold. What mechanical golem is that? Even a Sky Knight could be instantly killed. The Steel Lord had even sent such a treasure to protect his nephew? Damn it! A mechanical golem that could kill a Sky Knight was priceless in Tyrannid subcontinent. Even if a level 2 warlock obtained such a treasure, he still wouldn't easily lend it to others, but rather would use it as a trump card in battle. Boom! Boom! Along with 2 loud sounds, the two crates instantly split open. Two tall gunner troops at once rushed out from the crates, the Vulcan cannons mounted on their bodies aimed at the warlock in a black robe. Countless streams of information surged within their eyes. Not good. Warping force field. A touch of an ominous premonition immediately welled up in the heart of the warlock in a black robe. An incomparably formidable warping force field instantly shrouded him. The Vulcan cannons bombarded the warping force field, their trajectories were directly warped, and shot towards the surroundings of the warlock in a black robe. But the Vulcan cannons had a firing speed of 600 rounds per second. The two level 7 gunner troops were equipped with a total of 8 6-barreled Vulcan cannons. Their firing speed was as high as 4,800 rounds per second. Coupled with the trajectory optimization and lock-on of the super chip's calculations, the majority of the cannonballs hit the warlock in a black robe. The deadlock lasted for less than a second, before the warping force field of the warlock in a black robe directly collapsed. His lower body was also torn to shreds by the terrifying Vulcan cannonballs. Gars watched the warlock in a black robe's lower body turn into a bloody mist. His eyes flashed with incredulity. Instakill. Instakill, a level 1 warlock. Heavens, am I not seeing things? This is Steel City's mechanical golem legion. Truly terrifying. The aristocratic youngsters' eyes also flashed with incredulity, their gazes brimming with envy and traces of jealousy as they watched the two Gundam-like level 7 gunner troops. Once the warlock in a black robe died, the entire bandit army at once fell apart and dispersed. Yang Feng only let the level 4 mechanical bladed troops kill the bandits. He didn't dispatch the level 7 gunner troops. The offensive power of level 7 gunner troops was extremely terrifying, but their ammunition consumption was also extremely huge. Although Yang Feng had transported a lot of cannonballs, but it was only enough to be used on warlocks. Those ordinary humans could be dealt with by the close combat level 4 bladed troops. The Shizu could also manufacture battle robots with unlimited ammunition. But the technological level of battle robots with unlimited ammunition was too high-end. It wasn't something that Yang Feng could manufacture at present. Therefore, when those powerful destructive level 7 gunner troops, level 7 artillery troops and other battle robots were far away from the headquarters of Black City, Yang Feng couldn't easily use them due to the logistical pressure. Relatively speaking, the bladed troops were his main battle force. A rather beautiful aristocratic young lady Bella with a head full of short blue hair and a few freckles on her face said towards Yang Feng with extreme envy, "Yang Feng Dage, your uncle is too good to you." The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also revealed traces of envy. In order to protect a blood relative, he dispatched a mechanical legion capable of exterminating an official warlock. This kind of extravagance, many large warlock families wouldn't do such a thing. Many large warlock families' patriarch sons and daughters would at most have a few level 3 apprentice warlocks or great knights or earth knight rank experts as bodyguards. Only some formidable level 3 warlocks or great warlock forces might have a level 1 warlock willingly become their child's bodyguard. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's because I'm uncle's only relative in this world." Gars suddenly pointed towards the bladed troop and asked full of curiosity, "Yang Feng Dage, are those carriages filled with such mechanical golems?" The aristocratic youngsters' gazes all at once concentrated on Yang Feng, their gazes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Chapter 41. This time, Yang Feng's caravan had up to 500 carriages. If all of them were level 7 bladed troops or level 7 gunner troops, then it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying force. Even a level 3 warlock might not be a match for this mechanical legion. Only a great warlock, who had completely surpassed the limits of mortals, might be able to destroy a mechanical legion of 500 level 7 mechanical golems by themselves. Yang Feng played it down, only a part of it. Those aristocratic youngsters at once revealed indescribable envy and jealousy in their eyes. Among the 500 carriages, even if there were only 20 with bladed troops and gunner troops, that would already be an extremely terrifying force. In any principality, it would be a strategic force that would decide the fate of the state. For Yang Feng to be able to use such power at will, the strength of his power far surpassed that of those aristocratic youngsters who were originally people above others. After defeating all of the Hunting Tooth Wilderness's bandit allied forces, those bladed troops began to clean up the battlefield, collecting all the materials that could be collected. The weapons, equipment and money of those bandits were all added up. It was also not a small amount. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the huge caravan began to slowly move forward. Night fell, darkness shrouded the earth. More than 10 kilometers behind Yang Feng's caravan, there was a simple large tent that occupied an extremely vast area. Inside the tent, the severed heads of countless highwaymen formed a small mountain. At the top of the mountain floated a mechanical ball the size of a wash basin. Countless tiny mechanical tentacles extended out from the mechanical ball, piercing into the heads of the highwaymen and reading their memories. Hunting Tooth Wilderness's bandits came from all over the world. Their memories also contained a lot of useful information and knowledge. In Tyrannid subcontinent, warlocks grasped everything, monopolized all knowledge. Any knowledge was very precious. Therefore, after Yang Feng beheaded his enemies, he would read their memories and record all of the enemies' memories into the database, enriching the database's resources. The richer the data resources in the database, the more accurate the various deductions would be. Furthermore, through the memories of those bandits that came from all over the world, Yang Feng could understand Tyrannid subcontinent's local customs, taboos, power distribution and other information. Dragon blood. Really lucky, this guy actually carried such a treasure on him. Yang Feng fiddled with the crystal bottle containing dragon blood and his eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. The dragon blood potion was an extremely rare and precious potion. The defensive power of the crystal bottle containing the dragon blood potion was also astonishing. Furthermore, it was not hit directly by the machine gun, which was why it was lucky enough to survive. Yang Feng handed the dragon blood elixir to an octopus-like robot with many tentacles and said, "NR 3796, can you synthesize this dragon blood elixir?" Number 3796's consciousness could descend onto any robot equipped with a smart chip. An opening appeared on the head of the octopus robot, and a small glass straw extended from inside to absorb a small portion of the dragon blood elixir before withdrawing it. Immediately after, a large amount of data flowed from its eyes. Begin analysis. Analyze the feasibility of the analysis. This potion can be analyzed and synthesized. Start modeling analysis. Analysis progress 0. 1%. With my current computing power, it is estimated that I will be able to completely analyze the potion in 10 days. One message after another emerged on Yang Feng's eyeglasses. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of ecstasy. It can be synthesized. That's great. Dragon blood elixir was an extremely rare alchemical potion. Black Cottage's Master Bonnie had always hoped to obtain a dragon blood elixir, yet he couldn't buy it. Only the 6 great forces or some formidable forces with great warlocks could refine such a treasure like dragon blood elixir. Once dragon blood elixir could be synthesized, then Yang Feng could use a large amount of dragon blood elixir to strengthen his body and promote his strength. Yang Feng inquired and very quickly investigated the origins of that warlock wearing a black dragon pagoda. I thought that it was Savage Claw's Momo. I didn't expect that the assassin came from Black Dragon Pagoda. It seems like a lot of people want me dead. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Steel Lord recommended him to join Warlock College Antalya and obtained the admission qualifications. But in Tyrannid subcontinent, there were also a lot of forces that weren't willing to see Yang Feng join Warlock College Antalya. After all, Yang Feng's embodiment of the Steel Lord had the strength to break the balance between the 6 great forces. Although Yang Feng didn't want to make such a big scene, but his cultivation aptitude was really too poor. If it wasn't for his status as a blood relative of Steel City's city lord who recommended him, then it would be impossible for him to enter Warlock College Antalya, so much so that it would be impossible for him to join any warlock force. Yang Feng examined the bandit chief Gria's important memories and suddenly creased his eyebrows. An ancient god's treasure trove. It's even related to Snow White Pagoda. This Gria really isn't simple. This is troublesome. Gria's original name was Kanea. He was a sky knight with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. Such an expert, no matter where he went, would be recruited and enjoy endless glory, splendor and wealth. However, he actually entered the Hunting Tooth Wasteland and became a bandit leader in the Hunting Tooth Wasteland. That was because he provoked the Snow White Pagoda and obtained a secret regarding the ancient god's treasure from the Snow White Pagoda. Snow White Pagoda was a peak force in Tyrannid subcontinent, second only to the 6 great forces. Snow White Pagoda's current pagoda master Snow White Madam was a great warlock rank expert. When Kanea provoked Snow White Pagoda, he could only choose to flee and hide in Hunting Tooth Wilderness where dragons and snakes mingle and conceal his identity, becoming Gria and establishing a not small foundation. Kanea used a secret treasure capable of resisting divination to conceal himself from Snow White Pagoda's eyes and ears. Now that secret treasure was chopped to pieces by Yang Feng's mechanical bladed troops, it no longer had the power to resist Snow White Pagoda's divination magic detection. Yang Feng didn't know when Snow White Pagoda's divination magic detection would occur and he would become Snow White Pagoda's target. Gods had a lifespan by far surpassing that of other life forms. Even the lowest rank of feeble divine force rank gods had a lifespan of more than 1 million years. Therefore, in this world, there were a lot of experts that chose to become gods in order to live longer. In this world where warlocks controlled everything, becoming a god was extremely dangerous. Basically, once one became a god, then they would be killed by the main continent's peak warlocks and then be reduced to alchemy materials. Those that chose to become gods, in order to resurrect, would get a few treasure troves outside of their divine countries. After resurrecting, they would retrieve the treasure troves to quickly restore their strength. The ancient god's treasure trove that Kanea knew about was a treasure trove hidden outside of 7th Warlock Dynasty's divine country by a god. Chapter 42. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he thought slowly, with Gria separated by a layer, it shouldn't be that easy to find me, right? Divination spells were mysterious and strange, it wasn't something a mortal like Yang Feng could resist. Only after obtaining a secret treasure that could resist divination spells or after promoting to a level 1 warlock, would Yang Feng be able to resist the power of divination spells. For the current Yang Feng, the treasure trove of the ancient god wasn't too important. His current top priority was to practice cultivation and promote to a level 1 warlock. Every god rank expert possessed terrifying strength by far surpassing that of a warlock. The treasure trove left behind by such an expert would definitely be extremely dangerous. Yang Feng didn't want to be cursed and killed as soon as he entered the treasure trove of the ancient god. 2 secret treasures, not bad. Yang Feng looked at the 2 secret treasures and his eyes flashed with a whiff of satisfaction. Secret treasures were the general term for the extraordinary tools refined by warlock alchemists. According to the definition of warlock dynasties, even if it was a divine tool used by gods, it was still only a high-level secret treasure. Secret treasures were extremely rare, the majority of them were in the hands of official warlocks. After Yang Feng captured Black Cottage, he only obtained 2 level 1 secret treasures and 5 level 0 secret treasures. After getting rid of the 2 level 2 warlocks, he only obtained 1 level 2 secret treasure. Blood Blade, level 1 secret treasure. Hardness +1, armor penetration +1, magic penetration +1, sharpness +1. Yang Feng picked up the blade used by Gria, a series of information immediately appeared above his eyeglasses. Black Staff, level 1 secret treasure. Additional level 1 spell Dark Mist 0/1. Requires recharging. Yang Feng's hand touched the staff in the hands of the warlock dressed in a black pow. A series of information once again appeared. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. Another secret treasure that requires recharging. With my current strength, I'm basically unable to use it. Those secret treasures that required recharging could only be used after being recharged, and in order to recharge them, one must understand and master that spell. Level 1 spells were still too difficult for Yang Feng. Among secret treasures, apart from recharging secret treasures, there were also secret treasures with perpetual automatic recovery. Those secret treasures could automatically recover a certain amount of spells every day. They didn't require recharging and could be used by anyone. This kind of artifact was much more precious than a rechargeable artifact, and it was also much rarer. This bloody battle saber is good, but compared to a pistol, its attack range is too close. For the current me, using a pistol is much more convenient and simpler than using this bloody blade. Yang Feng picked up the bloody blade and brandished it a few times, thinking somewhat regretfully. No matter how high one's martial arts were, one spear strike was enough to knock them down. Even if it was a knight rank or a great knight rank expert, as long as they were hit by the 9mm large caliber silver flash powder pistol in Yang Feng's hands, then even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. If Yang Feng used the bloody blade to fight with people, then even a low-level warrior could directly kill him. After the majority of the formidable bandits in the Hunting Fangs Wilderness were wiped out by Yang Feng in that battle, the entire Hunting Fangs Wilderness no longer had any unostentatious bandits that dared to provoke this huge and tyrannical convoy. After smoothly passing through the Hunting Fangs Wilderness, the convoy passed through several cities without any disturbances, before arriving at Warlock College Antalia's St. Colin City. This is St. Colin City? It's so majestic. Yang Feng was below St. Colin City. He raised his head and looked at the incomparably majestic giant city, his eyes brimming with shock. St. Colin City's city wall was 100 meters tall. It was entirely cast from steel rock. The city wall encircled St. Colin City. Above St. Colin City's city wall, there was a Warlock Pagoda every few kilometers. The Warlock Pagodas formed St. Colin City's impregnable line of defense. Such a majestic giant city like St. Colin City, even on Earth with an extremely advanced degree of modernization, there were still very few countries that could build it. Gars said proudly, "Of course, St. Colin City is one of Tyrandit subcontinent's 6 great miracle cities. Reportedly, these 6 great miracle cities are the legacies of the 7th dynasty. Even if placed on the main continent, these 6 great miracle cities wouldn't be considered to be too backward." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a radiance. He mused silently. In other words, in the main continent, a city like St. Colin City would be nothing. This world's warlocks are really formidable. Wait a moment, please show me your passage certificate. A soldier guarding the city gate stopped Yang Feng. He took a glance at the 6 tall mechanical bladed troop standing beside Yang Feng. His complexion changed slightly and his voice became slightly respectful. A person guarded by a 6 tall mechanical golem was definitely a big shot that the soldier couldn't afford to provoke. But when he saw the long convoy behind Yang Feng, the soldier could only brace himself and step forward to stop Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, as Yang Feng's temporary butler Jim stepped forward and handed a certificate of communication to the soldier. "Please enter." That certificate of communication was issued by the level 2 Warlock Eudora. After the soldier examined the certificate of communication, his complexion changed slightly and he gave way. Once he entered St. Colin City, Yang Feng saw a wide and flat passageway appear before his eyes. Luxurious carriages and sports cars made of steel, which were 90% similar to modern vehicles, were driving on the roads that were comparable to modern roads. Yang Feng looked at those vehicles that resembled Earth sports cars. His eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment and he exclaimed, "Those vehicles, why are they different from carriages?" Gars introduced somewhat enviously, "Those are magic sports cars." one of 6th Warlock Dynasty's alchemy products. These big guys run faster than carriages and are very safe. But not to mention the high cost, their power comes from magic stones. Every 200 kilometers they need to consume a magic stone. Only official warlocks or peak aristocrats could afford to drive such magic sports cars. An inferior magic stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Every 200 kilometers they needed to consume a magic stone. Such a high consumption wasn't something that ordinary aristocrats could afford. Yang Feng stared at that magic sports car and thought silently, magic sports car. Magic carpets. This world's warlocks are really high-end. On both sides of the wide and flat road, there were many 5-meter-tall trees with glass-like translucent shells. These trees were emitting bursts of fragrance. Guards pointed at the trees on both sides of the road and introduced them to Yang Feng as well as those lesser aristocratic youngsters. These trees are sunlight trees. These trees were transplanted from a plain with countless rare and unusual trees by 7th Warlock Dynasty. After these sunlight trees absorb enough sunlight during the day, their fruits will bloom with beautiful radiance at night, brightly illuminating St. Colin City, making it look like a city that never sleeps. Chapter 43. When Bella and the other aristocratic youngsters heard Gar's introduction, they all revealed a trace of fascination. Ordinary states weren't as extravagant as St. Colin City, being able to casually transplant such a precious plant like the sun-radiant tree to both sides of the road. Apart from St. Colin City and the other 6 miracle cities as well as some first-rate warlock forces, the majority of Tyrannid subcontinent was at the level of medieval Western Europe. Bella and the other aristocratic youngsters were already much more knowledgeable than many commoners, but compared to a second-generation warlock like Gar's, they still looked like country bumpkins. St. Colin City was orderly, the roads were unobstructed, everyone was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had ruddy complexions. Every building within the city had its own unique style. Many large buildings were brimming with artistic beauty. The entire city didn't have the muddy ground, livestock excrement and sewage flowing everywhere like ordinary cities. It was even more beautiful, clean, lively and flourishing than Earth's modern European cities. After Yang Feng's huge convoy of 2,000 guards entered St. Colin City, it also attracted the attention of countless people. Especially the up to 6 tall mechanical bladed troops and other battle robots, it attracted the gazes of countless people. Mechanical golems weren't rare in Tyrannid subcontinent, but the majority of those mechanical golems were in the hands of official warlocks. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see such huge battle mechanical golems like the bladed troops. Although St. Colin City was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, but after negotiating with Warlock College Antalya, Yang Feng still used the name of Steel Lord Yang Yi to purchase a small manor within St. Colin City after spending 10,000 magic stones. Yang Feng and his entourage entered the small manor and rested for the night, only then did they head towards Warlock College Antalya under Gar's lead. Warlock College Antalya was located in the center of St. Colin City. It was a city within a city with a diameter of up to 30 kilometers. Within a kilometer from Warlock College Antalya's entrance, there were shady trees and grass everywhere. There wasn't any sign of human habitation. And outside that kilometer, there were countless shops bustling with activity. Today was the day that Warlock College Antalya recruited new students. The road leading to Warlock College Antalya was packed with people. Mechanical golems. What a huge mechanical golem. Who's that person? There's actually such a terrifying mechanical golem acting as his bodyguard. Suddenly, a wave of discussion came from the crowd, and then they separated. Under the escort of 8 level, 7 primary battle robots, Yang Feng and his party arrived at the entrance of Warlock College Antalya. The nearby crowd looked at the battle robots beside Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. The level 7 bladed troops are 6 tall and equipped with many tyrannical weapons. At a glance, one could understand that unless one possessed the battle prowess of a warlock rank, one would not be able to defeat these big guys. The people who came under the protection of these steel monsters were definitely important people who could not be offended. Among the crowd, a blonde, blue-eyed, voluptuous, and beautiful 16-year-old young lady fiercely glared at Yang Feng and whispered full of resentment, "He's the only blood relative of the Steel Lord." A middle-aged man beside the beautiful girl whispered, "Your Highness, please don't act rashly. The Steel Lord was a madman. If you give him an excuse, our Fernandro family will be in danger." The beautiful princess's eyes flashed with confidence as she said coldly, "I know. I won't act rashly, but I definitely won't let him have an easy time." Under the escort of the 8 primary battle robots, Yang Feng and his party arrived at a distance of 1000 m from the entrance of Warlock College Antalya before stopping. Warlock College Antalya's rules were very strict. Only youngsters participating in Warlock College Antalya's test could enter that 1000 m road. All servants and bodyguards, once they stepped onto that road, would be heavily punished if light, or directly killed or captured if heavy, used as alchemy materials. Under Gar's lead, Yang Feng followed the nearly 10,000 youngsters from Southern States Alliance towards Warlock College Antalya in large strides. What a big tree! Once Yang Feng arrived at Warlock College Antalya's entrance, he saw that on top of a mountain in the depths of Warlock College Antalya, there was a towering tree with countless branches, exuding traces of rainbow-like radiance. Gar said proudly, "This is a large energy-absorbing ancient tree. It's a kind of super-ancient tree unique to sunlight tree plane. To be able to absorb the drifting energy in space and condense a magic crystal pool, even in the main continent, it's also a rare treasure. If it wasn't for that large energy-absorbing ancient tree already fusing with Warlock College Antalya, then I'm afraid that it would have already been taken away by the main continent's experts." Magic stones, these ores with extraordinary energy, were divided into 4 grades: inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones and top-notch magic stones. The exchange rate for each grade was 100:1. Above top-notch magic stones, there were still treasures like magic crystals. That large energy-absorbing ancient tree could absorb the drifting energy in space and condense a magic crystal pool. Its value could be imagined. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were still a lot of forces with great Warlock rank experts, but those forces were by far inferior to Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great forces, precisely because those forces' foundations were by far inferior to those of the 6 great forces. This large energy-absorbing ancient tree was one of Warlock College Antalya's foundations. At Warlock College Antalya's entrance, there were 10 tables arranged. In front of each table sat a level 1 warlock emitting formidable fluctuations of life. On top of each table was placed a crystal. It was used to test the spirit aptitude of those youngsters who were eager to enter the school. An old man dressed in a black pow, with an indifferent expression on his face, said, 15 years old, inferior level, 3 spirit aptitude. Unqualified. The complexion of a youngster dressed in gorgeous attire changed slightly. He clenched his teeth and left with a helpless expression. Warlock College Antalya's enrollment was very strict. Only those with inferior level, for spirit aptitude could be accepted. Some small warlock forces, however, would accept people as long as they had an intermediate level, 2 spirit aptitude 14 years old, inferior level, for spirit aptitude, qualified. 16 years old, superior level, for spirit aptitude, qualified, 15 years old, inferior level, 5 spirit aptitude, qualified. 15 years old, superior level, 3 spirit aptitude, disqualified. Voices sounded one after another, pronouncing the fates of those youngsters from the Southern States Alliance. Those who were declared qualified had their eyebrows raised in joy, while those who were declared disqualified looked as if they had lost their parents, their complexions ashen. Chapter 44. 14 years old, superior level, 6, qualified. Most of the youngsters' soul aptitudes were basically between level 4 and level 5. Suddenly, a somewhat excited voice sounded. Gazes concentrated on that blonde-haired, blue-eyed beautiful girl with a sexy figure. In front of that blonde-haired, blue-eyed beautiful girl, that level 1 warlock was also very excited, looking at that beautiful girl as if he was looking at a treasure. That seemingly 35 or 36 years old level 1 warlock had a gentle expression on his face as he handed a slip of paper to that beautiful girl and said softly, "I'm Nessie, an official level 1 warlock of Warlock College Antalya. If you want to become my personal disciple, then please contact me. This is my contact information." All the students looked at that beautiful girl with eyes brimming with envy. Nessie previously didn't show any respect to any of the students, yet he extended an olive branch to that beautiful girl. This showed that he was very optimistic about that beautiful girl's future. With superior level 6 soul aptitude, if there were no accidents and there were enough resources, promoting to a level 1 warlock was basically a sure thing. Only when one tried to break through to a level 2 warlock would there be a bottleneck and the possibility of failure. Such a student naturally made Nessie very tempted. For an ordinary student who wasn't even an apprentice warlock, to be able to obtain pointers from an official level 1 warlock was definitely an opportunity that they yearned for even in their dreams. This would allow them to take fewer detours and at the same time, obtain a lot of resources. That beautiful girl slightly bowed towards Nessie and respectfully declined, "Thank you for your consideration, Nessie Darren, I'll consider it." Nessie looked somewhat regretfully at that beautiful girl, then his gaze fell on the rest of the youngsters and he resumed his indifference, "Next." Only then did the youngsters continue to go forward and have their aptitudes tested. Yang Feng had been observing, he discovered that most of those youngsters had level 4 soul aptitudes. There weren't many level 5 soul aptitudes. As for level 6 soul aptitudes, there was only that beautiful girl. After roughly 1,000 youngsters passed the test, suddenly there was a slight commotion. A 14-year-old lesser aristocrat youngster was tested to have an inferior level 6 soul aptitude. This time, that lesser aristocrat youngster directly chose to become a personal disciple of an official warlock. Most of the youngsters who chose to join Warlock College Antalya were eager to become a personal disciple of an official warlock. Only those geniuses who already had a strong background, and had already reserved a mentor, would choose to decline the recruitment of an official warlock. After several hundred more youngsters were tested, it was finally Yang Feng's turn. In front of Yang Feng was a male warlock about 36 or 37 years old. He took a look at Yang Feng. His eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Warlock Antalya only recruits students under the age of 16. You're too old, you don't meet our requirements, leave. I am the Steel Lord's nephew, Yang Feng. This is my special enrollment certificate." Yang Feng calmly took out a badge exuding faint fluctuations of magic and handed it to the warlock. After the warlock took the badge, he carefully looked at it for a while, then frowned slightly and said coldly, "Put your hand on the crystal." Yang Feng put his hand on the crystal. After a good while, the crystal released traces of faint gray radiance. 25 years old, inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, qualified. The warlock looked at the crystal, his complexion was very marvelous, he practically gnashed his teeth and said. Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, that was the worst innate talent, even many peasants couldn't compare to it. Only some premature babies, waists hollowed out by wine and women, injured in the womb, would have such inferior soul innate talent. Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent. How could such a person qualify? Such an innate talent, how could he qualify? Inferior level, 1 soul innate talent, that's the worst soul innate talent I've ever seen. My family's coachman's soul innate talent might be much better than his. Voices of discussion sounded from the side, all of them questioning the legitimacy of Yang Feng's admission. Warlock College Antalya was one of the 6 greatest warlock forces in Tarandit subcontinent. People who wanted to enter Warlock College Antalya to study were as numerous as carps crossing the river, but each year, less than 1,000 people could enter Warlock College Antalya to practice the Warlock path. Passing the Soul Innate Talent test was only the first hurdle, there was still the second hurdle to be screened. Those students with level 5 Soul Innate Talent or higher could stay in Warlock College Antalya to practice cultivation, while those with level 4 Soul Innate Talent still needed to be screened and eliminated. If a place to practice cultivation in Warlock College Antalya was sold on the black market, even if it cost 1,000 gold coins, there would definitely be many greater aristocrats willing to buy it. Yang Feng's Soul Innate Talent was only inferior level 1, yet he could directly enter Warlock College Antalya. It naturally aroused the jealousy and dissatisfaction of countless people. A large number of youngsters were denouncing Yang Feng. Yang Feng also thickened his face and pretended not to hear anything. However, it was clear that those official Warlock teachers didn't have a good impression of Yang Feng. Each and every one of them looked on coldly, letting those youngsters denounce Yang Feng. A handsome, burly, blonde-haired youngster with blue eyes ridiculed extremely viciously, "These yellow-skinned monkeys from the east are really shameless. Inferior level 1 Soul Innate Talent, yet they still dare to come to Warlock College Antalya. I suggest that we should catch them, stuff them into cages, feed them bananas, and then throw them out." Yang Feng heard such vicious words, his eyebrows slightly creased, he turned around and looked in the direction of that youngster. He saw that blonde-haired, blue-eyed youngster and several youngsters with extraordinary temperament standing beside that young girl with superior level 6 Soul Innate Talent, forming a small group. That small group of youngsters looked at Yang Feng with ridicule and indifference, their eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and malice. NR 3796's database already stored the memories of many people. Yang Feng, through reading those people's memories, already had a good understanding of Tarandit subcontinent's local conditions and customs. Tarandit subcontinent society was dominated by Caucasians. In addition to Caucasians, there were also many Easterners from the eastern world of the continent. In Tarandit subcontinent, there were many Caucasians who discriminated against Easterners, believing that the arrival of those Easterners robbed them of their employment opportunities, meritorious deeds, land, and the opportunity to become a warlock. At that time, ancestor Zhao Zhang's meritorious deeds for Fernandro Principality were enough to be conferred the title of Viscount, but under the suppression of other aristocrats, he could only barely be conferred the title of Baron. Furthermore, he was sent to the remote Red Leaf town, because of the discrimination and suppression. It was very difficult for Easterners to integrate into the mainstream society. It might take several generations or even more than a dozen generations of effort to completely integrate into Tarandit subcontinent's mainstream society. Chapter 45. Yang Feng with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude was actually able to join Warlock College Antalya. This filled the hearts of the youngsters with indignation. Although they also felt that the youngsters' words were extremely vicious, but most of them remained silent and watched everything with cold eyes. Yang Feng swept the youngster with a glance, his eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent and he said coldly, "Who are you?" The youngster swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a mocking smile, "I'm Bantanya, the third successor of Detania Principality's Sanger clan." "What, yellow-skinned monkey, do you want to duel with me?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm Steel City's city master's only blood relative, Yang Feng, and also Steel City's sole successor. Because you insulted Steel City. Now, on behalf of Steel City, I officially declare war on your Detania Principality. My Steel City's 100,000 mechanical golem legion will flatten your Detania Principality and won't withdraw until your Sanger clan is completely exterminated." "What? Steel City is actually going to wage war with Detania Principality? What kind of force is Steel City?" Steel City is the warlock group that recently defeated Fernandro Principality and killed an official level 2 warlock from Fernandro Principality? No. Reportedly, Viper's Eyes, White Elephant's Ivory and Fernandro clan were defeated by Steel City. Reportedly, nearly half of Fernandro clan's Blood Bat Knights were killed. The majority of the youngsters gathered in Warlock College Antalya came from the Southern States Coalition's various states' great aristocratic families. Many of them even came from some formidable warlock clans. Their knowledge and intelligence sources by far surpassed that of ordinary people. The news that Steel City defeated Fernandro Principality shocked the entire Southern States Coalition. Most of them were aware of this information. Only some ordinary students from commoner backgrounds didn't know this information. When Bantanya heard this, his complexion at once became extremely pale, his whole body trembled with fear. He originally thought that he could provoke Yang Feng into a duel. In that case, by relying on his strength as an advanced warrior, he was completely sure that he could defeat or even seriously injure Yang Feng, and then ruthlessly humiliate Yang Feng. He didn't expect that because of this sentence, his family would fall into a war with Steel City. Bantanya thought about it and regained a little calmness. His face was pale as he struggled to say loudly, "Impossible. You are only the nephew of the Steel Lord. Even if you are his only blood relative, you cannot represent the entire Steel City to declare war on our Detania Duchy." The rest of the aristocratic youngsters also looked at Yang Feng with doubt in their eyes. Forgetting to fight leads to danger, and belligerence leads to death. Every powerful force was very cautious about starting a war. Those warmongering forces that constantly start wars will soon decline because of the war. Any successor of a warlock group, even if it was the first successor, couldn't represent a force to arbitrarily declare war on another warlock group. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Yang Feng unhurriedly took out a square palm-sized iron box and pressed it lightly. The iron box flickered and condensed into a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man's phantom in the void. The phantom was dressed in a silver-white warlock's robe with a silver line embroidered on the cuffs of the robe. Yang Feng bowed slightly towards the middle-aged man's phantom in the sky and said, "Uncle, this is Bantanya, the first successor of Detania Duchy's Sanger clan. He made a vicious and racist speech towards us. On behalf of Steel City, I have officially declared war on Detania Duchy. Before exterminating Sanger clan, I will not withdraw my troops." One after another, gazes concentrated on that Steel Lord Yang Yi fabricated by Yang Feng. In Tarandit subcontinent, only those forces with level 3 warlocks and above could contend against a mechanical golem legion of 100,000 comparable to a knight rank. Only peak warlock forces with great warlocks standing guard could have a surefire grasp of victory. In the Southern States Alliance, only Warlock College Antalya had a few great warlock rank experts. The strongest of the other forces merely had level 3 warlocks standing guard. Steel City was already considered a pivotal force in the Southern States Alliance, its every move raising eyebrows. Bantanya looked at Yang Ye's phantom in midair, his complexion paled and his body trembled, as if awaiting judgment. That beautiful young lady with a superior level 6 spirit aptitude also stared at Yang Ye's phantom in midair, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of hatred. Yang Ye's phantom in midair nodded slightly and said with a trace of tenderness, "You did the right thing. I'll issue a declaration of war to Detania Duchy. Moreover, I'll immediately dispatch troops to attack Detania Duchy and exterminate Sanger clan. All the forces allied with Detania Duchy, my mechanical golem legion will ruthlessly destroy them all. Leave no one alive." Yang Ye's phantom pointed towards Bantania's small group and said in a voice brimming with cruelty and killing intent, "As for you, staying together with this Sanger clan's trash, do you want to take your clan to advance and retreat together with him and engage in a life-and-death battle with Steel City?" An aristocratic youngster standing next to Bantanya courteously saluted Yang Ye's phantom and said, "Respected Steel City City Master Darren, I'm Marcus, the 8th successor of Rex Duchy's Patania clan. Today is the first time I've met Bantanya. We don't have a deep friendship. My clan also doesn't want to be enemies with you." Finished speaking, Marcus immediately separated himself from the small group and walked to the side, watching indifferently from the sidelines. "Respected Steel City City Master Darren, one by one, the members of the small group stepped forward and saluted respectfully towards Yang Ye's phantom, then left Bantania's side. The members of the small group were elites from various clans. Although they were filled with disdain and discrimination towards Yang Feng and the other Orientals, but they wouldn't easily show it. Especially when facing a formidable warlock capable of killing a level 2 warlock, they would remain humble. In front of a warlock, mortals must remain humble. This was the first rule in all of Tyrandot subcontinent's national laws. If this rule was violated, then even if an aristocrat was killed by an official warlock, the law wouldn't be able to punish the official warlock. This was the world of warlocks. Chapter 46. That incomparably beautiful young lady with a superior level 6 spirit aptitude also slightly bowed towards Yang Ye's projection in salute and said faintly, "Respected Steel City's City Master Darren, I'm Jessica, Fernandro Principality's Fernandro clan's 3rd successor. Our clan also doesn't want to be enemies with you." No matter how much Jessica hated Yang Yi, she still had to remain humble in front of a formidable official warlock, otherwise Steel City would find an excuse to continue waging war. The war with Steel City had already damaged Fernandro clan's vitality. Jessica was also very clear about Steel City's strength. A knight-rank mechanical golem legion, even if Fernandro clan and Sanger clan joined forces, they still wouldn't necessarily be its match. Finished speaking, Jessica also left Bantania's side under his somewhat despairing gaze. The small group fell apart, leaving only the high-spirited Bantania, who wanted to show off in front of the beauty a moment ago, standing there alone. A teacher in charge of aptitude testing stood up and asked Yang Ye's projection with a gloomy expression, "Yang Yi, I'm Warlock College Antalia's teacher Yurei, a level 1 warlock. Titania Principality is an important member of our Southern States Alliance. Southern States Alliance prohibits waging war for no reason. Could it be that you want to violate our Warlock College Antalia's laws?" Southern States Alliance was Warlock College Antalia's foundation. Warlock College Antalya basically didn't allow the Southern States Alliance to mutually attack each other and consume their strength. Yang Ye's projection swept Yuri with a glance and said coldly, "Yuri, I have no intention of violating Warlock College Antalya's laws. However, this mortal ant has insulted me. A warlock's dignity can't be violated. In order to uphold a warlock's dignity, I have the right to retaliate against him and his clan. I've decided to destroy him and his clan, only then can I quell my anger. Anyone who obstructs my revenge is my enemy. No matter who." Yuri choked at once and sunk into silence. Tyrandot subcontinent was a continent where warlocks occupied a dominant position. A warlock's dignity couldn't be violated. Any mortal who insulted a warlock's dignity would suffer the warlock's terrifying retaliation. This was also a warlock's right. Bantania's spirit aptitude was as high as intermediate level 5, and he possessed the strength of a high-level warrior. He could already be considered a genius among mortal youths. But a mortal genius was still a mortal, he wasn't a warlock. Once he insulted a warlock, then it was reasonable for Yang Feng to destroy his family. Bantania's eyes surged with a hint of despair, and he said with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Great Steel Lord, I didn't insult you. I swear on my life that I have absolutely no intention of insulting you." Yang Feng took the initiative to step forward and distort the truth, "Uncle. He said that we Easterners are yellow-skinned monkeys, only fit to eat bananas in cages, don't have the qualifications to become warlocks, and also don't have the qualifications to join Warlock College Antalya." Yang Yi coldly looked at Bantania and said extremely callously, "This is Warlock College Antalya, no one can make a move here. I won't make a move against you here. But as long as you leave Warlock College Antalya, then our Steel City's 100,000 mechanical golem legion will act and obliterate you from this world." Bantania knelt on the ground and cried hoarsely, "Great Steel Lord Yang Yi, I beg you, please let me go. I really didn't mean it. I apologize. Yang Feng, I apologize. I beg you to spare my life, please let me go. Yang Feng didn't even give Bantanya a glance. Turandot subcontinent was dominated by Caucasians. It was very difficult for Easterners to integrate into the mainstream society. As long as Yang Feng showed a bit of weakness, then he would be bullied and humiliated. He didn't want to be bullied. Furthermore, if he could seize the opportunity to annex Titania Principality, then his forces could once again obtain a huge expansion. Currently, Yang Feng's territory already bordered Savage Claw's Denizia Empire and Rose Garden's Rose Empire, one of the 6 great warlock groups. If he wanted to expand his territory, then he could only attack Denizia Empire or Rose Empire. If Savage Claw didn't dispatch a great warlock rank expert, then Yang Feng still had the assurance to fight against Denizia Empire. But once Savage Claw dispatched a great warlock rank expert, then his chances of victory would drop to the lowest point. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for Yang Feng to expand. Now that he had the opportunity to expand, he naturally wouldn't easily let it go. At this moment, a terrifying pressure gushed out from inside Warlock College Antalya and shrouded the land. Under that terrifying pressure, everyone present had their complexions pale and their bodies tremble. Yang Feng's complexion also changed greatly under that terrifying pressure, his whole body brimming with fear, and he almost couldn't help but kneel. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart on Yang Feng's chest that resembled a green leaf blossomed with traces of green radiance, weakening that terrifying pressure by more than 50%. Only then was he barely able to withstand that terrifying pressure and didn't make a fool of himself on the spot and kneel on the ground. A gate appeared out of thin air. When the gate opened, gusts of fishy wind gushed out of the gate, and a scarlet hand extended from the gate and grabbed Yang Feng before entering the gate. As soon as Yang Feng entered the gate closed and disappeared from the air. Yang Feng's vision blurred, then he saw himself appear in a hall. In the center of the hall sat a silver-haired middle-aged man, as if a sun, his body blossomed with incomparably terrifying fluctuations of power. Yang Feng glanced at the silver-haired middle-aged man, his eyes ached, as if looking straight at the sun, he couldn't see anything. I'm Scarlet Hand's Blitz. A formidable and refreshing power suddenly entered Yang Feng's body, poured into his eyes and soothed the pain in his eyes. Simultaneously, a dull voice sounded in the hall. Yang Feng's eyes flowed with tears, his heart shivered. Scarlet Hand's Blitz, Warlock College Antalya's most formidable level 3 warlock, the man closest to a great warlock. He's really too powerful. Yang Ye's embodiment of a phantom slightly saluted Blitz and said respectfully, I'm Steel City's City Master Yang Yi, greetings Blitz Darren. Blitz announced in a dull yet extremely overbearing manner, I already know what happened. Steel City is not allowed to wage war against Titania Principality. Chapter 47. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before replying respectfully, as you command. However, please allow my city of steel to wage war against the Sanger clan. Blitz said coldly, no. Anger welled up in Yang Feng's heart. Under his order, Yang Ye's projection fell into endless silence, not agreeing as readily as a moment ago. Blitz said indifferently, I can let the Sanger family compensate you. 10,000 magic stones. I will make them pay you 10,000 magic stones for their stupidity. 10,000 magic stones were equivalent to 1,000,000 gold coins. Fernandro Principality was defeated by Yang Feng and the war reparations they paid were merely 300,000 magic stones. The huge war reparations of 300,000 magic stones had already pressured the Fernandro clan to the point of suffocation. For a warlock group like Sanger clan that doesn't control a state, 1 magic stone is definitely a huge sum. Yang Ye's image said respectfully, I don't need magic crystals. I just want you to promise me 3 things. First, Let my nephew enter Warlock College Antalia's Secret Arts Pagoda and choose a secret art that can promote him to a great warlock. Second, please give my nephew a bottle of Mermaid Tears potion. Third, Bantania's head. Fourth, please let one of my nieces be exempted from the entrance examination. Warlock College Antalia's Secret Arts Pagoda contained countless secret arts. There was no lack of secret arts that could allow one to advance to a great warlock. The reason why Warlock College Antalya was able to become one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great overlord rank forces, was because of their several thousand years of inheritance of great warlocks that had never been severed. Even when they were at their weakest, they still had 2 great warlocks keeping watch. One of the important reasons was that there were countless secret techniques in the Secret Technique Tower, allowing those geniuses to choose different secret techniques to cultivate according to their actual situation. The Mermaid Tears potion was an alchemy potion that could change a cultivator's soul aptitude. It was of a higher grade than the Blue Mirage Demon Maiden, and was more difficult to refine. Each bottle was worth more than 8,000 gold coins, and there was no market for it. Although the Blue Mirage potion was rare, it could still be bought from the market from time to time. On the other hand, the Mermaid Tears potion would only occasionally appear in auctions or black markets. Warlock College Antalya's Mermaid Tears were basically all directly bought by the major official warlocks, very few of them were sold outside. Although Yang Feng obtained a huge amount of magic stones, but he still didn't have the means to buy such a rare elixir as Mermaid Tears. Blitz's eyebrows creased slightly as he said in a deep voice, "If your nephew Yang Feng signs a soul contract, he's not allowed to impart that secret method to anyone, including you. Then I can agree to your request." Yang Feng's soul aptitude was only inferior level 1. From Blitz's point of view, even if Yang Yi tried his best to collect potions that could increase his soul aptitude, he would at most be able to increase his soul aptitude to around rank 3. With a soul aptitude of around level 3, even if one had a great warlock rank secret method inheritance, one would at most be a level 3 apprentice warlock, and even promoting to an official warlock would be very difficult. Yang Ye's projection said respectfully, "All right. I'll make him sign a soul contract, and I'll never teach that secret technique to anyone." Standing respectfully aside, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly and his eyes flashed with a smile. "Sign this soul contract." Blitz took out a soul contract drawn from an unknown formidable monster's skin and handed it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng carefully examined that soul contract for a moment. Only after he didn't discover any traps did he sign his name on it. After Yang Feng signed his name, that piece of hide immediately combusted and turned into a gloomy blue flame without any temperature. That gloomy blue flame suddenly flew out and at once disappeared into the space between Yang Feng's eyebrows. Blitz threw a silver badge at Yang Feng and said faintly, "After you've officially promoted to an apprentice warlock, take this badge and you can enter the Secret Arts Pagoda. With your current physical constitution, as long as you enter the Secret Arts Pagoda then you'll die, you won't even have the qualifications to receive the secret method inheritance." Warlock's secret treasures, every one of them possessed unimaginably formidable powers. Mortals were basically unable to come into contact with Warlock's secret treasures and domains. The Secret Arts Pagoda was one of Warlock College Antalya's core areas. It had the defensive power of countless secret treasures. Just a trace of fluctuations of power emitted by those secret treasures could easily kill an ordinary person like Yang Feng. Yang Feng respectfully saluted Blitz and said, "Many thanks Blitz Darren." Blitz swept Yang Feng with an ice-cold glance, then casually waved his hand and a huge door once again appeared. A scarlet hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed Yang Feng and directly threw him inside the door. Yang Feng only felt a burst of dizziness, his eyes lit up and he once again appeared at Warlock College Antalya's test site. At Warlock College Antalya's test site, youngsters from Southern States Alliance looked at Yang Feng's figure, their eyes flashed with a touch of dread. No one dared to talk about him in private anymore. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with a glance and discovered that Bantanya had already disappeared. Jessica, who came from Fernandro family, was fiercely glaring at him. Without an excuse, even if Steel City's strength was far more tyrannical than Fernandro family's, it still couldn't act against Fernandro family. Otherwise, even if it was a provocation of Warlock College Antalia's laws, when the time came, in order to maintain Warlock College Antalia's dignity, they would definitely dispatch countless experts to deal with Yangfeng's Steel City. Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Jessica, he stood alone at the test site. At the place where they passed the test, many young aristocratic boys and girls from the Southern States Alliance had formed small circles. None of the small circles took the initiative to approach Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strong performance a moment ago made many aristocratic youngsters from Southern States Alliance feel conflicted. Although they didn't dare to confront him, but they still used their actions to silently resist Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't care about the joint resistance of those youngsters. The reason why he took such a huge risk to come to Warlock College Antalya was to cultivate the Warlock path. If he could promote to a great Warlock rank expert in the future, then even if he was an Easterner, there would still be countless people who would come to curry favor with him. Shi Shui didn't even need to have her soul aptitude tested, she was directly exempted from the entrance exam and stood beside Yang Feng. The gazes of the youngsters concentrated on Shi Shui standing beside Yang Feng. Many aristocratic youngsters had a favorable impression of her. Only because they were afraid of Yang Feng standing beside her, no one dared to harass her. Chapter 48. After the first round of screening, there were a total of more than 5,000 students whose spirit aptitudes met the standard. The majority of the students' spirit aptitudes were at level 4. The second round of screening was issued almost immediately after the first round of screening. 4,000 of the more than 5,000 students were eliminated, leaving only 1,000 students. Among them, not a single student with a level 5 or higher spirit aptitude was eliminated. Only level 4 spirit aptitude students would have to rely on their background and connections to obtain the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. Commoner students without any background, unless they possessed a level 5 or higher spirit aptitude, otherwise, it was basically impossible to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. If Yang Feng was under normal circumstances, then he basically wouldn't have the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. Congratulations, you've already passed the first round of screening, you can obtain the qualifications to enter Warlock College Antalya to study. You have 3 years' time to learn all kinds of knowledge here. After 3 years, there will be another screening. Those who haven't promoted to a level 1 apprentice warlock will all be eliminated. Work harder. The next day after passing the screening, all the students were summoned to Warlock College Antalya's large public square. An official warlock wearing a black POW expressionlessly made the above speech. After that warlock wearing a black POW finished speaking, one after another, the students who were 1 year older than Yang Feng immediately walked towards them. Hello, I'm Betty, a senior sister who is 1 year older than you. Excuse me, are you the Steel Lord's nephew Yang Feng and his niece Shi Shui? A beautiful woman with blonde hair, a fiery and sensual figure, a few freckles on her face, fair skin, a beautiful and sensual woman walked towards Yang Feng and asked with a smile. As soon as Betty approached, she carefully looked at the peerlessly beautiful Shi Shui, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy, the smile on her face was extremely sweet. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right, I'm Yang Feng, this is my younger sister Shi Shui." Betty said with a slight smile, "The college arranged for me to show you the way and act as a guide. To let you have a basic understanding of Warlock College Antalya. Please follow me." Yang Feng nodded, he brought Shi Shui and followed behind Betty towards Warlock College Antalya. Our Warlock College Antalya is divided into outer court and inner court. The outer court students are those who haven't reached apprentice warlock rank like us. The inner court is the place where elite students who have already promoted to apprentice warlock study and live. Before being summoned, we can't go to the inner courtyard. Otherwise, we will be punished. Betty took Yang Feng's duo on a stroll, while explaining to them the various taboos of Warlock College Antalya. Warlock College Antalya's hierarchy was strict. Official warlocks as well as apprentice warlocks all resided in the large energy-absorbing ancient tree in the inner court. Warlock College Antalya's inner court was always shrouded in a formidable energy force field. That energy force field separated Warlock College Antalya's inner court and outer court. The inner court was enveloped in an incomparably powerful elemental force. Cultivating in the inner court was far more beneficial than cultivating in the outer court. The inner court was where Warlock College Antalya's essence lay. As Betty explained, she handed over a price list to Yang Feng. Studying in Warlock College Antalya, none of the knowledge is free. Here is the price list and timetable for learning various subjects. Continent's Common Language, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Divine Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Draconic Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Fiend Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Elven Language, 100 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Planar Studies, 200 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Mathematics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Geometry, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Etiquette, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Close Combat Techniques, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Politics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. Basic Tactics, 20 gold coins per lesson hour. The price list was densely packed with all kinds of subjects. Each subject required the payment of a large amount of gold coins. Ordinary commoners simply couldn't afford to learn them. Even aristocrats would have a headache when they saw the amount of gold coins needed to learn those subjects. Zhao Jiang was a minor aristocrat. The income of several generations was only enough to learn 4 classes of basic fiend language. This was the reason why knowledge was so expensive in this world. In Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge was firmly grasped in the hands of greater aristocrats with warlock bloodline. Ordinary commoners, unless they had a heaven-defying soul aptitude and were lucky enough to obtain a warlock's inheritance, otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to make a name for themselves. Body Warlock Cultivation Intermediate Secret Art, 10,000 gold coins or 90 inferior magic stones. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the last row. His eyebrows creased slightly as he said, Body Warlock Cultivation Secret Art requires so much gold coins. How could ordinary commoners have so much money to learn this secret art? Betty said with a slight smile, Warlock College Antalya provides a loan service. Every student who exchanges for Body Warlock Cultivation Method can provide a 3-year interest-free loan. Other knowledge can be freely imparted, but once Body Warlock Cultivation Method is found to be imparting without permission, then the student will automatically become a slave of Warlock College Antalya and be at the mercy of the college. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of admiration. He silently thought, such a brilliant method. In this way, just from the tuition fees, Warlock College Antalya can easily receive more than 90,000 magic stones every year. Knowledge is wealth, knowledge is power. This is vividly reflected in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng looked at those densely packed courses labeled with prices, his heart brimming with joy. Fortunately, I have Steel City's wealth as my backing. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to afford to learn this knowledge. Betty reminded, those ordinary commoner students who lack money, they can go to the mission hall to accept missions. However, those missions are extremely dangerous for us students who haven't even reached the apprentice warlock rank. It's best if you don't accept them. Yang Feng nodded slightly. Steel City's sphere of influence was nearly equivalent to half of Fernandro Principality. It would bring him a huge amount of wealth every day. He naturally wouldn't go and accept dangerous missions. Before promoting to an official warlock, he wasn't interested in going out and taking risks. Betty kindly reminded, among these courses, apart from Body Warlock Cultivation Secret Art, after passing the examination of each of the other courses. If you pass the examination, then you'll get 1 credit point, if you pass the examination, then you'll get 5 credit points. 100 credit points can be used to exchange for a level 0 spell model. Of course, if you use the purchase method, then a level 0 spell would require 20 inferior magic stones. Basic Divine Language, Basic Fiend Language, Basic Dragon Language, Basic Elven Language, these are the prerequisite subjects for learning a lot of formidable spells. Mathematics and geometry are the key to constructing spell models. Basic Biology is the prerequisite subject for variation and blood meridian variation. If you want to become an official warlock, then you should start to consider the direction of your development and learn the corresponding prerequisite subjects. Chapter 49. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Many thanks for your reminder." "All right." Tip. Betty gave a slight smile and extended her small hand towards Yang Feng. Warlock College Antalia's human resources are very valuable. According to the usual practice, I'll act as your guide, so you should pay me a corresponding tip. According to the usual practice, it should be 2 gold coins, but since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll be fine with 1 gold coin. Let's be friends. All right. Yang Feng gave a hearty smile, casually fished out a magic stone and placed it in Betty's hand. This is a magic stone. Betty saw the small inferior magic stone in her hand. She was somewhat excited, yet somewhat restless. Her voice trembled, her pretty face flashed with a touch of struggle. Then she solemnly returned the magic stone to Yang Feng. "This magic stone is too precious. My service isn't worth a magic stone." Apprentice warlock rank experts could slowly absorb the magic energy emitted by magic stones and upgrade their physical constitution. Moreover, magic stones could also be used as the energy core of a variety of golems, materials for a variety of elixirs, fodder for raising a variety of freaks, and energy source for a variety of runic magic arrays. Magic stones had such a wide range of uses, moreover they were consumables. Therefore, even though magic stone or veins were continuously discovered, but the price of magic stones was still slowly increasing. The price of a magic stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins. That was the price of gold coins to purchase magic stones. In fact, if one used gold coins to purchase a magic stone from an exchange merchant, then it would cost at least 140 gold coins. In some remote areas where magic stones were scarce, a magic stone could even be sold for more than 200 gold coins. Warlock College Antalya was rich in magic stones, but if one wanted to purchase a magic stone from a shop, then it would still cost 135 gold coins. Betty wasn't even an apprentice warlock. That magic stone was still very precious for her. Yang Feng gave a smile and handed the magic stone to Betty. "I think your service is worth this price." Betty's pretty face was slightly red, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of peculiarity. She gave a sweet smile towards Yang Feng and gave him a small slip of paper. "Thank you. If you have any questions, you can come to this room to find me." Finished speaking, Betty turned around and left with large strides. Shurshua's black and white gemstone-like beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of demonic charm. She said towards Yang Feng with a light smile, "Guji, this gold digger Betty is obviously moved by you. As long as you throw more magic stones at her, she will easily open her thighs and become your toy. What are you thinking about in that little brain of yours? This time, I came to Warlock College Antalya in order to study the warlock path." Yang Feng flicked Shurshua's forehead and said with a slight headache. Through these days of getting along, Yang Feng discovered that Shursua, this little lowly born from the taboo stone, not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also mischievous and had traces of evil aura, giving him some headaches. "Don't flick my forehead. I'm not a child anymore. If you flick my forehead again, then I'll ignore you." Shursua slapped away Yang Feng's big hand and somewhat angrily glared at him. But she was too adorable, her glare didn't have any power, it just made Yang Feng feel funny. Yang Feng said with a light smile, let's go back. All right. Shi Shui nodded, as if a small tail following behind Yang Feng. She walked towards Yang Feng's room. Warlock College Antalya occupied an extremely vast area. The number of student dormitories in the college was also extremely large. Basically everyone had a dormitory. Of course, the accommodation fee wasn't cheap. Just the accommodation fee alone would cost 500 gold coins per year. Of course, those commoner students could also choose those large dormitories with a few dozen people squeezing into a room. That accommodation fee would only cost 10 gold coins per year. Yang Feng possessed Steel City's wealth. Naturally he and Shi Shui each rented a large dormitory with a bathroom, toilet and kitchen. Shortly after Yang Feng returned to the dormitory, a knock came from outside the door. Hello, may I ask if it's Yang Feng? I've come to deliver the goods you've deposited in Warlock College Antalya. Yang Feng opened the door and saw a youngster dressed in an ordinary student attire standing outside the door, holding a box in both hands. These are 10 bottles of Blue Mirage. This is a black magic crystal card. You can use this magic crystal card to withdraw the corresponding magic stones from each of Warlock College Antalya's major banks. However, I must remind you, if you want to withdraw a large amount of magic stones exceeding 50,000, then please make an appointment with the bank in advance, otherwise the small bank branches might not have enough magic stones for you to withdraw. It's best to make an appointment 5 days in advance. The youngster spoke as he opened the box, revealing 10 extremely beautiful vials of elixirs blossoming with a bright blue radiance as well as a black magic crystal card. The youngster looked at the 10 vials of elixirs and that magic crystal card. His eyes flashed with a whiff of greed, then he quickly recovered his calm. In this Warlock College Antalya, as long as he made the slightest movement, then he would be consigned to eternal damnation. He would be reduced to a warlock's human experiment subject, unable to live or die. Yang Feng received the 10 vials of elixir and immediately pulled the cork of a vial of Blue Mirage. From that vial of Blue Mirage, traces of blue radiance drifted out, condensing in midair into the image of a beautiful and moving young lady. That young lady's image looked pitifully at Yang Feng and that youngster. Her cherry small mouth continuously opened and closed as if saying something. Yang Feng looked at that young lady's image suspended in the blue void. His eyes flashed with a whiff of admiration. This is Blue Mirage. Warlock's methods are really mysterious. After inspecting the 10 vials of Blue Mirage and the magic crystal card, Yang Feng accepted the 10 vials of Blue Mirage and the magic crystal card, then conveniently gave the delivery man a tip of 2 gold coins. This is for you. Yang Feng returned to his room, then threw 3 vials of Blue Mirage to Shi Shui. Shi Shui swept the 3 vials of Blue Mirage with a glance. She smiled happily, then directly returned the 3 vials of Blue Mirage to Yang Feng. No need, Gidge. My soul aptitude is as high as superior level 8, if I want to continue upgrading my soul aptitude, then the treasures I need aren't as inferior as Blue Mirage. This Blue Mirage, Gidge needs it more. Yang Feng smiled, then once again handed the 3 vials of Blue Mirage to Shi Shui. It doesn't matter, before you develop a resistance, you can use Blue Mirage. In any case, I'll have a lot of this elixir in the future. NR 3796, Analyze Blue Mirage. Yang Feng threw another vial of Blue Mirage to a humanoid robot standing to the side and ordered. Mechanical tentacles extended from the humanoid robot and entered the Blue Mirage potion. Starting the analysis of the elixir. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Starting the model analysis. Analysis progress at 0.1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that the elixir can be completely analyzed after 5 days. NR 3796 quickly fed back a series of information. Chapter 50. Yang Feng asked, I remember that you were analyzing dragon blood elixir. Would simultaneously analyzing 2 elixirs affect the progress of the analysis? NR 3796 said, not at all. I've already manufactured another super chip. Simultaneously analyzing 2 elixirs won't affect the progress of the analysis. A self-destruct device has already been installed on the other super chip. As long as it leaves my control for a second, then it will self-destruct. Then let's upgrade my soul aptitude now. Yang Feng took out a bottle of blue mirage, pulled out the cork and poured the blue mirage into his mouth. Once the blue mirage entered Yang Feng's mouth, it started to squirm, as if he had swallowed a huge worm. A beautiful woman's moan was transmitted from within Yang Feng's body. It hurts. Bursts of acute pain directly spread from within Yang Feng's body, making his brain feel as if it was about to explode. He fell to the ground, struggled in pain for a good while, and finally fainted from the pain. The mysterious life force field started to strengthen the host's physical constitution. The probability of acute pain threatening the host's life is 9%, the pain nerves of the host will not be severed. The strengthening continues. Lines of information flashed above Yang Feng's eyeglasses. Not knowing how long had passed, Yang Feng finally faintly woke up. It stinks. Yang Feng asked as soon as he woke up. A stench was emitted from within his body. He took a careful look and saw that every inch of his body was gushing with oily black smelly dregs. Shi Shui's sweet voice came from the side, "Good Ji, the bath water is ready." Good. Yang Feng directly got up and entered the bathroom with large strides. After cleaning the layer of oily black smelly dregs on his body, Yang Feng directly entered the bathtub filled with hot water. Soaking in the comfortable hot water, he immediately ordered, "Scan my body." Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 1. 1, agility 1. 2, physique 1, spirit 1. Blood meridians, Earth's waist. Soul aptitude, inferior level 1. General evaluation, classified as a level 1 life form. Evolution potential, small. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. He sincerely praised, "Worthy of being an elixir worth 5,000 magic stones. The effect is really great." Yang Feng practiced Magic Notes Titan for 10 days before all attributes except Spirit Force increased by 0.1, but during those 10 days of cultivation, he had also drunk a large amount of recovery water to be able to cultivate so quickly. Moreover, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would be to increase his attributes. That bottle of blue mirage potion had greatly improved his physical fitness. It was simply heaven-defying. If this blue mirage potion were to appear on Earth, any bottle would definitely sell for a sky-high price. Yang Feng said, "Analyze my body and work out the best cultivation method. Begin the analysis. Start modeling. The complete analysis will take 30 seconds. Countdown starts at 30. The host's current physical fitness can take a bottle of blue mirage potion every other day, and at the same time cultivate the Magic Notes Titan to strengthen the effects of the potion. After 100 days, it is estimated that the host's soul aptitude will be promoted to superior level 2, the physical constitution will directly break through the mortal limits and promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of gratification. The means of warlocks are really unpredictable. If I didn't have the blue enchantress potion, I would never be able to break through to the night level. But as long as I have enough blue mirage potion, then I can easily break through and become an apprentice warlock. The feeling of having sufficient resources is really good. Originally, according to NR 3796's analysis, Yang Feng practicing the night-level cultivation method Thunderox would be unable to promote to a night-level expert in his lifetime. But now, as long as he has a large amount of blue mirage potion, then he can directly promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock within 100 days. This is the means of warlocks. This year's students were altogether divided into 20 classes, each class had more than 50 students. Yang Feng and Shi Shui were both assigned to class 10. Yang Feng and Shi Shui entered the classroom, gazes brimming with complexity were shot from the classroom and concentrated on the two of them. Although Yang Feng's appearance was ordinary, but he was the only successor of the extremely powerful Steel City. With a single sentence, he forced Ban Tanya to his death, making the students of class 10 endlessly fearful. But Shi Shui possessed a peerless appearance and also a natural charm, naturally attracting the gazes of everyone in class 10. Gars took the initiative to walk over and said with a smile, "Yang Feng, what a coincidence, we're in the same class." What a coincidence. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly, his eyes flashed with a whiff of a smile, his gaze fell on the four youngsters behind Gars. Among the four youngsters behind Gars, the two young ladies were respectively Bella and Irene. The two youngsters were respectively Luke and Leo. Gars, Luke and Leo all had inferior level, for soul aptitudes, Bella had intermediate level, for soul aptitudes and Irene had superior level, for soul aptitudes. Bella was a petite girl with short blue hair and an ordinary appearance. Irene was a tall, sexy and well-developed young lady with a rather charming appearance. Including Gars, the five of them were the youngsters that Yang Feng had rescued in the Hunting Tooth Wilderness. After a series of polite greetings, the relationship between the two parties at once became a lot closer. Gars kept Yang Feng guessing and said somewhat meaningfully, "Yang Feng, we're really lucky to be able to enter class 10. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Lucky?" Gars gave a somewhat wretched and mysterious smile and looked towards the classroom's entrance. "Heh, you'll soon know." Yang Feng followed Gars' gaze and looked towards that direction. With a height of about 1.76 meters, wearing a silver low-cut warlock's changpao that exposed her legs, her twin peaks almost bursting out of her clothes, she had a head of bright and smooth golden hair like the sun, delicate and smooth silk-like skin, beautiful and sexy facial features, and her whole body exuded a sexy charm. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, she carried a powerful aura and gracefully walked into the classroom. So beautiful. A beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city and a state. Yang Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air, his eyes flashed with a touch of a scorching color. Caucasians generally have coarse skin. That giant stone city's #1 beauty, Miss Sissy, also had very bad skin. She completely relied on cosmetics to conceal her many defects. But that peerless beauty that stepped into the classroom didn't have such defects, she didn't even wear makeup, obviously she was a formidable official warlock. The students of class 10, regardless of gender, were deeply attracted by that peerless beauty, their eyes revealed a scorching color. Eunice revealed a trace of a sweet smile. "I'm Eunice, also your class 10's teacher. Now I'll explain to you the rules of studying here." Chapter 51. First, when the teacher is speaking, you have to keep quiet, otherwise you'll be expelled from school. Eunice gave a faint smile, an incomparably formidable life force diffused from her body, shrouding the entire classroom. So strong. Level 1 warlocks are really formidable. Yang Feng was pressured by that terrifying life force, as if he suddenly saw a terrifying and savage behemoth. A touch of trembling and fear welled up within his body. The Mechanical Legion was able to kill an official level 1 warlock, that was because the Mechanical Legion was sufficiently formidable. But Yang Feng himself was very weak, this was the first time he truly felt the might of a level 1 warlock. That was an existence on a completely different level from mortals. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart hanging from Yang Feng's neck at once blossomed with traces of green radiance, only then did he free himself from that heavy pressure and return to normal. In the entire classroom, apart from Yang Feng, only Shi Shui easily withstood the pressure from Eunice's life force. Eunice's gaze also swept Yang Feng's duo with a glance, her gaze stopped on Shi Shui's body for a good while, a touch of extraordinary splendor flashed past her beautiful eyes. Eunice's formidable life force withdrew. Only then did all the students present breathe a sigh of relief, their bodies drenched in sweat. Some of the male students who originally had bad intentions also had cold sweat trickling down their backs. They didn't dare to give Eunice a glance. "I won't say any more nonsense. You have to remember, only with a formidable body can a formidable spirit reside. Warlocks not only need a lot of knowledge, they also need a formidable body. Vice versa, in addition to a formidable body, you also need a wealth of knowledge. You have to obtain an outstanding grade in the following subjects, otherwise don't even think of entering the inner court. Continent's common language. Basic divine language. Basic dragon language. Basic fiend language. Basic elven language. Basic plane studies. Basic mathematics. Basic geometry. Basic biology. Basic botany. Basic elemental studies. Tarandit subcontinent's modern history. My time is very precious, apart from during class, don't ask me any questions. Only if you're willing to pay magic stones. You can ask me a question about a basic subject for 10 magic stones. The class schedule has already been sent to you, you can study according to it. Alright, you can disperse." After Eunice finished speaking, she turned around and left the classroom like a queen. This is even more irresponsible than a university. Yang Feng looked at Eunice's back and was somewhat speechless as he thought. The following days also confirmed Yang Feng's thoughts. Warlock College Antalia's teachers were basically all incomparably formidable official warlocks. They all came and went in a hurry, not allowing anyone to ask questions. Basically after they finished their lectures they would leave, not paying the slightest attention to the students. However, what was different from Earth's universities was that, in this Warlock College Antalya, all the students were eagerly absorbing knowledge and studying hard. No one dared to be the slightest bit negligent. The opportunity to enter Warlock College Antalya to study was extremely hard to come by. Once this opportunity was missed, then those students would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yang Feng also seemed to have returned to his high school days, attending classes everywhere during the day. After attending classes he would directly go to the public library and use the microchip to record all the books in the library into the database, categorizing and storing them. Warlock College Antalya's public library had an extremely large collection of books. Apart from books related to warlock cultivation, the rest of the books related to politics, economics, military affairs, literature, human geography and other various fields were all available. However, Yang Feng investigated for a long time. The information related to the 8 great warlock dynasties as well as the main continent was still very sparse. Obviously, the information related to the main continent was classified as extremely valuable information and wasn't placed in the public library. 5 days later. Outside of Yang Feng's dormitory's door suddenly sounded a knock. A mechanical bladed troop stepped forward and opened the door. Outside the door stood an approximately 18 or 19-year-old man, dressed in a grey pow, with a head full of brown hair and a rather handsome appearance, as well as a approximately 14 or 15-year-old beautiful young lady with a height of 1.73 m, a pair of cantaloupe-sized twin peaks, a blue ponytail, a gorgeous appearance and brimming with youthful vigor. Yang Feng swept the two with a glance, his eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Who are you?" "I'm Detania Principality's Sanger clan's first successor, Felix. This time I came to sincerely apologize to you, Steel Lord's sole successor, Yang Feng. This is our Sanger clan's sincerity." The blue-haired man gave a slight smile, took out a box and opened it. Inside the box was the previously extremely unbridled and arrogant severed head of Bantanya. The severed head of Bantanya was brimming with fear, resentment and despair. Felix smiled as he took out a slave contract and handed it to Yang Feng. "That idiot Bantanya offended your dignity, our Sanger clan has already killed him, we hope to appease your anger. This is Bantanya's sister Judy, she's our gift to you. Starting from today, she's your slave. The busty young lady Judy's complexion paled, she clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of despair, yet she remained silent. Sure enough, strength is justice, strength is the truth. Yang Feng looked at the gorgeous young lady with a sexy figure Judy, his eyes flashed with a whiff of peculiarity. These past few days, Yang Feng had already thoroughly inquired about Sanger clan's circumstances. Sanger clan was a warlock clan with several hundred years of inheritance. At present, the only warlock in the clan only had the strength of an intermediate level, 1 warlock. Sanger clan didn't even have a warlock pagoda, its foundation couldn't even compare to Black Cottage. Such a small level, 1 warlock clan, as long as it mobilized its mechanical legion, then Yang Feng could easily exterminate it. Obviously, Sanger clan was also very clear about this point. Not only did it immediately take the initiative to offer Bantania's severed head, it even offered his sister as a gift to Yang Feng, in order to avoid the calamity of extermination. Although Southern States Coalition was controlled by Warlock College Antalya, but there were also countless internal conflicts for the sake of benefits. From time to time, some small and weak warlock clans would be inexplicably wiped out. Sanger clan didn't want to be wiped out for no reason at all. Although there were a lot of elites in warlock clans, but there were also a lot of idiots. Bantanya, that idiot, thought that Yang Feng wouldn't be able to act against him in Warlock College Antalya, but never would he have thought that Yang Feng would directly force his clan to personally deliver his severed head. Chapter 52. Yang Feng carefully sized up Judy beside Felix and his eyes flashed with a whiff of appreciation. This Judy from Sanger clan had a sexy and fiery figure at a young age, a gorgeous appearance and brimming with youthful vigor. She was a rare beauty. Her appearance and temperament could be compared to that of Fernandro clan's third successor, Jessica. In the entire class 10, there wasn't a single girl that could compare to her. Judy, basic attributes, Strength 1. 3, Agility 1. 4, Physique 1. 1, Spirit 1. 2, Blood Meridians, Human. Spirit Aptitude, Inferior Level 4. General Evaluation, classified as a Level 1 Life Form. Felix, Basic Attributes, Strength 6. 3, Agility 6. 2, Physique 6. 8, Spirit 7. 2, Blood Meridians, Human. Spirit Aptitude, Inferior Level 5. General Evaluation, classified as a Level 5 Life Form. Yang Feng's mind moved, the glasses directly launched a secret scanning ripple and scanned Judy and Felix's physical conditions. Yang Feng didn't dare to launch the glasses scanning function against an official warlock. Otherwise, once the other party got angry and casually slapped him to death, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. A warlock's dignity couldn't be violated. Even if a mortal like Yang Feng was Steel City's sole successor, as long as he crossed the line and infringed upon a warlock's interests, then the other party would very likely pinch him to death. Without 100% certainty, Yang Feng didn't want to risk his life by scanning a warlock. This gift is very good. Yang Feng received Judy's slave contract book and casually put it aside as he said with a smile. Felix saw that the slave contract book was accepted, his heart slightly relaxed. He once again took out a box and opened it, revealing a bottle of transparent and colorless elixir and 5 mid-grade magic stones. This is Mermaid Tears elixir and 500 magic stones. These 500 magic stones are a small token of our Sanger clan, please accept it. Yang Feng received the bottle of Mermaid Tears elixir, pulled the cork and took a look. Once the cork was opened, a strange force field brimming with sorrow gushed out from within the elixir. Yang Feng seemed to see a beautiful and moving mermaid princess, pitifully weeping. The mermaid princess, as if coming out of a fairy tale, was extremely beautiful and enchanting. As soon as he saw her, he felt as if he was deeply attracted, unable to extricate himself. A wave of sadness gushed out from his heart, and tears streamed down his face. Cough. At this moment, Felix coughed lightly and a weak spirit ripple pierced Yang Feng, allowing him to wake up from the illusion. What an amazing elixir! Yang Feng was startled, and immediately covered the mermaid tears with the cork. Many of the potions refined by warlocks possessed mysterious and powerful powers. Some top alchemists could even use a variety of medicines to imitate the effects of powerful spells. However, there were very few alchemist warlocks who used potions in battle. This was because every kind of potion that could simulate the effects of powerful spells was very expensive. Using potions in battle was equivalent to burning a lot of magic stones. No one would do that except for the wealthiest top potioneering warlocks. Among the elixirs refined by warlocks, many of the elixirs would instead be highly toxic if taken without meeting the conditions. Just like Yang Feng's dragon blood elixir, with his current mortal physique, so long as he drank a mouthful, then the dragon blood elixir would burn his blood dry and he would die. Yang Feng calculated in his mind, this mermaid tears elixir, I need to at least promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock before I can take it. Felix handed over a palm-sized crystal box to Yang Feng and said enthusiastically, Yang Feng, I'm currently a level 2 apprentice warlock, if there's anything you don't understand in your studies, then feel free to ask me. This is a communication magic sound box, so long as you select my name and click it, then you can contact me through this communication magic sound box. This communication magic sound box's power source is magic stones. 1 magic stone is enough to support 10,000 hours of communication. However, this communication magic sound box is only a level 0 secret treasure, its communication range is only 3,000 kilometers, beyond 3,000 kilometers there's no signal. Isn't this a magic version of a mobile phone? But this magic version of a mobile phone only has a communication function. Yang Feng received the communication magic sound box and fiddled with it for a while, he was somewhat speechless as he thought. Felix very enthusiastically chatted with Yang Feng for a while, only after a good while did he leave in satisfaction. Shui threw herself into Yang Feng's embrace like a kitten, her jade-like arms embraced his neck, her coquettish eyes were like silk as she said coquettishly, Gidge, I still lack a toy, no, a maid. How about letting her be my maid for a while? I'll definitely properly teach her how to be a qualified maid for Gidge. Good. Good. She'll be your maid for the time being. Facing Shui's offensive coquettishness, the mortal Yang Feng was somewhat unable to resist her natural charm, he could only reluctantly and carefully push her away and agree to her request. Yang Feng currently only wanted to promote his strength to the level 1 apprentice warlock level as soon as possible. Thank you Gidge. Shui cheered, hugged Yang Feng and kissed him, then pulled the somewhat flustered Judy and directly left his room. Yang Feng strongly suppressed his desire provoked by Shui, threw the mermaid tears elixir to the robot beside him and said in a deep voice, immediately analyze this elixir. That robot pulled out the mermaid tears elixir, countless mechanical tentacles extended inside. Initiating the elixir analysis. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Initiating the model analysis. Analysis progress at 0.1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that after 45 days the elixir can be completely analyzed. NR 3796 quickly fed back a series of information. Yang Feng only then slightly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this way I can have an alchemical elixir that can improve the soul aptitude. The Shi clan's evolution system and the Warlock's evolution system are completely different. NR 3796's analysis function isn't able to analyze any elixir, of course. Along with the continuous improvement of NR 3796's database, its analysis function will also continuously strengthen. Some elixirs that are currently unable to be analyzed, along with its continuous evolution, can also be slowly analyzed. After the Mermaid Tears elixir can be analyzed, this also means that Yang Feng's soul aptitude can be promoted to level 3 or level 4 in the future. Thus, he has the possibility of promoting to an official warlock. The following days, Yang Feng immersed himself in learning. Every day he hungrily and thirstily studied all kinds of knowledge. Along with the continuous consumption of blue mirage, he can clearly feel his physical constitution strengthening every day. At the same time his learning ability also continuously strengthened, his spirit also became better. Chapter 53. Time elapsed, 100 days passed in a flash. Yang Feng sat cross-legged in the dormitory's practice room. He slowly opened his eyes. A formidable fluctuation of life slowly spread from his body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of joy. His mind moved. I finally promoted to a level 1 apprentice warlock. Scan my body. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 3. 7, agility 3. 5, physique 3. 6, spirit 4. 2, blood meridians, earthling waste. Spirit aptitude, superior level 2. General evaluation, classified as a level 4 life form. Yang Feng thought somewhat regretfully, promoting to a level 1 apprentice warlock in 100 days, this result can be considered as outstanding. Although it's still a bit lacking compared to those geniuses. An apprentice warlock's physical constitution is equivalent to a knight rank expert. Moreover, their spirit force is by far higher than that of a knight rank expert. Wanting to promote to an apprentice warlock isn't that simple. Among the students who entered Warlock College Antalya at the same time as Yang Feng, only 20+ students with superior level 5 spirit aptitudes and above were promoted to level 1 apprentice warlocks within 100 days. Fernandro clan's genius Jessica only spent 15 days to promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock. But before she entered Warlock College Antalya, she already possessed a high-level warrior's physical constitution. That's why she could promote to a level 1 apprentice warlock within 15 days. Illuminate. Yang Feng pointed with his finger. A sphere of radiance suddenly lit up in front of him, illuminating the entire room incomparably bright. Illuminate is the simplest level 0 spell. It's the easiest way to test the promotion to a level 1 apprentice warlock. As long as one is able to cast Illuminate, this level 0 spell, it means that the caster possesses the lowest level of casting ability, promoting to an apprentice warlock, taking the first step toward surpassing mortals on the formidable warlock path. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved slightly. His mood was very carefree. After being promoted to an apprentice warlock, he can feel his body brimming with power. It's completely different from his previous subhealthy body. Yang Feng evaluated his battle prowess. With my current strength, even if I don't use a gun, I can still easily kill a low-level warrior. But if I were to encounter a knight rank expert, then I wouldn't be the other party's opponent. Yang Feng, this apprentice warlock, is a fake apprentice warlock who continuously ate elixirs. He had not gone through rigorous combat training, nor had he experienced life and death battles, so his combat ability was very poor. A lot of second-generation apprentice warlocks who took elixirs had battle prowess similar to his. Although Yang Feng was also practicing basic swordsmanship, basic saber arts and basic fighting arts, but even with the chip's assistance, within a short period of time, his actual combat strength definitely couldn't compare to those experts who had promoted to the knight rank through bitter cultivation. I can now pass the test and join the inner yard. That's the starting point for warlocks. Yang Feng got up and left the room. Warlock College Antalya's apprentice warlock's comprehensive rank evaluation room. There were 2 delicate and pretty young ladies sitting at the front desk. A beautiful girl with short blue hair, about 16 or 17 years of age, and wheat-colored skin was full of youthful vigor. She complained to another beautiful girl who looked about 18 or 19 years of age, with long brown hair, and seemed to be more gentle and quiet. Annie, it's so boring here. I haven't seen anyone for a long time. If it wasn't for the salary of 1 magic stone a month, I wouldn't have come. Can you put down the spell book in your hands and have a good chat with me? Annie put down the spell book in her hands, her eyes flashed with a whiff of worry, she sighed faintly and said, Ina, we don't have much time. After entering the inner yard, if we're unable to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then we'll have to leave the college. I don't want to go back and listen to my family's arrangements, become a tool for marriage, and casually marry a person from another warlock clan. The competition in Warlock College Antalya was extremely intense. Once you enter the inner yard, if you're unable to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then you'll have to directly graduate and leave the school. Those outstanding seedlings who are able to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, then they'll receive attention and can continue to study in Warlock College Antalya. The college will also pour more resources into their cultivation. Annie had already entered the inner yard for nearly 4 years, and had just recently promoted to a level 2 apprentice warlock. Wanting to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within the remaining 2 years was practically impossible. The enormous pressure forced her to make the best use of her time to study all the time. When Ina heard that, her pretty complexion changed, she said somewhat weakly and bitterly, to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years, how could it be that simple? Only Fernandro clan's Jessica, Bond clan's Ken's, Mazad clan's Ren, these geniuses with spirit aptitudes as high as level 6, only then would have absolute certainty in promoting to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years. For us students with spirit aptitudes of only level 4, wanting to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock within 6 years is really too difficult. When Annie heard that, she also gave a slight sigh. Just at this moment, Yang Feng entered the appraisal room. Ina's face at once surged with a touch of a professional smile. Hello, this is Warlock College Antalya's Apprentice Warlock's Comprehensive Appraisal Room. May I ask if you're here to be appraised as an apprentice warlock? Yang Feng said with a slight smile, that's right. I'm Yang Feng. What? You're Yang Feng? Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng? Ina was immediately gobsmacked, her eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. The professional smile on Annie's face also flashed with a touch of astonishment. Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng's spirit aptitude was only inferior level 1, this information was known by practically the entire Warlock College Antalya. According to common sense, it was practically impossible for people with this kind of spirit aptitude to promote to an apprentice warlock in their lifetime. Now that Yang Feng came to be appraised as an apprentice warlock, it was simply inconceivable. Yang Feng said faintly, that's right. Ina apologized towards Yang Feng, I'm very sorry, I forgot myself. Please cast a level 0 spell. Illumination. Yang Feng pointed with his hand and a sphere of radiance flickered in front of him. Ina nodded and said, it's indeed a level 0 spell. Please show me the continent's common language. Basic divine language. Basic dragon language. Basic fiend language. Basic elven language. Basic planes. Basic mathematics. Basic geometry. Basic biology. Basic botany. Basic elemental studies. Tarandit subcontinent's modern history transcript. Those basic subjects mainly focused on memory ability. Yang Feng had the smart glasses, this great cheating tool, and he easily obtained an outstanding grade in all the subjects. Ina carefully examined the transcript produced by Yang Feng and said with a slight smile, please wait a moment. Before long, Ina handed Yang Feng a set of grey robes with a copper thread. This apprentice warlock's robe has a level 0 dirt removal spell enchanted on it, it's worth at least 300 gold coins. After promoting to a level 1 apprentice warlock, you'll get one for free. Chapter 54. Any alchemy items related to warlocks are outrageously expensive, that apprentice warlock's Chongpao doesn't have any defensive capabilities and doesn't look very beautiful or gorgeous. It's at least 300 gold coins, ordinary people simply can't afford it. Anya suddenly said, Yang Feng, if you really want to go further on the warlock's path, I recommend you to read a book, Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, then give me a copy of his Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice and all level 0 spell books. Black Cottage also has a lot of level 0 spell books. But Black Cottage's spell books definitely can't compare to Warlock College Antalia's spell books. Now that Yang Feng is rich, he basically doesn't need to worry about magic stones. Ina's pretty face welled up with a touch of redness, her voice at once became a lot gentler. Soul Aptitude and Warlock's Path Choice greater than 500 magic stones per book, level 0 spell books are 20 magic stones per book, now there are 752 level 0 spell books, that's a total of 11,940 magic stones. Ordinary apprentice warlocks are generally very stingy, they basically buy spell books one at a time. Moreover, they specifically pick those spell books that are useful to them, they basically won't buy extra spell books. Those apprentice warlocks with the backing of warlock clans are even more disdainful of those level 0 spells. Ina has been here for so long, but it's still the first time she's encountered such a big business. She can get a 1,000th commission from the business. This time's transaction, she and Anya can get 12 magic stones. This naturally made her extremely excited. Yang Feng took out that magic crystal card, inserted it into a box inscribed with bizarre runes, entered the transaction amount and at once crossed off that 11,940 magic stones. Ina's voice became increasingly sweeter as she said, do you want to pick up the goods now, or do you want us to help you deliver them tonight? Yang Feng said, deliver them to my room tonight. Ina said softly, yes. Yang Feng turned around and left Warlock College Antalia's apprentice warlock's comprehensive rating room. Ina looked at Yang Feng's back, her eyes brimming with jealousy and envy, she sighed faintly and said, 100 days, in just 100 days, a person with inferior level 1 soul aptitude promoted to an apprentice warlock. The Steel Lord behind him is really too rich. His life is too good. Annie's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. She said in a low voice, yes. If I had 1% of his resources, promoting to a rank 3 apprentice warlock wouldn't be a problem. The most important reason that restricts the rapid progress of those apprentice warlocks is magic stones. One magic stone cost 135 gold coins, and 3 magic stones cost 405 gold coins. This huge sum of money was equivalent to the accumulation of several generations of small nobles like Zhao Jiang. Ina and Annie were from warlock clans, but their clans only gave them 10 magic stones every year. A level 0 spellbook cost 20 magic crystals. A year of hard work might only earn them 1 or 2 level 0 spell tomes. Moreover, once promoted to an apprentice warlock, buying all kinds of knowledge from a teacher would require a huge amount of magic stones. Without magic stones, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the world of warlocks. Ina and Anya were born from a small warlock clan, level 0 spells basically used the clan's inherited spell books, they wouldn't purchase them from Warlock College Antalya. But even if they were so meticulous, the cost of buying all kinds of knowledge still pressured them to the point of being unable to breathe. Warlock College Antalya's outer court students had 10% of them being eliminated every year, the main reason was because they lacked money and were unable to learn all kinds of knowledge. In the inner court, a large number of apprentice warlocks were eliminated every year, the main reason was the lack of magic stones. In the world of warlocks, there was a saying that magic stones aren't omnipotent, but without magic stones, it's absolutely impossible. Yang Feng was wearing an apprentice warlock's robe. As soon as he entered Warlock College Antalya's outer court, he attracted countless gazes. An apprentice warlock appearing in the outer court was a very rare thing. As inner court elites, apprentice warlocks were basically very busy with learning all kinds of knowledge and earning magic stones. Very few people would come to the outer court. That's Steel City's Xiaofan. He actually promoted to an apprentice warlock. How is that possible? Isn't he merely an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude? How could he possibly cultivate so fast? With an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude, how could he possibly cultivate so fast? It hasn't even been 4 months since he joined Warlock College Antalya, yet he was already promoted to an apprentice warlock. In the end, how many precious elixirs did he drink? The Steel Lord really dotes on him. His uncle really dotes on him. Xiaofan had already become a celebrity. There was practically no one in Warlock College Antalya's outer court who didn't know him. Seeing him actually promoted to an apprentice warlock, those outer court students were brimming with envy and jealousy. As long as one wasn't an idiot, then one would understand that for Xiaofan to be able to promote to an apprentice warlock with an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude in such a short period of time, he definitely consumed countless precious elixirs. In fact, a bottle of Blue Mirage was worth more than 5,000 magic stones. Moreover, it was priceless. If it wasn't for consuming a large amount of Blue Mirage, then Xiaofan wouldn't have been able to promote to an apprentice warlock in such a short period of time. While the other students were still struggling for a few magic stones, Xiaofan had already consumed more than 250,000 magic stones worth of elixirs. 250,000 magic stones was enough for a superior level 5 spirit aptitude apprentice warlock to comfortably promote to a level 1 warlock. After consuming such a huge amount of resources, it was very normal for him to promote to an apprentice warlock. Under those envious and jealous gazes, Xiaofan returned to his dormitory. Gars, Bella, Irene and Luke, the 4 people, after receiving the news, immediately rushed to Xiaofang's dormitory. Gar's gaze was complex as he stared at Xiaofan. His heart was filled with mixed feelings as he congratulated Xiaofan. Congratulations on promoting to an apprentice warlock and becoming an inner court elite. Bella and the other 2 stared at Xiaofan with gazes brimming with complex emotions. A super good-for-nothing with an inferior level 1 spirit aptitude, his aptitude was more than 100 times worse than theirs. For such a good-for-nothing's cultivation speed to be so far ahead of theirs, the only possibility was that he had consumed the best elixirs. Xiaofan asked, "What about Leo?" Gar said lightly, "He's dead. During an adventure, he died under the curse of a freak." Bella and the other 2's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. Warlock College Antalya's tuition fee was very high. All kinds of knowledge required a large amount of gold coins to purchase. A lot of lesser aristocrats simply couldn't afford such a high tuition fee. They could only participate in some dangerous adventures to earn gold coins. That high tuition fee was like a natural barrier, blocking a lot of commoners as well as a lot of lesser aristocrats from entering the warlock's path. If Xiaofan had holed up in Autumn Leaf Town, then he wouldn't be able to step on the warlock's path for the rest of his life. Chapter 55. After the small celebration banquet, Xiaofan went to the study, took out the book Soul Aptitude and the Warlock Path's Choice and carefully studied it. The more he studied, the heavier Xiaofang's complexion became. After a long time, Xiaofang's complexion was gloomy. He put down the book and slowly sighed. It turns out that if one's soul aptitude is unable to reach inferior level 4, then one can't promote to an official level 1 warlock through Orthodox Warlock Secret Method. Orthodox Warlock Secret Method was to continuously strengthen one's physical constitution and improve one's spirit force during the apprentice warlock stage. When his physical quality reached the limit of what he could bear, he would use a secret method to condense his soul power and form a sea of spiritual force with a soul seed as the core in his sea of consciousness. Then, he would solidify a level 1 spell in the sea of spiritual force, turning it into an innate spell that he could instantly cast. Once the sea of spirit force with the soul seed as the core takes shape, an apprentice warlock will become an official warlock. their soul will continuously grow under the nourishment of the sea of spirit force. After strengthening their soul force, warlocks can continue to strengthen their physical constitution through various means, strengthen their lifespan, and continuously transform into extraordinary life forms. Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks and wizards of other planes were different, their fleshly bodies were also incomparably formidable, comparable to many extraordinary life forms. So long as one is promoted to a level 1 warlock, even if they don't use any defensive spells, pistol bullets simply won't be able to penetrate their bodies. The fleshly bodies of those pinnacle level 1 warlocks were continuously strengthened to the point that even rifle bullets couldn't penetrate them. The reason why those formidable level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks were killed by Yang Feng was because his mechanical legion was too large and too powerful. The soul force of a lower rank 4 soul aptitude was too weak. Their soul was unable to condense into a soul seed. Once it was forcefully condensed, only death awaited them. Yang Feng said in a deep voice, NR 3796, immediately analyzed to what extent can my soul aptitude increase to after using mermaid tears. Begin modeling. Analyze. The result will be out in 10 seconds. Analysis complete. Master, you can use the mermaid's tears potion to raise your soul aptitude to upper rank 3. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and said in a low voice, superior level 3? How's the analysis of Fei Duishan's Banshee's tears? Can you synthesize it? Current analysis progress is 24.5%. It can't be synthesized. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and thought silently, Blue Mirage, Mermaid Tears, these are relatively the most common elixirs capable of promoting one's soul aptitude in Tyrannid subcontinent. Apart from that, there was no easy potion that could increase the aptitude of the soul. In that case, don't tell me I have to take the path of a Blood Meridian Warlock? The orthodox Warlock path rejects a lot of people with insufficient soul aptitudes outside of the Warlock path. Before the Second Warlock dynasty, the entire origin world only had orthodox warlocks. The founder of the Second Warlock dynasty, the Taboo Great Emperor, was a person whose soul aptitude was merely inferior level 3. When he was weak, the Second Warlock dynasty's Taboo Great Emperor exchanged knowledge with a formidable being from another plane, and transplanted a formidable variant Blood Meridians, breaking the myth that people with insufficient soul aptitudes couldn't promote to warlocks. The Taboo Great Emperor strengthened step by step through countless taboo experiments, and finally founded the Second Warlock dynasty. Since the time of the Great Taboo Emperor, the Blood Meridian Warlock path became popular and became one of the two mainstream Warlock paths. Apart from the Orthodox Warlock and the Blood Meridian Warlock, there were still other paths to promote to an official Warlock. For example, carrying out a transaction with a formidable being from another plane, such as a devil, a fiend, or a god, and then having the other party forcibly promote their soul aptitude and promote to a warlock in one fell swoop. However, that method would most likely turn you into the other party's puppet. Moreover, there were many repercussions. Yang Feng only looked at it for a moment, and then chose to give up. The Blood Meridian Warlock path wasn't that easy to tread. In order to become a Blood Meridian Warlock, the first step was to possess a formidable life form's blood meridians. In order to become a Dragon Meridian Warlock, then one would have to slaughter 3 dragons and extract their blood essence, then use all kinds of incomparably precious materials to go through countless refinements. Only then would one be able to refine a tube of transplantable dragon's blood meridian's essence. The second step required a cultivation secret method that was compatible with the blood meridians. Without a secret method, even if one had the blood meridian's essence, it would still be useless. However, once one became a Blood Meridian Warlock, one's cultivation speed would advance by leaps and bounds, and one would practically not encounter any bottlenecks during cultivation, until the evolution potential of the Blood Meridian life form was exhausted. A white dragon would generally possess great Warlock rank battle prowess after reaching adulthood. If one extracted the blood meridians of a white dragon and transplanted it, then once the evolution potential of a white dragon blood meridian warlock reached Great Warlock, then the potential would be exhausted, and one would no longer be able to advance by even an inch. Yang Feng silently thought, if one doesn't have the blood meridians of a first-rate life form, then even if one obtained a cultivation secret method, it would still be useless. No wonder Blitz would so easily agree to let me choose a secret method that can be cultivated until Great Warlock rank. Even if I obtained a secret method, it would still be useless, unless I'm willing to merely become a level 1 or level 2 warlock, and casually hunt some extraordinary life forms comparable to level 2 warlocks and extract their blood meridians. After truly setting foot on the warlock path, only then did Yang Feng discover how important talent was. His inferior level 1 soul aptitude was truly too terrible. If he originally possessed superior level 3 soul aptitude, then he wouldn't need to worry about his soul aptitude. Warlock College Antalya only accepted students with level 4 or higher soul aptitude. That's because only students with level 4 or higher soul aptitude had the possibility of becoming level 1 warlocks, only then would they be worth nurturing. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the other small forces would accept some students with level 2 or level 3 soul aptitude and nurture them into apprentice warlocks, then use them to do odd jobs and so on, basically not being valued. Early the next morning, a series of knocking sounds came from outside Yang Feng's dormitory. "It's you?" Yang Feng opened the door and discovered that it was precisely Anya standing outside the door. Anya said with a slight smile, "Hello, Yang Feng, I'm Anya. You're the inner court's guide." Yang Feng said with a courteous smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Warlock College Antalya's inner court was the place where apprentice warlocks as well as many official warlocks resided. There were many taboos. After every outer court student promoted to an apprentice warlock, an old inner court student would be dispatched to greet the new inner court student. At the junction between Warlock College Antalya's inner court and outer court, there was a gate. In front of the gate was a huge wolf-shaped boulder. Anya arrived before the huge wolf-shaped boulder and said respectfully, "Hello, Dalemk Darren. This is Yang Feng who has just promoted to an apprentice warlock." Chapter 56. That huge wolf-shaped boulder opened its eyes. That pair of white stone ball-like eyes swept Yang Feng with a glance, then continued to lie down and said coldly, "I've already remembered the scent of his soul, take him inside." Extraordinary life form Stone Clan's Moloch Wolf, that was the scientific name of that huge wolf-shaped boulder. This extraordinary life form's main body was an extremely high-quality boulder, regardless of whether it was magic resistance or physical resistance, both were extremely terrifying. Adult Moloch wolves possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Moreover, they possessed a formidable racial innate skill, being able to smell the scent of anyone's soul. In the world of warlocks, there were a variety of strange spells capable of changing, distorting and concealing one's true appearance. But the scent of the soul couldn't be changed. Apart from some special experts, even great warlock rank experts' perception regarding the scent of the soul couldn't compare to that of a Moloch wolf. With this Moloch wolf standing guard in front of the gate, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to change their appearance and sneak into Warlock College Antalya's inner court. Yang Feng bowed slightly towards that Moloch wolf in salute. "I've seen Dalemko Darren. The lifespan of humans was very short. An official level 1 human warlock had a lifespan of approximately 200 to 300 years. A level 2 warlock had a lifespan of approximately 300 to 400 years. A level 3 warlock had a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. Only great warlocks had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. But the extraordinary life form Moloch wolf needed more than 400 years to reach adulthood, their lifespan even more reaching up to several thousand years. This adult Moloch wolf was also a formidable extraordinary life form with wisdom. Its status in Warlock College Antalya was extremely high, even comparable to a member of the Council of Elders. Yang Feng didn't dare to be disrespectful towards such an extraordinary life form. Delemko didn't budge, as if an ordinary stone statue. There was no movement. Anya brought Yang Feng through the gate separating the outer court and the inner court, directly entering the inner court. Once he entered the inner court, Yang Feng felt a formidable elemental particle by far surpassing that of the outer court pervading the space. After these days of diligent study, Yang Feng already understood the fundamental principles of warlock cultivation. Warlock cultivation was to use special methods to absorb all kinds of wandering elemental particles to strengthen their physical constitution and nourish their soul force. Soul power was a transcendent lifeform's most fundamental source of power. If one's soul power couldn't be improved, their body wouldn't be able to continue evolving. The most crucial step for an apprentice warlock to promote to an official warlock is to condense a soul seed, then use the soul seed as the core to open up a spirit force sea, break through the limits of the human body, and evolve towards an extraordinary life form. Only then can one solidify a level, one innate spell in their spirit force sea. The powerful elemental particles were very beneficial for strengthening the body and nourishing the soul. In the inner court, Warlock College Antalya used all kinds of extraordinary methods to gather extremely rich elemental particles. Cultivating in such an environment was dozens of times faster than cultivating in the outer court. There was a 3-storied Warlock Pagoda in Black Cottage. Inside the 3-storied Warlock Pagoda, only the elemental pool and the core cultivation room had elemental particles that were slightly better than the inner court's environment. As expected of one of the 6 sacred cultivation grounds of Tarandit's subcontinent, it really deserves its reputation. Yang Feng slightly operated magic notes tighten and felt a formidable energy particle enter his body, making him feel very comfortable. In Warlock College Antalya's inner court, there were Warlock Pagodas one after another. Each Warlock Pagoda was at least 4-storied in height. The construction cost of a Warlock Pagoda was extremely expensive. Generally, some small Warlock clans simply couldn't afford to build a Warlock Pagoda. Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda was also established after spending several generations of time and money. Moreover, it was still a 3-storied Warlock Pagoda. It simply couldn't compare to Warlock College Antalya's Warlock Pagoda. Yang Feng roughly counted and discovered that the number of Warlock Pagodas reached as high as several hundred. Those several hundred Warlock Pagodas vaguely formed a mysterious formation, surrounding and protecting the 9 7-storied Warlock Pagodas. At the core of the Warlock Pagodas, there was a huge energy-absorbing ancient tree reaching into the sky. One could vaguely see rays of light flickering on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Warlock College Antalya certainly has precious elixirs capable of promoting one's soul aptitude. However, such precious elixirs are certainly few in number. Moreover, they can only be grasped by level 3 warlocks or great warlocks. Unless I can capture Warlock College Antalya, otherwise, I simply can't get my hands on them. Inside a Warlock Pagoda, warlocks can basically resist enemies 1 rank higher than them. If Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were to stand guard within the college, then my Mechanical Legion's odds of success would be too low. Unless my forces can expand by several tens of times. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased tightly as he calculated within his mind. Yang Feng had already gone all out to develop the mineral resources within his territory. Under his crazy mining, Blackrock Town's mineral resources had already started to dry up. On one hand, he was sizing up and purchasing iron ore. On the other hand, he was looking for new mineral resources within his territory. Even so, the raw materials in his hands were already far from being able to satisfy his production capacity. The amount of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion within his territory was already very large, but he still didn't have any certainty in defeating Warlock College Antalya. The more he cultivated the Warlock path, the more he could feel the strength of a high-level warlock. Yang Feng sighed slightly within. What a pity, now the territories already have a master. Moreover, they all have the shadow of a great warlock behind them. Wanting to expand is too difficult. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every place had a master, even though those places were controlled by some warlock clans or small forces. But they all had the shadow of a great warlock behind them. After Yang Feng captured Steel City, it was already his limit. Warlock College Antalya had already started to suppress his expansion. Unless he was willing to attack Savage Claw's territory, otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to expand. Savage Claw was a formidable force that was slightly more powerful than Warlock College Antalya. He wasn't willing to carelessly provoke such a terrifying existence. Yang Feng silently calculated within, Tyrannid subcontinent's fertile places have already been occupied. I can think of a way to look for some desolate areas to occupy. Solar energy, hydroelectric power, thermal power, wind power, and even nuclear power can be utilized. However, I have to complete my warlock studies before I can carry them out. In NR 3796's technology tree, nuclear power wasn't considered to be too advanced technology. At present, it was already possible to manufacture large-scale nuclear power plants. However, in order to manufacture a large-scale nuclear power plant, it still required a series of prerequisites, such as a heavy water refinery. At present, all kinds of prerequisites were being constructed within Yang Feng's territory. He only needed another year, then Yang Feng could manufacture a large-scale nuclear power plant, as well as officially produce weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear warheads. Chapter 57. Anya gave Yang Feng a detailed explanation regarding the various taboos of Warlock College Antalya's inner court, while bringing Yang Feng inside a warlock pagoda. Anya lightly knocked on a door and said, "Teacher Eunice, I've brought Yang Feng. Come in." The door opened and a voice brimming with magnetism sounded. Yang Feng stepped into the room, then saw the peerlessly beautiful Eunice wearing a blue low-cut chongpao, incomparably languidly leaning on a sofa padded with a white tiger skin. Her slender and beautiful legs extended from within the chongpao, reflecting a beautiful luster. She was holding a book in her hands and was casually flipping through it. A beautiful elf clan young lady with a pair of pointy ears, fair skin, a sexy figure and an extremely beautiful appearance was currently massaging Eunice's calf. Elf. A sweet fragrance came from within the room, coupled with the room's alluring and beautiful scenery, making Yang Feng's heart slightly moved. He immediately shifted his gaze and lowered his head, not daring to look towards Eunice's direction. This was Warlock College Antalya's headquarters. If Yang Feng made any unusual movements, then Eunice could casually slap him, this little level 1 apprentice warlock, to death. The name of Steel Lord could intimidate and threaten a small warlock clan like Sanger clan, but it was useless against a colossus like Warlock College Antalya. Elves, this life form, weren't indigenous to Tyrannid subcontinent, but rather a species that warlocks had captured from other planes. After continuous indiscriminate hunting, the number of purebred elves was already very scarce. Once they appeared, they would basically become the playthings of bigwigs. Eunice actually had a purebred elf here. Her strength by far surpassed that of an ordinary level 1 warlock. Eunice used that somewhat bewitching gaze to sweep Yang Feng with a glance, then lightly smiled. "Yang Feng. So it's you. It seems like Steel City's Yang Yi is truly sparing no effort towards you, his only blood relative, to actually use Blue Mirage Elixir to push you into an apprentice warlock." Yang Feng heard Eunice's bewitching and sweet laughter, his blood unconsciously boiled, the flames of lust welled up, he was practically unable to control himself. At this moment, the level 1 secret treasure green heart in Yang Feng's bosom released a cool and refreshing force that entered his body, directly suppressing the flames of lust within him, allowing him to return to normal. Is this a charm spell? Or is it the power of charm inherent in her blood meridians? Yang Feng regained his reason, cold sweat flowed down his back, completely drenching his clothes. He could imagine that once he lost his mind to his desires and did something irrational, only death awaited him. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his heart shivering. somewhat puzzled. What's going on? I've never offended her. Why would she have so much malice towards me? Eunice swept the green heart on Yang Feng's neck with a glance, her eyebrows creased slightly. She took out 2 crystal balls and said somewhat coldly, every student that enters the inner court has a chance to obtain free knowledge. This was my expertise in mutated biology and extraordinary botany. Choose one. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows again. Variant biology and extraordinary botany, these 2 subjects were too high-end for apprentice warlocks. For an apprentice warlock, the best subjects are spell principles and level 0 spell model analysis, these 2 basic subjects. Mutated life forms and extraordinary plants, these were existences that only official warlocks had the qualifications to study. The majority of those mutated life forms and extraordinary plants had the terrifying strength of official warlocks, only official warlocks could subdue and study those freaks. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast and he made a choice. I choose extraordinary botany. Peak alchemical elixirs involved a lot of precious extraordinary plants. Extraordinary botany was also one of the prerequisite subjects for intermediate alchemy. Blue mirage and mermaid tears, these kinds of peak alchemical elixirs could only be refined by warlocks that had grasped intermediate alchemy. Eunice flicked her finger, a crystal ball directly shattered, a plant-like green smoke flew out from the crystal ball and directly entered the space between Yang Feng's eyebrows. Countless information, countless data turned into an incomparably huge information stream that fiercely assaulted Yang Feng's brain. That huge amount of information nearly crashed his brain, making him fall to the ground. He struggled in pain and couldn't help but issue bursts of anguished howls. Giggle. Eunice looked at Yang Feng who had fallen to the ground and was struggling in pain. She issued a delightful and bewitching laugh. At the same time she reached into the elven clothes beside her and started to fiddle with them. That beautiful elf also issued bursts of moans that could make people blush and their hearts palpitate. Fuck. I'm going to be played to death by this crazy woman. Yang Feng endured the sharp pain in his head and at once crushed a piece of wood in his pocket. Wisps of black smoke rose from the piece of wood, condensing into an owl that emanated powerful energy fluctuations in the void. That owl's eyes swept Yang Feng who was rolling on the ground in pain with a glance. It opened its mouth and spat out Eutarax's voice. Eunice, did this youngster violate the rules of the academy and offend you? Eunice put away her careless look and said lightly, I was just teasing him. Eutarax, are you this youngster's nanny? Eutarax said coldly, his uncle Yang Yi is a good friend of mine. I don't want to see such a thing happen a second time. Eunice had a provocative expression on her face as she sneered, so what if it happens a second time? He's just a waste without any aptitude for becoming a warlock. Even if it's his uncle, he's just a waste hovering around the pinnacle level, 1 warlock, that's all. Eutarax said lightly, if you do that again next time, I'll complain to the Council of Elders about everything here and have your share of resources reduced. Humph. Eunice's eyebrows creased slightly, she waved her lily-white hand and at once a strange fluctuation of power shrouded Yang Feng. Yang Feng's severe headache was alleviated, he clenched his teeth and stood up. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, she waved her hand and said, Scram. Yang Feng resisted his hatred, slightly bowed towards Eunice in salute and then left. A trifling level, 1 apprentice warlock in front of an official warlock was still like an ant. How did you offend your teacher? Once he left Eunice's warlock pagoda, the owl possessed by Eutarax opened its mouth and asked. Yang Feng said with a bitter smile, I also don't know. In Warlock College Antalya, apart from the time when he entered the school, Yang Feng flipped out. The rest of the time, he honestly and unceasingly studied all kinds of knowledge. He and Eunice practically didn't have any interactions. He also couldn't understand why this woman would target him. That woman isn't simple, don't provoke her again, otherwise I won't be able to protect you. You still have 1 more chance to get my help, pay attention. The owl possessed by Euthyrax warned Yang Feng, then gradually collapsed and turned into ashes. Chapter 58. This vicious woman, sooner or later I'll make you pay the price for today's matter. Yang Feng gave Eutyrax's warlock pagoda a deep glance, his eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, then he turned around and left. After joining the inner court, Yang Feng was busy learning all kinds of knowledge every day. Every day in the inner court, there would be some official warlocks who would come to give some free basic public lectures. The most precious knowledge required a large amount of magic stones to be traded. A lot of inner court students, in order to obtain knowledge, would go around doing missions in exchange for some magic stones to exchange for knowledge and cultivation resources. Yang Feng had the support of Steel City's wealth, he basically had no shortage of magic stones. Every day, he hungrily studied and digested all kinds of knowledge. He was very clear that his talent was far inferior to that of Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses, even with the help of the super-intelligent robot NR 3796, he still needed to work very hard to be able to catch up to those geniuses. Time passed, a year passed in a flash. Within a practice room, Yang Feng opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Scan my body's constitution." Initiating scan. Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 8. 1. Agility 8. 5. Physique 8. 7. Spirit 9. 2. Blood meridians, Earth's waist. Soul aptitude, superior level, 3. General evaluation, classified as a level 6 life form, evolution potential exhausted. Warning. The host's body's constitution has reached its limit. Continuing to take dragon blood, such a high-energy body-strengthening elixir will instead cause harm to the body. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and gave a wry smile. Sure enough, even a top-notch elixir like dragon blood is still unable to upgrade my body's constitution. In this year, Yang Feng continuously took dragon blood, mermaid tears, such incomparably precious elixirs, advancing all the way, even surpassing Jessica, such a genius with a superior level 6 soul aptitude, directly promoting to a level 3 apprentice warlock. However, his evolution path had already been severed, ordinary resources and elixirs were basically unable to promote him to an official level 1 warlock. Yang Feng casually grabbed a piece of iron and pinched it, directly twisting it out of shape. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. However, my current body's constitution has already far surpassed the past. Even if he doesn't use any magic, he can casually kill a night-level powerhouse with a single punch. When he had just crossed over to Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's body couldn't even beat a peasant. But now, his physical fitness was more than 10 times stronger than before. His combat power had also increased by more than 100 times. Along with the continuous improvement of his physical constitution, Yang Feng's learning ability also grew crazily. He could clearly feel that his learning ability had increased by more than 10 times. Along the path of evolution of warlocks, along with their continuous evolution, their understanding would also constantly increase. Every time they advanced to a higher realm, their physical qualities, learning abilities, and other comprehensive abilities would undergo a huge transformation. The two sides were on completely different levels of life. It was precisely because of this that it was very difficult for a warlock with a lower realm to defeat a warlock with a higher realm. At this moment, a robot standing at the side said in a synthesized voice, "Master, Ina and Annie request an audience." Yang Feng said lightly, "Have them wait for me in the reception room." Yes. Yang Feng went to the bathroom to take a hot bath, changed his clothes and then walked towards the direction of the living room. When Annie and Irene saw Yang Feng, they felt the formidable life force pervading his body. That formidable life force completely suppressed their own life force. At once, they understood that he had already promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock. Annie's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of a complex color, her voice carried a trace of jealousy. "Yang Feng, congratulations on promoting to a level 3 apprentice warlock. Irene's eyes also flashed with a whiff of jealousy, but she flattered, so amazing. Yang Feng, your rate of progress is really amazing. In your batch, your rate of progress is the fastest. A year ago, Annie and Irene were already level 2 apprentice warlocks. A year later, they were still level 2 apprentice warlocks. Their progress was extremely small. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said modestly, I was just lucky. The various resources Yang Feng spent this year, if converted into magic stones, would be enough to let a level 1 apprentice warlock with a superior level for soul aptitude promote to an official level 1 warlock. His promotion to a level 3 apprentice warlock was also a matter of course. Annie had a solemn expression as she said in a deep voice, Yang Feng, have you heard of golden blood? Yang Feng was slightly stunned, his gaze congealed and he said in a deep voice, golden blood? Don't tell me it's the Aurum clan's blood essence that can purify souls and upgrade soul aptitude? Aurum clan was a race discovered by the founder of the second warlock dynasty, Taboo Lord, when he was colonizing a different plane. The Aurum clan's blood essence had the mysterious power to purify souls and upgrade a cultivator's soul aptitude. Taboo Lord practically massacred the Aurum clan's experts, extracting their blood essence to substantially upgrade his soul aptitude. Only then did he break the curse of his low soul aptitude. He advanced by leaps and bounds on the warlock path, and finally became the founder of the second warlock dynasty, as well as one of the 10 strongest people in the history of this plane. The Aurum clan's blood essence had such a miraculous effect, it naturally attracted the covetous gazes of countless warlocks. After a long time, the Aurum clan had basically been massacred. The remaining Aurum clan also left their original planes one after another, scattering and hiding in various planes, becoming existences that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. In Tyrannid subcontinent, only a single vial of golden blood had appeared in an auction house in the last several millennia. The preciousness of golden blood could be imagined. It was a treasure that even existences above great warlock rank would go crazy for. That's right, it's the legendary golden blood. Anya nodded and continued, when I was traveling in the obscure mountain range, I obtained information about a relic. That relic is the headquarters of an intermediate warlock organization, Gloom Cave, of the Third Warlock Dynasty. The golden blood that was auctioned in Tyrannid subcontinent previously came from a relic of Gloom Cave. There's a great possibility that Gloom Cave's headquarters still has golden blood. After all, although golden blood was precious in the era of the Third Warlock Dynasty, but it wasn't as rare as it was in the modern era. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said in a deep voice, the relic of Gloom Cave's headquarters? Such a place is extremely dangerous, it's not a place that apprentice warlocks like us can explore. Level 3 warlocks and above, every single one of them was an extremely terrifying extraordinary life form. As long as they didn't control it, just a little bit of their life force would leak out and combine with the rich energy particles, then it would form a variety of strange phenomena and some strange and difficult to understand existences. If an ordinary person dared to enter a place where level 3 warlocks and above resided, then they would definitely die. Gloom Cave was an intermediate organization of the Third Warlock Dynasty, it definitely had a great warlock or even an expert keeping watch. Such a relic was definitely extremely dangerous, it wasn't a place that ordinary apprentice warlocks could explore. Even if a level 1 warlock entered, it would also be extremely dangerous. Chapter 59. A scorching light flashed in Annie's eyes as she said, the location of the Gloom Cave's headquarters is naturally not something we can explore. However, as long as we explore the periphery, the resources we obtain will be enough to promote us to warlocks. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, a peculiar glint flickered in the abyss of his eyes, and he said with a light smile, okay, I'll participate. Anya said, Yang Feng, since you agreed to join us in the exploration. In that case, he was not allowed to tell anyone else about this information. Not even your uncle, Yang Yi. Otherwise, if an official warlock were to participate in the exploration, we wouldn't be able to enjoy the resources inside. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and sank into his thoughts. Aaron hurriedly said, "It won't be too late to tell your uncle about the ruins after we've explored it. In any case, after this time, we will also tell our teachers about the ruins." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and he said, "All right, I won't tell my uncle about this." After discussing the details for a while, Annie and Nana left. "Has it finally begun? They're really concerned about me." Yang Feng looked at the backs of the two women leaving, his eyes gradually becoming frigid, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like I have to make early preparations." Yang Feng quickly arrived at the inner courts trading hall. 5 magic stones for a kilogram of searing steel. Looking for necromancy ink for 20 magic stones. Selling my optimized level 0 cantrip model for 10 magic stones. I'll explain the theory behind a level 0 cantrip for 5 magic crystals. In the inner courts trading hall, there was a lot of trading information pasted in a corner. In the center of the transaction hall, dressed in an apprentice warlock's robe, with a sexy figure and a rather gorgeous appearance, a blonde beauty of approximately 31 or 32 years of age sat there. Yang Feng directly went in front of that gorgeous beauty and said lightly, "I want to buy level 1 spell models." "How many level 1 spell models are there?" That blonde beauty gave Yang Feng a glance, her eyes flashed with a whiff of jealousy and envy. She said softly, "Level 1 spell model. 8,000 magic stones for a basic spell model. At present, there are 282 level 1 spell models here. So expensive." Yang Feng immediately inhaled a mouthful of cold air. So many level 1 spell models, worthy of Warlock College Antalya. Currently, Steel City's annual income was only 3,000 magic crystals. A level 1 spell model cost 8,000 magic stones. This huge sum of money gave the rich and imposing Yang Feng a headache. In these 2 years, Yang Feng had already spent 100,000 magic stones of Fernandro clan's compensation of 300,000. After all, even if NR 3796 were to directly synthesize Blue Mirage, Mermaid Tears, Dragon Blood, and other alchemy potions, he would still need to purchase a lot of precious materials. Rank 1 spell models were also extremely precious. There were only 15 rank 1 spell models in the entire Black Cottage. Warlock College Antalya's level 1 spell models reached as high as 282, Black Cottage simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Practically any level 1 warlock can find their desired level 1 spell model in Warlock College Antalya. Of course, 8,000 magic stones was also a huge sum of money for an official level 1 warlock. An ordinary level 3 apprentice warlock simply couldn't come up with such a huge sum of money to buy a level 1 spell model. However, once Warlock College Antalya's inner court students were promoted to level 3 apprentice disciples, then warlock clans would come to recruit them. Warlock College Antalya would also provide loan contracts for those level 3 apprentice warlock students to choose from. Warlock College Antalya was able to accumulate such a huge amount of wealth and cultivate several great warlock rank experts by relying on all kinds of methods. Yang Feng silently analyzed, "I have a mechanical legion, I don't need to worry about attack power. What I'm currently lacking the most are defensive spells. Especially defensive spells that resist curses, ghosts, and incomprehensible strange phenomena." Yang Feng said, "Let me take a look at the introduction of the defensive level 1 spell model." That blonde beauty flicked her finger, a radiance shot out from a rhombus-shaped crystal on the table, forming a 3D project-like introduction in the air. Level 1 spell warping force field. A warping force field is formed around the body, resisting physical and magical attacks. The degree of resistance to physical and magical attacks is medium. Level 1 spell steel skin. The surface of the body is transformed into steel skin. High-grade physical resistance, low-grade magical resistance. Level 1 Spell Partial Zombification. The surface of the body is zombified. High-grade physical resistance, low-grade magical resistance. Level 1 Spell Flame Ring. A circle of magic flames is formed around the body. Low-grade physical resistance, medium-grade magical resistance, high-grade fire spell resistance. One after another, defensive spells appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. He silently used his glasses to record the introductions of those level 1 defensive spells into his database. Yang Feng casually tossed a magic stone into the blonde beauty's hand. Let me take a look at the introductions of the other offensive spells, this is your tip. That blonde beauty's eyes flashed with a whiff of delight, she flicked her finger and a radiance entered that rhombus-shaped crystal. That rhombus-shaped crystal flashed with radiance, the introductions of all kinds of level 1 spells appeared before Yang Feng's eyes and were recorded into his database one by one. Yang Feng quickly picked out 20 spell models. I want 20 level 1 spell models. Warping Force Field, Prophetic Perception, Prophetic Interference, Holy Dispel, Magic Eye, Fireball, Gale Revolving, Minor Heal, Dark Fog, Poison Dispel, Elementary Summon, Flame Ring, Flame Resistance, Brute Force, Spirit Eye, Shadow Hand, Frost, Stone to Mud, Rock Armor, Lightning Burst. That blonde beauty was startled, her smile became even sweeter and sweeter, a total of 160,000 magic stones. Ordinary apprentice warlocks would hesitate again and again before clenching their teeth and buying a level 1 spell model. Yang Feng now bought 20 level 1 spell models in one go, he was simply a super big customer. That blonde beauty could also get a 1,000th commission from this transaction, that is, 160 magic stones. Yang Feng took out his magic crystal card and swiped 160,000 magic stones. This is a knowledge crystal, inside it are recorded the 20 spell models that you have chosen. That blonde beauty gave a sweet smile, handed a red crystal to Yang Feng, simultaneously gave him a coquettish look, extended her hand and lightly scratched his palm, stuffed a slip of paper into his hand and gave an ambiguous smile. My name is Emma, this is the address of my room, come and play when you have time. Tarandit subcontinent's atmosphere was relatively open, many aristocratic youngsters at the age of 13 or 14 would have their first experience with their maids. If aristocratic young ladies were to marry, then their lifestyle would be slightly better, but after marriage, the number of aristocratic ladies who were unrestrained wasn't small. In Warlock College Antalya, the matter of female apprentice warlocks exchanging their bodies for resources was also not uncommon. For Emma to be able to sit in this comfortable position, she obviously paid a lot of price. Yang Feng put that slip of paper into his pocket, gave Emma a slight smile, then turned around and left the hall. Chapter 60. More than 10 kilometers west of Warlock College Antalya, in a small inn at the edge of the main road, in the largest room, there were 4 people sitting at a huge table. 2 of the women were precisely Anya and Irene. One of the other 2 was a young man dressed in a grey apprentice warlock's chongpao. The cuffs of the chongpao had 3 copper threads, he had hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, his whole body was filled with traces of a bloody aura. The other person was a man with a body as sturdy as a bear. He was dressed in a grey warlock's chongpao, the cuffs of the chongpao had 3 copper threads, he had short blue hair and there was an animal claw mark on the left side of his face. The young man with traces of a bloody aura around his body stared at Anya, his eyebrows tightly creased as he said in a deep voice, Anya, why did you invite him? He's just a good-for-nothing with a good uncle. A guy who was completely piled up with resources. In terms of battle prowess, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to beat a great knight. That kind of guy would only be a burden. Anya's eyebrows arched as she said, Trux, pay attention to your words. Could it be that you've forgotten the lesson of that idiot Bantanya? Or do you want to become the second idiot's laughingstock? Bantanya's matter had already been widely spread in Warlock College Antalya, moreover it was synonymous with idiot and idiot. It was precisely because of this that Yang Feng didn't receive any provocation in Warlock College Antalya. Although the majority of the students were jealous and despised him for relying on his family's power to rapidly promote himself as a good-for-nothing, but no one dared to say any provocative words in front of him. Truck's eyebrows creased slightly, he clenched his fists, he stared at Anya, his eyes flashed with a touch of anger and he said coldly, "Anya, could it be that you want to go inform that good-for-nothing? Could it be that our friendship can't compare to that good-for-nothing? What's so good about him? Isn't it just that he has a good uncle? If it wasn't for his uncle, then he would be nothing. Trucks, don't say any more." The man with an animal claw mark on the left side of his face said in a deep voice. The man with an animal claw mark on his face obviously had a higher status. Once he spoke, Trucks immediately became silent, but Truck's eyes still surged with traces of anger and jealousy. There was a knock on the door. Irene went to open the door. A young man with a head full of short black hair and an ordinary appearance, dressed in a grey apprentice warlock's chongpao with 3 copper lines embroidered on the cuffs, walked into the room under the escort of 2 tall and sturdy men with bear-like bodies, practically carved from the same mold. The young man with short black hair and an oriental face was Yang Feng. Anya swept the 2 bodyguard-like men beside Yang Feng with a glance, her eyebrows raised, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anger and her voice carried a trace of coldness. "Yang Feng, did you tell others about the relic's information?" Trucks disdainfully smiled and ridiculed, I knew it would be like this. Yang Feng, a young master like you really doesn't keep his word. Annie, you must be blind to invite such a guy." The gaze of the man with a claw mark on his face congealed, he sized up the 2 bodyguards beside Yang Feng for a while and then said in a deep voice, "What exquisite mechanical golems. If not for the fact that they don't have any life aura, I would have believed them to be humans. Steel City's Mechanical Golem Legion truly lives up to its reputation." Mechanical golems? Anya was startled, her anger dissipated, she carefully stared at the 2 robots beside Yang Feng for a while, a spirit ripple shrouded the 2 robots and a touch of apology welled up on her face. "I'm sorry, Yang Feng, I misunderstood you." "Humph." Trucks snorted coldly and went silent. The man with a claw mark on his face took the initiative to step forward and said, "I'm Pierre." "Yang Feng, I'm very sorry, this time's exploration is too important for us. Trucks and Anya are somewhat overreacting." Yang Feng said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Since everybody is here," said Pierre. "Then let's set off." No one had any objections, they turned around and left the inn. The obscure mountain range was located at the junction of the 3 great forces, Warlock College Antalya, Savage Claw and Rose Garden. The resources within the obscure mountain range were barren and the environment was dangerous, therefore, the 3 great forces didn't pay attention to this region. All kinds of wanted criminals, scum, non-human races as well as existences that couldn't survive in human society, they all converged in this region, forming small cities. The door of an inn was pushed open, 7 young men and women dressed in adventurers' attire walked in, it was Yang Feng and his entourage. Adventurers were people with martial prowess, they went on adventures everywhere, completed missions and earned money. Their social status was only slightly higher than that of a lord's subjects, they could rely on their adventurer's crest to travel all over the world, wherever there was money to be made, that's where they would be found. The activities of adventurers weren't as romantic as many people imagined, but were instead full of danger, betrayal and death. A relatively valuable treasure might cause a group of adventurers to kill each other. Once they entered the inn, Yang Feng saw that the small inn was packed with people, a large number of adventurers were drinking ale, eating barbecued meat and talking loudly. There were even some adventurers very vulgarly hugging women and molesting them in public. Anya and Irene saw this scene, their eyebrows creased slightly. They were of aristocratic origin, they felt a trace of discomfort towards this scene. They casually found an empty table and sat down. Yang Feng's gaze fell on a maid's body, his eyes revealing a trace of interest. "Is that a beast man?" "No, it should be a woman from the Rabbitman clan, a race similar to humans." The maids in this small inn basically all had a pair of long rabbit ears, a petite figure, appearance similar to that of an ordinary human woman, hair color mainly blue or brown. Their looks were also relatively beautiful. Such rabbit-eared women were called Rabbitman clan, belonging to a race similar to humans. They were also the descendants of playthings that warlocks caught from other worlds. Rabbitman clan didn't have much strength and evolution potential, but they looked petite and cute, belonging to some warlocks' preferred pets. "Hey, beauty. My name is Dolly. How about coming over to play with us? 5 gold coins for one night. I guarantee that you'll have a wonderful night." A tall bald man dressed in leather armor, his body exuding a faint smell of blood, walked over with large strides. As if there was no one else present, he grinned towards Anya and said. In this small inn, the beautiful Anya of aristocratic origin gave people a feeling of being a crane among chickens. Apart from Anya, Irene was also a little beauty. Gazes brimming with greed and desire concentrated on Yang Feng's party. Chapter 61. Yang Feng's mind moved. Scan this person's information. Duo Li, basic attributes, strength 2. 1, agility 1. 9, physique 2. 5, spirit 1. 4, blood meridians, ordinary human. Spirit aptitude, inferior level, 2. General evaluation, currently classified as a level 3 life form. Evolution potential is small. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, brimming with delight. Such a weak guy, mortals are mortals. Although Duo Li looked tall and sturdy, brimming with deterrence compared to Yang Feng's group of 7, but his strength simply couldn't be compared to Yang Feng's group of 7. Before Yang Feng had transmigrated, such a tall and sturdy man like Duo Li was an invincible existence. But now, even if Yang Feng's hand was tied, he could still beat him. Lowly guy, go to hell. Truck's eyes flashed with a whiff of an ominous glint. He stood up as fast as lightning and fiercely punched Duo Li's abdomen with the speed of a clap of thunder. A terrifying power erupted in a flash, directly punching Duo Li, who weighed close to 100 kilograms, sending him flying for more than a dozen meters, knocking down countless chairs along the way. After Duo Li, who was as sturdy as a bear, fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood containing fragments of internal organs and directly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Dead. Duo Li was killed by that guy's punch. Knight, that guy is a knight rank expert. No. Great knight, he's a great knight. The adventurers in the inn at once clamored, their gazes fell on Trucks, brimming with dread and dread. Duo Li's teammates looked at each other, their eyes flashing with anger. But after they were swept by Trucks with a glance, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye, then directly paid the bill and left. The inn was already located in the range of the obscure mountain range. In this range, the fist was the truth. Everyday people died in fights and fights. Those who weren't strong enough would just die if they died. Adventurers were generally existences below the knight rank. A great knight rank expert, even if all the adventurers in the inn attacked together, they would still be massacred. The eyes of the bartender responsible for bartending in the inn flashed with a whiff of a peculiar glint, his eyebrows slightly creased and he remained silent. A maidservant came to the table of Yang Feng and company, a frightened expression on her face, and said timidly, "I'm sorry, sirs, but you broke the tables and chairs." Trucks revealed a trace of an evil smile. He stared at the maid of the rabbit tribe and sinisterly said, "What? Do you want me to compensate you?" "No. No. No. No." The beautiful face of the rabbit race maid turned pale, her delicate body trembled, and her voice trembled. Pierre said indifferently, "That guy's body is yours. The weapons and leather armor on him are enough to pay for our meals and lodging, as well as the compensation for the broken tables and chairs." Pierre didn't have Yang Feng's huge resources. The resources he consumed to promote to a level 3 warlock were obtained from countless life and death situations, and his adventuring experiences were also very rich. If there wasn't a mechanical legion, then 10 Yang Fengs might not necessarily be Pierre's match, a level 3 apprentice warlock who had gone through countless battles step by step. But with the help of the mechanical legion, even 10,000 Pierres wouldn't be a match for Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Thank you. The mate of the rabbit tribe heaved a sigh of relief. She gratefully said a few words and promptly retreated. Several robust men with martial prowess came out from the back of the inn, dragged Dolly's body and disappeared. The rabbit tribe's maids very skillfully came out and carried out the cleanup work. Not long after, the inn was restored to its original state. Only, the voices of those adventurers lowered by a lot, their gazes would from time to time revolve around Truck's body and then move away. After Yang Feng and his entourage simply ate a bit, they then went to their respective rooms to rest. At night, in the basement of the inn, the dim candlelight brought a trace of light to the basement. 3 people were sitting at a table in the room. One of them was the rather handsome bartender. The other one was a malformed tumor on his head, his appearance was ugly, his countenance was malevolent, a middle-aged man. The last one was dressed in black clothes, his skin was wrinkled, his face was covered with age spots, his skin was pale, the space between his eyebrows was shrouded in a layer of black chi. The old man used an unpleasant and hoarse voice to whisper, "Gilels, are you sure those 5 people are apprentice warlocks?" Gilels' eyes flashed with a whiff of disgust as he said, "That's right, Graham Darren, apprentice warlocks have a stinking life force, I can smell it from several li away. They even disguised themselves as adventurers, it seems like their plot isn't small." Graham's eyes flashed with a whiff of doubt as he said, "Why would apprentice warlocks come here? This place is barren of resources and full of dangers, it's simply not a good place for them to gain experience. Could it be that my lord's plan was discovered by them?" Graham's gaze fell on a golden statue in the room, his heart jumped and he whispered. In the center of the room was placed a statue with 3 heads, a wolf's head, a human's head and a tiger's head, a beast-like sturdy body, long claws on both hands and feet, a pair of wings on its back and a scorpion tail. That statue of a devil seemed to be alive, its eyes would turn from time to time, flashing with a cruel and strange radiance, coldly watching the 3 people in the room. The man with a deformed tumor on his head gave a sinister smile, his killing intent surged as he said, "Graham, I'll just go and kill them all. Trifling apprentice warlocks, even if they die, it wouldn't attract too much attention." Graham shook his head slightly and said, "No. They might not have discovered my lord's plan. Those apprentice warlocks have strange means and formidable strength. Lek, you can't act, otherwise, once exposed and spoiled my lord's plan, even if you die 10,000 times, you still wouldn't be able to atone for your crimes." Gilels whispered, "Graham Darren, Dolly was killed by those people. Dolly was a Black Crow's person. We can instigate the Black Crows to act against them and probe their origins." Graham said lightly, "Good. Gilels, I'll leave this matter to you. As long as you accomplish this, then after my lord descends to this world, he absolutely won't forget your merits. As long as you serve him loyally, the Great will definitely bestow you with power and wealth surpassing mortals." Gilels said with some excitement, "Yes. Graham Darren." That statue of a devil looked indifferently at everything that happened in the basement, the depths of its eyes revealed a trace of ridicule, its eyeballs slightly swiveled, it recovered its cruel, callous and formidable form. Graham glanced at a mechanical clock in the basement and said lightly, "It's time, let's begin, Gilels." "Yes, Graham Darren." Gilels' eyes flashed with a touch of excitement, he got up and walked towards a corner of the basement and opened a cloth bag. Inside the cloth bag was a young woman with her mouth covered with tape, she fearfully looked at him and continuously twisted her body. Chapter 62 Gil-Els gave a malevolent smile, tore off the tape on the young woman's mouth, picked up a butcher's knife and ruthlessly stabbed her. Inside the basement, the young woman's painful and mournful screams enveloped the room. Graham and Lek both had excited expressions as they watched this savage scene, their eyes flashing with excitement. The golden freak statue's eyes turned, traces of strange and savage fluctuations of power pervaded the basement. Gil-Els and the other two's eyes instantly became incomparably red under the strange and savage fluctuations of power, completely unlike humans. The screams continued for a while before stopping. Graham held a still beating heart in his hands, raised it high and delivered it to the front of the golden freak statue. "Mighty my lord, please enjoy the offerings of your humble believer, may your glory envelop the endless plains." The golden freak statue at once emitted traces of red radiance, as if it came to life. It opened its mouth and bit down, swallowing the still beating heart. The three-headed golden freak statue's human face revealed a trace of satisfaction. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from its eyes and shrouded Graham's body. Under the red light, Graham's body trembled, and his eyes revealed traces of supreme joy. Traces of powerful fluctuations of power were emitted from his aged body, and the wrinkles and spots on his face also lessened a little. Gil-Els watched this scene, his eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy and envy. According to what he knew, Graham had already lived for nearly 200 years. Apart from warlocks, it was the first time that Gil-Els had seen someone live that long. Under the temptation of a long lifespan and formidable power, he also chose to believe in this formidable being from another plane. On the main road leading to the obscure mountain range, Yang Feng's group of 7 continuously advanced while riding black wildebeests. "Come out. I've already found you." In front of a narrow valley, Yang Feng suddenly pulled the reins, swept the small hillsides on both sides of the valley with a glance, his eyes flashing with a touch of ridicule. Pierre's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, he waved his hand. Trucks and the others also pulled the reins, stopped advancing, their eyes flashing with a touch of vigilance. The 2 sides of the valley path were still quiet, there was no reaction. Annie took out a small bag and opened it. A fist-sized mutant dragonfly flew out. She chanted an incantation and pointed at the mutant dragonfly, and a green light shrouded the dragonfly. The mutant dragonfly flapped its wings and flew towards the other side of the hill. "Damn, it's an apprentice warlock. There's no need for an ambush. Everyone, get out." On the hillside, a burly man wearing a headscarf, with a ferocious appearance and a scimitar in his hand cursed and walked out with his subordinates. More than 200 fully armed warriors dressed in leather armor and armed with weapons appeared on both sides of the hillside. The tall and sturdy man with a headscarf and a scimitar in his hand looked coldly at Yang Feng's group of 7 and said coldly, "I'm Black Raven's second commander Terry. Apprentice warlocks, you killed our Black Raven's member Dolly. Hand over the 20 magic stones and we'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, all of you can stay here." Among the more than 200 warriors, more than 100 of them were armed with military crossbows. Military crossbows were the military's sharp weapons. 10 crossbows had the power to kill a knight rank expert. Those more than 100 military crossbows had the power to kill an apprentice warlock. Black Ravens could be considered as a relatively large force in this region, that's why they could get their hands on those more than 100 incomparably precious military crossbows. Small forces basically couldn't get their hands on them. Even so, Terry was still very cautious and chose to compromise. As long as there was a justifiable reason, he wasn't willing to become enemies with an adventurer's squad that had an apprentice warlock. "Mortals like ants, you still dare to attack us. All of you can go to hell." Trux gave a ferocious smile, he reached out with his hand and lightly touched his back. A magical radiance flickered and the huge copper chest on his back immediately opened. A set of steel armor weighing more than 200 Gene quickly covered his whole body, making him turn into a huge armored man. A magical radiance flashed on Trux's body, his figure flashed and directly rushed towards the direction of the tall and sturdy man like a heavy tank. Truck's cultivation direction was in the direction of a body-tempering warlock. Under the blessing of all kinds of level 0 spells, his fleshly body's strength was even comparable to that of some weak official warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Release the arrows. Terry's complexion changed greatly and he bellowed. The 100 crossbow warriors pulled their triggers one after another and a rain of densely packed arrows shot towards Trucks. Those crossbow bolts that could penetrate an ordinary knight's armor hit Truck's body and directly pierced the armor, making Trucks look like a hedgehog. Under that rain of countless arrows, Trucks rushed into the crowd within a few breaths. He brandished his 2 m-long greatsword and forcefully chopped down, easily beheading 2 Black Raven's members. The Black Raven's members quickly surrounded him and used a variety of weapons to attack Trucks, but they were directly blocked by Truck's body's armor. Then with a backhand slash, he chopped them into pieces. Anya's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She took out a fist-sized beehive from her backpack, she silently recited a few incantations and pointed at the fist-sized beehive. A green radiance directly entered the beehive. The fist-sized beehive immediately swelled and became the size of a bucket. Huge poisonous wasps flew out from the beehive, forming a small insect cloud and flew towards the Black Raven's members. The huge poisonous wasps formed an insect cloud and rolled towards the Black Raven's members. A large number of the Black Raven's members were stung in their exposed body parts, they immediately fell to the ground and struggled in extreme pain. Arcane projectiles. Yang Feng flicked his finger and a cluster of arcane projectiles was directly shot and blasted on the body of a Black Raven's member. That Black Raven's member's chest caved in, he fell to the ground and immediately died. During these 2 years, Yang Feng had always been concentrating on promoting his apprentice warlock rank. He had only grasped one true offensive spell, that was the simplest and most commonly used arcane projectiles. Although his apprentice warlock rank was high, but in terms of methods, he might not necessarily compare to Anya who merely had the cultivation of a level 2 apprentice warlock. Pierre's gaze was cold and detached, he didn't act, but rather conserved his strength and was ready to deal with any possible mishaps. Anya similarly continuously cast arcane projectiles, the simplest level 0 spell, killing one Black Raven's member after another. Chapter 63. For Apprentice Warlocks. Fuck. How come there are so many freaks? When Terry saw this scene, his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair, he clenched his teeth and immediately turned around to flee. After the rest of the Black Crow's warriors saw the second commander flee, they also immediately turned around and abandoned their companions, directly fleeing towards the 2 sides of the ravine. More than 200 fully armed warriors facing 5 apprentice warlocks ended up suffering a crushing defeat. That's the terror of this world's apprentice warlocks. It's also the reason why warlocks, this group, is at the pinnacle of the world's ruling position, because they grasp this world's most formidable power. On the ground, there were only several dozen corpses of the Black Crow's warriors as well as more than 30 Black Crow's warriors who were stung into pig heads by the swarm of highly toxic bees. Spare me. Don't kill me. Save me, I'm willing to be your slave. The Black Crow's warriors all implored loudly. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Trucks laughed malevolently, he brandished his great sword, as if he was stabbing ants, killing all of the Black Crow's warriors. Yang Feng watched as Trucks directly stabbed the Black Crow's warriors to death, his eyebrows slightly creased, he didn't say a word. They were going to the obscure mountain range, it was naturally impossible to bring along these burdens. Moreover, these Black Crow's warriors were also scum from other places, their deaths weren't to be regretted. Pierre directly dismounted from his horse, he groped the Black Crow's warriors one by one and looted all of their valuables. Pierre was in a very carefree mood, he said with a smile, a bunch of paupers, they only have 103 gold coins on them. These military crossbows, weapons and leather armors are comparatively valuable, they can be sold for approximately 3,000 gold coins. The 5 of us, each of us can get 600 gold coins. Military crossbows can deal with knight rank experts, no matter which country it's a controlled strategic weapon, the price is also very expensive. Within the sphere of influence of the obscure mountain range, there's absolutely no need to worry about selling these military crossbows. Trux licked his lips and said somewhat excitedly, really good, it would be great if there were a bit more of these idiots. Yang Feng quietly watched from the side, he felt somewhat rueful within, this is the life of those low-level apprentice warlocks without a backer. For the sake of a few resources, they would risk their lives to kill and rob. A few magic stones was enough to make them dance in joy. If I hadn't defeated Fernandro clan and obtained the huge war reparations, and if NR 3796 didn't have the ability to synthesize elixirs, then I'm afraid that I would also be like them, running around everywhere for resources. It's basically impossible to promote to a level 3 apprentice warlock. On the warlock path, resources were omnipotent existences. As long as there were enough resources, even a trash could be nurtured into a peerless powerhouse. Without resources, even if one had peerless talent, one would only slowly become mediocre and eventually become immortal. Warlock College Antalya would enroll 1,000 elite students every year, but only a dozen or so people could be promoted to an official warlock every year. Many talented apprentices, because they didn't have enough resources, missed the best age to promote to an official warlock, and had no choice but to spend their lives as level 3 apprentice warlocks. Let's go, Pierre said. Yang Feng and his party immediately left and went into the distance. 10 days later, at night. Under a cliff in the depths of the obscure mountain range, in front of an enormous crevice stood 7 people, it was precisely Yang Feng and his party. Anya pointed towards the enormous crevice, her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement, this is the entrance to the ruins of Gloom Cave. Wait until the moonlight shines on this crevice, then the gate leading to Gloom Cave will open. Pierre and the others also stared at the enormous crevice, their eyes flashing with a whiff of excitement. The warlock groups of the Third Warlock Dynasty era were by far more formidable than those of the modern era. In that era, an intermediate warlock group possessed the ability to cross planes, carry out planar travel, and capture formidable extraordinary life forms from other planes for research. An intermediate warlock group of that time could easily annihilate Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Such formidable warlock group, as long as there were a few well-preserved items left, they could be sold at sky-high prices in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng glanced at the enormous crevice, his eyes slightly narrowed, he said with a light smile, sorry, I changed my mind. I don't want to go inside and explore. How about this, you go inside first. Wait until you come out, then I'll use magic stones to trade with you and buy the items from you. Irene's complexion suddenly changed greatly along the way, she shouted, what are you talking about? Yang Feng, are you playing with us? Anya's pretty complexion changed slightly, she retreated a few steps and fumbled with a red crystal. Pierre and Trux were also greatly shaken, their complexions changed greatly, they retreated a few steps and stared at Yang Feng, their eyes brimming with ill intent. Pierre's thoughts revolved, his face surged with a whiff of graveness, he shot a glance at Irene and Anya, the 2 women and said in a deep voice, what's going on? Yang Feng, did you discover something? Yang Feng gave Pierre a somewhat appreciative glance, he said with a slight smile, Pierre, your sense of smell is really sharp. If you continue to listen and know too many secrets, then you might die. I'm quite appreciative of you, if you leave now, then you'll still have a chance of survival. After you survive this time, you can go to Steel City to look for me, I'll let you be my subordinate. Trux had a puzzled expression, he glared at Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with a whiff of fierceness, he said fiercely, in the end, what are you talking about? Yang Feng, Why do you want to withdraw from this exploration? Quickly speak. Since it's like this, then I'll take my leave first. Pierre's thoughts revolved lightning fast. He made a decision. He clenched his teeth, saluted Yang Feng and cautiously retreated from the way he came. Pierre's adventuring experience was very rich. At the same time his senses were also very keen. Once he felt that something was wrong, he would decisively leave. This was also an important factor for him to survive many dangerous adventures. Irene's pretty face suddenly distorted. She screamed loudly and retreated to Pierre's side. Pierre, you're not allowed to leave. Kill him, as long as you kill him. I can give you the spell model warping field for promoting to an official level 1 warlock. Also, there's the necessary alchemical elixir 100-year tree core liquid. Trucks, kill him. As long as you can kill him, I can also provide you with the resources to promote to a level 1 warlock. When Trucks heard that, his heart was moved, his eyes flashed with a whiff of greed as he looked at Yang Feng. He extended his hand and placed it on the copper box containing the secret treasure armor on his back. Pierre stared coldly at Irene, a frigid killing intent pervaded from his body. Get out of the way, I don't want to be chased by Steel City Lord because of this little bit of resources. Irene, I told you to get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Irene felt Pierre's killing intent, her pretty face changed and she hastily retreated to the side. She was very clear about Pierre's character. Once he made a decision, even if she stood in front of him, she would definitely be killed. Chapter 64. Truly a cunning guy, when did you discover me? At this moment, along with a sweet and pleasant voice, a beautiful woman dressed in a silver-white low-cut warlock's chongpao, with a silver thread on the cuffs, with a head full of golden waterfall-like long hair, as if a goddess from a myth, slowly walked out from the forest with a smile. I've seen Teacher Eunice. Pierre looked at the goddess-like beautiful woman. He felt bitterness in his mouth, traces of an unknown premonition welled up in his heart, yet he still braced himself and saluted Eunice. I've seen Teacher Eunice. Apart from Yang Feng, the other 3 people saluted Eunice respectfully. The disparity in status between apprentice warlocks and official warlocks was extremely huge. If an apprentice warlock was disrespectful towards official warlocks, then it would be a crime that was neither too big nor too small. Eunice stared at Yang Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, Yang Feng, you've got guts. You actually dare not salute me. Just based on this point, I can expel you from the college. Yang Feng said calmly, Gloom Cave is a trap, right? There are no ancient relics in this crevice, yet it's filled with dangers. If I go in, then I'll definitely die. Teacher Eunice, I've always wanted to ask you, in the end, how did I offend you? Why do you want to deal with me like this? The smile on Eunice's face disappeared, her pretty face somewhat distorted, her beautiful eyes flashed with disgust and contempt as she sneered, because you're Steel City's city master Yang Ye's only blood relative. My little darling Jessica is extremely disgusted with you. As long as she can get rid of you, then she'll definitely be very happy. Moreover, as long as I kill you, then your little sister Xiaofan will be in my pocket. That beautiful as an angel girl isn't someone a waste like you can match. Even if a waste like you stays by her side, it would still tarnish her beauty. It's actually lesbian jealousy. Yang Feng was suddenly somewhat speechless. He didn't think that it was because Eunice was actually jealous of him staying by Xiaofan's side, that she wanted to get rid of him. Warlocks have a far longer lifespan than ordinary people, simultaneously they wield formidable power, they are existences at the peak of this world. It's precisely because of this that the disparity between warlocks is extremely huge. Some warlocks lead extremely extravagant and depraved lives. For the sake of enjoyment, they dared to violate any kind of taboo. Some strange humanoid life forms were aberrations born from the union of human warlocks and other extraordinary life forms. Among the warlocks, homosexuality was not a rare thing. Moreover, warlocks have strange means. Some warlocks can completely change their gender. Even among warlocks, there were strange existences that could continuously transform between male and female, eating both men and women. In the eyes of ordinary people, warlocks were the group with the highest proportion of perverts. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said solemnly, "You dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of the retaliation of Steel City's 100,000 mechanical golem legion behind me?" Eunice's eyes flashed with ridicule as she sneered, "Do you think your Steel City's 100,000 mechanical golems are very strong? In front of Warlock College Antalya, your 100,000 knight rank mechanical golems are simply too weak. Unless it's a mechanical golem with battle prowess comparable to that of an official warlock, only then would it be possible to threaten the safety of Warlock College Antalya. After you die, if Yang Yi is obedient, he can live for a few more years. If he dares to act out of line, the entire city of steel will be destroyed. All right. I've satisfied your thirst for knowledge. Now, you can go and die." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a bewitching radiance. She confidently and handsomely snapped her fingers. A three-headed extraordinary life form the size of a palm jumped out from Eunice's bosom. It had the face of a beautiful woman on its back. It opened its small mouth, and a formless deadly sound wave shot out from its mouth. "No! Teacher Eunice, why?" Irene's eyes opened wide at once. She bled from her 7 orifices and rolled on the ground in pain. The level 3 apprentice warlock trucks, who could fight against 100 and defeat the Black Crow's warriors, issued a roar akin to a wounded beast, knelt on the ground and struggled in pain. Pierre, whose strength was unfathomable and possessed the strength of a pinnacle level 3 apprentice warlock, also bled from his 7 orifices. His body trembled and struggled in pain. Anya immediately fell to the ground, rolled on the ground in pain and implored, "Teacher Eunice, why?" The corners of Eunice's mouth rose slightly, revealing a beautiful smile, yet she said cruel words, "Unfortunately, you know too much. In order to avoid trouble, I can only let you die." In the eyes of apprentice warlocks, mortals were ants. In front of such a formidable official warlock like Eunice, apprentice warlocks were only slightly more formidable ants. They could be casually killed. Yang Feng, who was protected by the 2 shield troops, was also hit by that strange sound wave and immediately went limp on the ground. Warning, warning, the sound wave has a hypnotic lethal effect on the host. Carry out emergency treatment, immediately cut off the sound transmission. A voice quickly sounded, directly shutting off the sound transmission system of the liquid metal robot that had transformed into Yang Feng. In a secret basement, Yang Feng, who was wearing a helmet and constantly struggling in pain, heaved a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat and he had a lingering fear. Fuck, the methods of an official warlock are too strange and terrifying. Only without sound and my body not there, I was almost killed. Yang Feng's body already possessed the cultivation of a level 3 apprentice warlock. Among mortals, he was already considered as an extremely terrifying existence. But in front of Eunice, even if he was far away, he was still almost killed. This pervert, I must get rid of her. Yang Feng looked at the screen, his eyes flashed with a whiff of killing intent as he looked at the beautiful and alluring Eunice. The 2 shield troops at the edge of the huge crevice at once raised their shields. 2 transparent and colorless formidable protective covers suddenly appeared, completely shrouding the liquid metal robot that Yang Feng possessed. The liquid metal robot that Yang Feng possessed swayed slightly and immediately stood up. The extraordinary life form 3-headed human-faced cat's innate ability, deadly sound wave, had boundless might towards life forms. Even level 2 warlock rank experts would be in grave danger if they were hit by its deadly sound wave. Some level 2 warlocks with slightly weaker physiques would even be directly killed. However, the deadly sound wave was basically ineffective against robots. Eunice was somewhat surprised as she said with a light smile, "You actually didn't die? It seems like your uncle gave you a lot of top-notch protective secret treasures. However, do you think that a trifling 2 steel golems can protect you? If you obediently die, then it obviously wouldn't be that painful. The one who wants to deal with you isn't me. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile, and he said in a deep voice, "Shui, come out. Get rid of this woman for me." "Yes, Gidge." From the trunk of an enormous tree, a beautiful oriental young lady dressed in a black Gothic lowly attire, with long hair like a black waterfall, snow-white jade-like skin, exquisite and glossy, a peerless appearance, and her whole body was filled with formidable fluctuations of power. This beautiful young lady, as if from a fairy tale, was precisely Shui, born from the taboo stone. Chapter 65. Level 1 Warlock. That's really inconceivable. That's awesome. Shui, you're really awesome, really wonderful. I'll definitely turn you into my possession. Eunice stared at Shui, her beautiful eyes flashed with fanaticism. She gasped slightly and said in a bewitching voice, "Shui, come to my side. As long as you follow me, I'll spare Yang Feng's dog life. I can provide you with a lot of resources, you can easily promote to a level 2 warlock. It's you, this lowly sow, who dared to injure my big brother Yang Feng. That's really a heinous crime. Let me properly educate you, correct your twisted character, and teach you how to conduct yourself." Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of bewitching radiance, her black hair fluttered, and an extremely formidable ice force field surrounded her body. Streaks of white light condensed in her right hand, forming a 2-meter-long white ice whip. "That's awesome. I'm liking you more and more." Eunice laughed somewhat crazily, her lily-white hands lightly pointed, and green rays of light shrouded a ring on her hands. Suddenly, a vine covered in sharp thorns extended from the ring. It was as thick as a python. At the tip of the vine was a 6-petaled tentacle, within the tentacle were countless sharp teeth, and it ferociously bit at Shui. Shui was like an ice and snow fairy. She gracefully stepped forward, the ice whip in her hand ferociously lashed out, the ice whip at the demonic vine. In a flash, a tremendous ice force erupted, shrouding the demonic vine. The ice extended little by little, freezing the demonic vine into an ice sculpture, and the ice continued to spread towards Eunice's hands. Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix Method. A top-notch secret method. To be able to cultivate this secret method without any guidance, that's really outstanding. Eunice's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar light. She was full of praise. She casually flicked the ring in her hand away. When the ring left Eunice's lily-white hands, it immediately collapsed and turned into countless fragments. That fierce demonic vine also collapsed inch by inch, turning into ashes. The Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix art was a top-notch ice attribute secret art. If there was no one to guide, or if one had a special constitution, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. For Shui to be able to cultivate this secret method to the boundary of a level 1 warlock in just a little more than a year, her talent was simply heaven-defying. However, my enemy is not you. Eunice smiled sweetly and retreated quickly. With a flash, she strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. 2 thick vines instantly shot out from the ground and pierced through the shields of the 2 shield-bearers. The vines wrapped around the 2 shield-bearers and flung them to the side. "Stop. Otherwise, I'll kill your Yang Feng Gidge." Eunice reached out, grabbed Yang Feng and placed him in front of her, and then shouted at Shui. "Eunice, please have a taste of my gift to you." Yang Feng didn't have the slightest awareness of being a hostage. He gave Eunice a strange smile. Shui waved her jade-like hand, and a stream of cold air condensed in front of her, forming an ice wall. Eunice's heart welled up with a touch of a bad premonition. Her mind moved and she forcefully flung Yang Feng in an attempt to throw him away. Boom! Along with a terrifying loud noise, the remote-controlled bomb inside the liquefied metal robot that Yang Feng possessed detonated in a flash. A terrifying shock wave instantly engulfed Eunice. Sand, stones and steel fragments splashed everywhere, hit Shurshue's ice wall and bounced off. A figure flew out from the countless explosions and landed on the ground. It was Eunice. At this time, the silvery-white warlock Changpao on her body was already in tatters. That beautiful face was also stained with traces of smoke. Her golden waterfall-like long hair also had some traces of being burnt. She looked battered and exhausted. Official warlocks are really monstrous existences, they're still alive. Yang Feng saw Eunice was still alive through the scene of the reconnaissance satellite. He was somewhat speechless as he thought. The power of the liquefied metal robot that Yang Feng possessed could even blow apart a tank. Eunice unexpectedly didn't die from such a terrifying explosion. This showed that under the support of the magical power, she was much harder than a tank. Two snake-like ice whips shot out from the smoke and dust, ruthlessly whipping Eunice's body with lightning speed. The corners of Eunice's mouth reddened. Drops of blood dripped from her mouth, and before they fell to the ground, they turned into blood-colored ice beads. You forced me to do this. Eunice was like an enraged lioness, a terrifying life force erupted from her body. She quickly silently recited a series of incantations, her jade finger pointed towards the sky. Streams of star force scattered from the sky and were drawn into a necklace secret treasure around her neck that exuded star force. That necklace secret treasure exuding star force suddenly blossomed with an incomparably bright brilliance, enveloping Eunice's body and making her aura rise little by little. The block of ice that originally covered half of Eunice's body was directly shaken off. Under the illumination of the starlight, Eunice's body formed an incomparably powerful starlight force field, making her look as powerful and beautiful as the queen of stars that descended from the stars. Damn it, this is a level 2 secret treasure or above. Moreover, it matches the secret method that she practices. At present, I'm still not her match. Brother, it's your turn. Shurshui saw Eunice transform amidst the starlight, her eyes flashed with a whiff of unwillingness, her figure shook and she suddenly retreated. That kind of secret treasure that matches the cultivation secret method is very precious and its effect is also very great. Under the strengthening of that secret treasure, Eunice now possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. Although Shurshui's innate talent was formidable and her battle prowess was terrifying, but she lacked a secret treasure and still wasn't Eunice's match. Leave it to me. Eunice, let's start the second round. A voice reverberated in this area, and a mechanical bladed troop walked out from the side. Its upper body was humanoid, but it had 8 arms, and each arm was equipped with an alloy-long blade. Its head had countless insect-like compound eyes, as well as a bloody mouth full of sawtooth. Its lower body was beastly like a fierce tiger, and it had an incomparably sharp tail like an incomparably sharp spear. The mechanical bladed troop's insect-like compound eyes flickered and locked onto the goddess-like Eunice. Chapter 66. As soon as the beast-type bladed troop appeared, it suddenly leapt violently and fiercely pounced towards Eunice. A trifling mechanical golem also wants to block me? Break for me. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of a peculiar glint. She silently recited an incantation and pointed with her lily-white hand. The starlight around her suddenly condensed and formed pearl-like shapes, then as if shooting stars madly bombarded the beast-type bladed troop. The beast-type bladed troop's chest flashed with a radiance and a transparent protective cover instantly appeared outside its body. The pearls formed by the starlight bombarded the beast-type bladed troop's energy protective cover, setting off traces of ripples. The beast-type bladed troop instantly appeared in front of Eunice while resisting the countless starlight pearls, its 8 enormous alloy blades fiercely chopped towards Eunice with a piercing sound. Eunice's pretty face changed slightly, she silently recited an incantation and the starlight around her flourished. She madly shook and a formidable rebounding force blasted at the beast-type bladed troop, directly sending it flying. Yang Feng, your uncle really dotes on you. He even sent a mechanical golem with battle prowess comparable to a pinnacle level 1 warlock to protect you. If I were to destroy it, your expression would definitely be very amusing. Eunice gave a sweet smile and raised her lily-white hand high. Lumps of starlight turned into a whirlpool and condensed on her finger. She extended her hand and pointed towards the beast-type bladed troop. The starlight condensed into a thumb-sized beam of light and directly shot at the beast-type bladed troop's protective cover. The beam of light penetrated the beast-type bladed troop's protective cover and directly shot through its head. After the beast-type bladed troop's head was shot through, it continued to move and madly pounced towards Eunice. Eunice's pretty face finally changed slightly. The head isn't a vital point? Fuck, that's how it is. I have to find its energy core, otherwise, I can only destroy all of its joints. These mechanical golems are the most troublesome. Eunice took a deep breath and silently recited an incantation. The starlight around her frantically surged and condensed into the shape of stones. She pointed her jade finger at the beast-type bladed troop. Starlight condensed into stones, and as if meteorites, madly bombarded the beast-type bladed troop. Under the bombardment of the countless meteorite-like starlight, the beast-type bladed troop's protective cover only lasted for less than a second before it completely collapsed. Then, under the bombardment of the countless stones, it disintegrated into countless components that scattered on the ground. Eunice looked at the dismembered beast-type bladed troop, slightly gasping for breath. Her aura weakened slightly. She took out a bottle of blue spirit strength potion and drank it. Killing that beast-type bladed troop consumed a lot of her spirit power and physical strength. Amazing! With the strength of a level 1 warlock, he was actually able to kill one of my guardian golems. Very impressive. Now, let's proceed to the third round and get rid of these fellows. From the side of the thicket came Yang Feng's chuckle, followed by a burst of rustling sounds. A beast-type bladed troop came out from the thicket. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with disdain. She laughed coldly and said, "It's these mechanical puppets again. If I can kill the first one, I can kill the second one. Don't be anxious. My guards still haven't completely come out." Yang Feng's voice had just fallen when bursts of sounds came from the thicket. One after another, beast-type bladed troops quickly jumped out from all directions and surrounded Eunice. Eunice looked at the more than 50 beast-type bladed troops. Her pretty face finally changed and a trace of cold sweat gushed out from her back. These beast-type bladed troops were currently Yang Feng's most powerful land close combat main battle troops. Each beast-type bladed troop's battle prowess was comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock. Even some extraordinary life forms comparable to level 2 warlocks weren't their match. 50 beast-type bladed troops could directly besiege and kill a level 2 warlock. Moreover, this time, Yang Feng had mobilized up to 300 bladed troops, completely covering the area and blocking all of Eunice's escape routes. Eunice's pretty face suddenly became charming and seductive. She said with a smile brimming with charm, "Hee, it's just a small misunderstanding. Yang Feng, is it worth making such a fuss over a minor issue? How about letting bygones be bygones? Henceforth, I'll still be your teacher. I'll carefully pass on the knowledge I've grasped to you and let you become an official level 1 warlock. That's right, I still have a very rare elf. You've also seen her beauty. I can also give her to you." Yang Feng's ice-cold voice came from within the beast-type bladed troop. "Teacher Eunice, it wasn't easy to lure you here. Do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain? Today, this will be your place of death. Rest in peace." Eunice gave a bewitching smile and said, "You want to kill me? That's not good. My father is Warlock College Antalia's Dean, Starlight Aldrich." Warlock College Antalia's Dean. Yang Feng's main body in the distance was greatly shaken when he heard that. His eyebrows creased at once. As Warlock College Antalia's Dean, one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's 6 great forces, Aldrich's strength definitely surpassed that of an ordinary great warlock by far. He was definitely one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's most terrifying existences. Eunice was very keenly aware of Yang Feng's hesitation. She gave a sweet smile and said overbearingly, "Hand Shi Shui over to me and I'll forget about today's matters. Otherwise, although I'm unwilling, but as long as I beg my father, your entire Steel City will be razed to the ground." The nearby Shi Shui creased her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. She was exceptionally intelligent. After studying in Warlock College Antalya, she was very clear on how formidable and terrifying great warlock rank experts were. Yang Feng was furious and ordered coldly, "You want me to hand over Shui? That's just wishful thinking. Even if he's Warlock College Antalya's dean, so what? If he dares to come to my Steel City, then I'll invite him to eat a nuclear warhead. I want to see whether a great warlock or a nuclear warhead is more powerful. Go, get rid of this slut." The beast-type bladed troops' compound eyes flashed with a red glint, their figures shook and they pounced towards Eunice with extreme ferocity. "Yang Feng, you've got some nerve, you actually dare to attack me. My father definitely won't let you off." Eunice looked at the incomparably savage beast-type bladed troops, her complexion finally changed greatly, she screamed loudly, her figure flashed and she madly fled towards the jungle. This area had already been surrounded by the beast-type bladed troops that Yang Feng had mobilized. Eunice had just moved, when 5 beast-type bladed troops blocked in front of her, brandishing their alloy blades and fiercely chopping at her. Chapter 67. Get out of my way. Eunice uttered a shriek, the starlight all over her body condensed into a huge ring, it madly shook and forcibly sent those 5 beast-type bladed troops flying. After Eunice sent those 5 beast-type bladed troops flying, her figure flickered and she quickly fled towards the outside. Those beast-type bladed troops' figures continuously flickered, they madly pounced at Eunice from all directions in an attempt to prevent her from escaping. Eunice frantically operated the starlight around her body, sending those beast-type bladed troops flying one by one. After sending several tens of beast-type bladed troops flying in succession, Eunice's protective starlight had already become dim and lightless. An ice snow whip suddenly shot out from the ground, it fiercely lashed at Eunice's tender body, it smashed Eunice's protective starlight, a terrifying ice-cold force instantly enveloped her body, sealing half of her body in ice. As if an ice queen surrounded by an ice-cold force field, Shi Shui jumped onto the shoulder of a beast-type bladed troop, she looked down at Eunice and said with a contemptuous smile, "Lowly sow, you've finally fallen into my hands." That group of beast-type bladed troops at once surrounded her from all directions, countless insect-like electronic compound eyes coldly stared at Eunice, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Eunice's complexion was pale, she said with a cold smile, "So what if I fall into your hands? If you dare to touch me, then my father will absolutely uproot your Steel City, not sparing even a chicken or a dog." Shi Shui's eyebrows creased slightly, she felt that it was very thorny. Warlock College Antalya's dean's daughter couldn't be killed, but also couldn't be released, she was simply a hot potato. "If you think that I can't do anything to you, then you're gravely mistaken." A faceless liquid metal robot walked out from the side, its body twisted and deformed, it directly changed into Yang Feng's appearance, it looked at Eunice and sneered. Eunice glanced at the faceless liquid metal robot, her beautiful eyes blossomed with a peculiar radiance, her temperament changed, revealing a bewitching and amorous expression, and using a sweet voice that could cause one's heart to move, she tempted, "Is this a mechanical golem that can possess and transform? It seems like you really obtained the 6th Warlock dynasty's inheritance. As long as I leak this secret, there won't be a place for you in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Why don't we work together to kill your uncle and take control of the City of Steel together? After that, it's not impossible for me to marry you." Eunice was simply one of the most beautiful women Yang Feng had ever seen. Even Shi Shui was currently slightly lacking in her mature and charming style. Once she concentrated on seducing people, even a stone-hearted person like Yang Feng was slightly moved, the flames of desire aroused. Yang Feng said with a light smile, it's a very good proposal. I admit that I'm a little tempted. Eunice twisted her body slightly to make herself look more charming. She had always been a peerless beauty that could make men go crazy. She was a woman that could cause the downfall of nations and cities. Moreover, she knew how to maximize her charm. Men are indeed fools who think with their lower bodies. After this, he would definitely think of a way to kill this idiot, and then grasp everything he had in his hands. If I can obtain the secrets of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's mechanical golem legion, then I might even be able to contend against that person. Eunice looked at Yang Feng with coquettish eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and a touch of contempt flashed in the depths of her eyes. A man like Yang Feng who was easily captivated by beauty, Eunice looked down on such a waste from the bottom of her heart. Yang Feng's words changed and he said with a cold smile, "Unfortunately, I don't believe you." Eunice's smile stiffened slightly, then her eyes reddened and pearl-like tears trickled down from her beautiful eyes. She sobbed pitifully in a low voice, "That's too much. I was only joking with you, do you have to bully me like this? Yang Feng, you're too much. I'll apologize, alright?" Yang Feng looked at Eunice's performance with a ridiculing expression and remained silent. After a few minutes, rumbling sounds of aircrafts flying over came from the sky. Gunner troops suspended by parachutes dropped from the sky and directly descended towards this area, as if a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Eunice looked at the densely packed gunner troops in the sky, her pretty face suddenly paled and she exclaimed, "Large-scale mechanical golems, so many of them. Bladed troops with battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 1 warlock, in the eyes of a level 2 warlock, mechanical golems were already considered treasures. The densely packed gunner troops and bladed troops joining hands could completely defeat or even kill a level 2 warlock. Even a level 3 warlock, if they were the slightest bit careless, then they might also fall. Eunice's status was more noble than that of many states' princesses, but even so, she still didn't have such a large mechanical golem guard. A gunner troop arrived in front of Yang Feng and extended its large hand, the large mechanical hand's palm split open, revealing an iron box. Yang Feng received the iron box and opened it, revealing a blood-red syringe. He picked up the blood-red syringe, a smile on his face and walked towards Eunice in large strides. Eunice looked at Yang Feng who was walking towards her, a trace of an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. She said somewhat fearfully, "What do you want to do?" Yang Feng revealed a trace of a fiendish smile. "This is a liquid metal nanorobot elixir that I developed by combining modern technology with Warlock's research on biology and human neurology. It has an extremely strong control over the human body. Congratulations on becoming the first user of this elixir." Eunice's beautiful eyes immediately shed tears, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear, she continuously struggled and wailed, "No. Don't. Yang Feng, let me go, I can give you enormous wealth. I can help you prepare a huge amount of resources to promote to a level 2 warlock. Let me go. I beg you." In Tyrandot subcontinent, on the surface, large-scale human experiments were prohibited. However, human experiments on slaves and death row prisoners had never stopped. Eunice had seen many mortal slaves turn into warped and terrifying monsters under the experiments of all kinds of alchemy elixirs. She didn't want to be injected with a strange alchemy elixir. Yang Feng's face carried a smile, he didn't have the slightest bit of leniency, he fiercely pricked Eunice's snow-white neck with the blood-red elixir and directly injected it into her body while Eunice was struggling. Yang Feng smiled and said, "All right. Schwer, this fierce beast is already under control. You can undo her ice seal." Schwer gave a sweet smile, silently recited a few incantations and pointed towards Eunice. The ice shrouding Eunice immediately collapsed. Once Eunice regained her freedom, she silently recited an incantation, waved her lily-white hands and at once enveloped her body with radiance from several detection spells. Yang Feng smiled slightly and immediately snapped his fingers. Chapter 68. Bursts of ecstasy were transmitted from Eunice's limbs and bones, every inch of her skin and every inch of her bones, making her eyes blurry and paralyzed on the ground, powerless to budge. Yang Feng smiled as he once again snapped his fingers. Bursts of pain, as if ants were gnawing on every inch of Eunice's skin and every inch of her bones. Her whole body was itching and aching, as if her soul was itching and aching. She foamed at the mouth, tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably. She no longer had the demeanor of a peerless beauty, as if she had turned into an ugly, lowly, drug addict. Eunice foamed at the mouth, her eyes turned white as she pleaded with difficulty, "Spare me. Let me go. I beg, please. I am willing to do anything." Yang Feng once again snapped his fingers. Eunice's abnormal condition disappeared, she curled up and gasped for breath, her beautiful eyes finally flashed with a whiff of fear as she looked at Yang Feng. Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of a peculiar splendor, she recited an incantation and pointed with her lily-white hand, streams of ice-cold air condensed into an ice mirror in front of Eunice, she said with a sneer, "Come, take a look at your current appearance. The daughter of the noble warlock college Antalia's dean, what has become of you? Even the most despicable bitch is much better looking than you right now." Eunice saw her battered and exhausted appearance, her pretty face changed slightly, her heart was filled with hatred, yet she didn't dare to refute, she only lowered her head, her beautiful eyes flashed with a resentful radiance. "Bastard, you actually dared to make me like this, Yang Feng, I'll definitely kill you." That malicious thought had just spun, bursts of itching pain as if ants were gnawing on Eunice's skin, bones and flesh were once again transmitted, tormenting her to the point of unbearable pain. She weakly fell to the ground, rolling and struggling in pain, foamed at the mouth, tears and snot continuously flowed down, a yellow liquid directly flowed down from below, it was an incomparably miserable sight. Yang Feng overlooked the painfully struggling Eunice and said with a cold smile, "Eunice, the nanorobots inside your body have already merged with your body and soul. This is the crystallization of 6th Warlock Dynasty's technology and modern Warlock's technology, it's impossible for you to hide your thoughts from me. As long as you have the slightest malicious intent towards me, you will end up like this." Eunice pleaded painfully, "I don't dare anymore. Spare me. Spare me." Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Eunice, who was covered in sweat and emitting bursts of stench, no longer had the demeanor of a peerless beauty, heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Yang Feng with her beautiful eyes brimming with fear, as if she was looking at a fiend. Shui covered her nose and laughed lightly as she ridiculed, "The daughter of the noble warlock college Antalia's dean is really filthy, stinky and disgusting. Go and wash your body. It stinks." A bladed troop moved a large wooden barrel over and placed it on the ground. Eunice was ashamed and angry, she had never suffered such humiliation. 2 lines of painful and humiliating tears finally flowed out, she was incomparably miserable. She took off the already smelly warlock's changpao, revealing her beautiful and moving tender body, she entered the wooden barrel filled with cold water and washed her body. Yang Feng looked at the scene of the beautiful and alluring Eunice bathing, he suddenly felt that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "Wait a minute, I feel like I've become a bad person." Shui revealed a trace of a seductive smile, her lily-white fingers lightly tapped her lips, her whole body emitted a bewitching aura of a witch, "Of course not. Guji, you didn't do anything wrong. This woman is so malicious, she must be properly punished. Give her to me, I'll certainly educate her properly and let her become a well-behaved and obedient good child like Judy." After Eunice finished bathing, she resisted her shame and changed her clothes in front of Yang Feng. That graceful and beautiful posture made Yang Feng's eyes brighten. Eunice was originally the most beautiful and most graceful woman Yang Feng had ever seen. Shui still had to grow up to be more beautiful than her. Her only shortcoming was that she was too malicious, she was brimming with hostility towards Yang Feng. In fact, Eunice's temperament couldn't be considered to be too malicious. Just like an ordinary warlock, she didn't put anyone below the official warlock rank in her eyes. Trux and the other apprentice warlocks regarded mortals as ants. Eunice, this kind of official warlock, similarly regarded apprentice warlocks like Yang Feng as ants. Yang Feng swept Eunice with a glance and said lightly, "What's going on with the Gloom Cave? Is this matter true or false? If you lie to me, then you should know the consequences." Eunice thought of that inhuman pain a moment ago, her body shivered and she promptly said, "This information is true. There were some apprentice warlocks who once entered. Those who came out alive took out items that proved that it was the Gloom Cave inside. However, it's extremely dangerous inside. Even level 3 apprentice warlocks who entered would have a slim chance of survival. Those who came back alive, it wasn't because they were strong, but rather because they were lucky. They weren't killed by the defensive traps and the strange phenomena inside." Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "Those apprentice warlocks who came back alive as well as all those who knew about it died at your hands, right?" Eunice at once went silent, then said lightly, "Yes. Gloom Cave, this kind of relic of the 3rd Warlock dynasty, is simply priceless. Once a treasure is unearthed from inside, then it's possible to create a formidable warlock group. Yet there's no information about that kind of relic. It's obvious that those who knew about it are already dead." Eunice used that relic to continuously lure all kinds of apprentice warlocks, making them think that they obtained the information by chance. Then, like moths flying into a flame, they entered the relic to look for all kinds of treasures, and finally died at her hands. Yang Feng said, "You should be very clear about the situation inside." Eunice said, "No, those who entered are some apprentice warlocks. They can only go around in the outermost region. They basically can't enter the core region. Even in the outermost region, a strange freak or a strange phenomenon can kill an official level 1 warlock. Without the strength of a great warlock rank, it's basically impossible to safely enter this relic. I only know about the outermost region." Yang Feng said doubtfully, "Isn't your father Starlight Aldrich? Why don't you tell him? With his strength, he should be able to easily enter this Gloom Cave's headquarters." Eunice at once went silent. She's obviously unwilling to answer Yang Feng's question. "Gij asked you a question, you have to properly answer it, understand? You lowly sow." Shi Shui gave a sweet smile and directly snapped her fingers. That numb and itchy, as if it could make people go crazy, at once spread throughout Eunice's body, tormenting her until she knelt on the ground. Eunice screamed in pain and gave a horrifying answer, "I want to kill him. He's the one I hate the most, and the one I'm most afraid of. I want to kill him." Chapter 69. Yang Feng was gobsmacked. He didn't expect that Eunice's biggest backer, Warlock College Antalia's dean, Starlight Aldrich, would unexpectedly be the person she wanted to kill the most. He almost thought that he had misheard, or that Eunice was lying. But judging from the feedback from the liquid metal nanorobots, everything Eunice said was true. "Why?" Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Eunice's abnormalities disappeared. Eunice gasped for breath. Her expression was gloomy as she said in a low voice, "My mother is my elder sister." Yang Feng didn't have a startled expression when he heard that. In order to maintain the purity of the blood meridians, to cultivate the next generation with even more outstanding soul aptitudes. In Tyrandot subcontinent, close relatives marrying wasn't a rare thing. Many warlock clans had the custom of close relatives marrying. The result of close relatives marrying from warlock clans was the birth of many deformed offsprings as well as some outstanding geniuses with extremely strong soul aptitudes and pure blood meridians. Those deformed offsprings would be abandoned, while those outstanding geniuses with pure blood meridians would be heavily cultivated. Eunice was the offspring of Aldrich and his daughter. Yang Feng didn't find it too strange. Instead, he was somewhat surprised by Eunice's reaction. After all, this was very common in the world of warlocks. "My mother gave birth to a total of 2 daughters, one is my elder sister, the other is me. My mother is his daughter. This is also very common in warlock clans. I don't have any complaints about this. But that bastard, when I was 8 years old, he defiled my elder sister. Moreover, he extracted her blood meridians and used her as a sacrifice to a devil from another plane in exchange for power. When Eunice sat up to hear, her beautiful eyes surged with a touch of hatred and fear, her tender body continuously trembled because of fear. When Yang Feng heard up to hear, his eyebrows couldn't help but crease slightly. The world of warlocks was very cruel. In order to obtain power, those warlocks were practically unscrupulous. Some formidable warlocks with evil natures, in order to obtain a small step forward, would even slaughter their own descendants and relatives, extracting their blood meridians to enhance their own power. Obviously, Aldrich was a formidable warlock who would stop at nothing in order to obtain power. The power of our clan's blood meridians comes from the star boundary's ancient life form Star Stone Crow. After reaching adulthood, the ancient life form Star Stone Crow was a formidable being comparable to a level 5 Starry Sky Warlock and could freely manipulate star force. The bloodline of the stellar Stone Crows has become very thin in our family's history. That bastard's talent was extraordinary. With the help of blood meridians, it only took him 300 years to promote to a great warlock, and then he was unable to break through for 600 years. In order to obtain an even purer bloodline and break the shackles of the bloodline, I have to go through all of them. That beast created a large number of offspring, then extracted the bloodline of the purest offspring, carried out a blood sacrifice, and made a deal with a devil from another plane to purify his own bloodline. My sister and I have the purest bloodline power among his descendants. With the power of my bloodline, even if I don't work hard, I won't be able to defeat him. He could also slowly promote to a level 3 warlock by relying on the power of his blood meridians, and also have a glimmer of hope to promote to a great warlock in the future. That bastard killed my own sister just like that. He's still absorbing the power of his own bloodline. After he absorbs my sister's bloodline, I'll be next. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear, her body trembled and her beautiful eyes flickered with hatred and fear. Eunice glared at Yang Feng with some hatred, her face was gloomy as she said in a low voice, "That's why I said that all men under the heavens aren't anything good. That's to say, I've still caught a big trouble." Yang Feng's complexion sank, his eyebrows were shrouded in a layer of haze, he was silent for a moment and then asked, "When will Aldrich finish absorbing your sister's blood meridians?" Eunice revealed a trace of a smile of schadenfreude. "It should be within the next few years. I'm his woman, if you make a move on me, then he definitely won't let you off. These past few years, no one dared to pursue me, because those who pursued me have all turned into dead people." Yang Feng said lightly, "A few years? That's enough. If he comes looking for me, then I'll definitely give him a pleasant surprise." According to NR 3796's feedback, the nuclear weapons pre-technological construction had already been upgraded, and 100 nuclear warheads had already started construction. If conventional weapons were unable to threaten a great warlock, then a nuclear purge could definitely give a great warlock rank expert a pleasant surprise. Tyrandot subcontinent's area was extremely vast, it was even larger than Earth's area. And Tyrandot subcontinent was merely one of the countless subsidiary subcontinents surrounding the main continent. Even if Tyrandot subcontinent was destroyed by a nuclear purge, then Yang Feng could still easily escape to another subcontinent. With the portable fortified stronghold, no matter where Yang Feng escaped to, he could still quickly stage a comeback. Of course, if it wasn't a last resort, then he also didn't want to abandon his foundation. After all, every place had its original forces. Once he escaped to another place, then he would have to fight with that place's original forces, fighting over resources and land for survival. Eunice looked at Yang Feng brimming with confidence, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of bewilderment. In Tyrandot subcontinent, anyone who was an enemy of Starlight Aldrich would have a huge headache. Even among great warlock rank experts, only a few were Aldrich's match. Yang Feng was but a trifling level 3 apprentice warlock, yet he didn't care about Aldrich's threat. Eunice was very curious about what trump card he had to deal with Aldrich. Yang Feng's mind moved. 2 faceless liquid metal robots immediately walked out from the side. Yang Feng threw a helmet at Eunice. Put this helmet on. Eunice's mind moved, then she obediently put the helmet on. Soon after, countless information was continuously transmitted to Eunice from the helmet. The faceless liquid metal robot twisted and quickly transformed into Eunice's appearance. Such a miraculous technique. Worthy of being the 6th Warlock Dynasty's mechanical golems. Eunice, who was possessing the liquid metal robot, opened her eyes, looked at the body lying on the side, took out a mirror and carefully examined it for a moment, then praised. Among the 8 great Warlock dynasties, each Warlock dynasty established an incomparably brilliant civilization, possessing unique magical techniques. The 6th Warlock dynasty's mechanical golem legion was one of them. Eunice creased her eyebrows and said unhurriedly, its appearance is practically identical, but it's unable to use spells. Its perception is also inferior to that of the body. Compared to a genuine embodiment technique, it's still quite lacking. Its only advantage is that it can still be used when one's strength is very weak. Warlock's methods were extremely strange. Great Warlock rank experts could create another embodiment and use it to walk the earth. Some formidable Warlocks could refine embodiments that were even more formidable than their true bodies. On the other side, Shi Shui also put on a helmet and possessed the body of another mechanical golem. Chapter 70. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the 4 corpses and he said with a light smile, "What tenacious vitality, they still haven't died. Pierre, Anne, I am surprised that you are both still alive." 2 of the 4 corpses on the ground moved slightly. With a pale complexion, Pierre got up, wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth, and knelt in front of Yang Feng, saying loudly, "Pierre is willing to swear allegiance to Yang Feng Darren henceforth, to Darren's family for generations to come. Please take me in, Darren." Anya's pretty complexion changed. She imperceptibly glanced at Eunice beside her. She promptly knelt in front of Yang Feng and said loudly, "Anya is willing to pledge allegiance to Yang Feng Darren, please take me in. No matter what request you have, Annie will comply completely." Pierre and Anya, the 2 of them were very smart. They knew that after hearing Yang Feng's secret, they were now in a perilous situation. The only way to survive was to become Yang Feng's people. Only then would there be a chance of survival. Pierre and Anne were kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed, their bodies stiff, their backs streaming with cold sweat, and their hearts filled with terror. "Put on this headband and collar. This headband can detect your thoughts, and this collar is equipped with alchemy bombs. If you have any unfavorable thoughts about us, this collar will blow your brains out. Of course, you can choose not to wear it." Yang Feng looked at Pierre and Anya kneeling on the ground with a smile that wasn't a smile. He waved his hand and 2 bladed troops walked towards Pierre and Anya while holding 2 sets of black collars and silver rings. Yang Feng didn't believe in Pierre's oath. For him, it was still safer to use technological means. Without a word, Pierre took the black collar and bracelet and put them on. Annie hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and put on the collar and the bracelet. "Get up," Yang Feng said lightly. Pierre and Nikolai got up, and a chill ran down their backs. As time passed, the moon rose into the sky. Rays of moonlight fell on the ground, and then, under the guidance of a mysterious force, it slowly moved towards the huge crack. In the end, it condensed into a beam of moonlight and entered the crack. Eunice suddenly said, "You can go in." Yang Feng nodded slightly and took the lead in striding towards the rift. Eunice and Shi Shui also attached themselves to the liquid metal robot and walked towards the crack. The densely packed beast-type bladed troops, gunner troops and artillery troops also followed behind Yang Feng into the crack. The gloom cave could possibly contain a peerless treasure like the golden blood. As long as he obtains golden blood, then Yang Feng may once again have a breakthrough, break the shackles of his soul aptitude, and have hope of promoting to a level 1 warlock. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a staircase condensed from moonlight formed in that unfathomably deep crack. The staircase formed by the condensation of moonlight directly floated in the void, as if it was connected to a dark space, and then disappeared in the void. Yang Feng waved his hand, a beast-type bladed troop immediately stepped forward, walked down the moonlight stairs step by step, and then suddenly disappeared at the end of the moonlight stairs. Unknown energy field interference. According to the analysis of the data in the current database, the energy force field should be the interference force field formed by the life force particles of warlocks and other energy particles. Long-distance data link failed. Do you want to use your current spiritual vessel as the main body to form a new close-range command center? A string of information flashed in Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng ordered, yes. Use my current spiritual vessel as the main body to form a new close-range command center. Understood, starting the smart chip's reconstruction. The remaining time to completion is 10 seconds. A gunner troop came from the side, held 10 high-energy batteries, and pressed them on Yang Feng's body. From Yang Feng's body, ports extended, directly pierced into the high-energy batteries, and absorbed the energy of the 10 high-energy batteries. A piece of smart chip quickly condensed in the brain of the liquid metal robot Yang Feng possessed. Reconstruction complete. A notification sound sounded. Yang Feng could clearly perceive the information of a total of 765 level 7 primary battle robots around him. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, NR 3796, if I enter the relic like this, won't the radio waves be disturbed by the force field? Once this body enters the relic, it won't become paralyzed, right? It won't. Owner, you are my host. Your soul has already been transformed and strengthened, and possesses the characteristics of a Shi clan. No matter how many tens of thousands of li apart, no matter what kind of place, you can use robots to enter an adventure. Even if other people possess the same technology, they still wouldn't be able to achieve this. Eunice and Shui, as long as the two of them are within a 20 radius of you, they can also receive the protection of your soul, and enter the relic with their mechanical bodies. Yang Feng felt relieved, and directly walked along the moonlight-formed stairs in large strides. He continuously walked along the moonlight-formed stairs. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, almost stepping on empty air, suddenly his eyes blurred, and very strangely appeared in a dark passageway. In front of Yang Feng stood the bladed troop that was the first to explore the path. The two women, Shui, followed the huge mechanical legion and entered the gloom cave's passageway one by one. A bladed troop turned on its searchlight, at once illuminated the passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were shelves, specially used to carry magic crystal lamps. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single magic crystal lamp on the shelves. Obviously, it had already been taken away by the people who entered first. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings. He discovered that behind him, there was also a long passageway leading to who knows where. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "How do we go out?" Eunice's eyebrows creased slightly as she carefully sized up the surroundings. After passing through this passageway, there will be a fork. Above each fork is a mural. At the end of the skull mural fork, there's a teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, we can leave this place. The lion mural fork is the path leading to the Gloom Cave's headquarters. The dark elf mural fork, no one has ever come out of it alive. Let's go. Yang Feng and his entourage walked along the passageway. After walking for several kilometers, Yang Feng passed through the passageway and arrived at a plaza. The plaza looked as if it was licked clean by a dog. Nothing was left behind. On the other side of the plaza, there were 3 forks. Above each fork was engraved a lifelike mural. The 3 murals were respectively a skull, a huge golden lion, and a gorgeous and enchanting dark elf. Chapter 71. Yang Feng waved his hand and a bladed troop immediately walked towards the skull mural fork. After walking for approximately 3 kilometers, a teleportation array appeared at the bottom of the skull mural fork. After the bladed troop stepped onto the teleportation array, a radiance flashed and it immediately disappeared. There's no problem, it's indeed possible to teleport out. The teleportation location is within a valley 600 kilometers north of the obscure mountain range. Once the bladed troop went out, NR 3796 quickly found it and sent the information back to Yang Feng's body. After ensuring the route of retreat, Yang Feng ordered a bladed troop to walk towards the Dark Elves' mural fork. Although Eunice couldn't lie to Yang Feng, but Yang Feng still wanted to see what was inside the Dark Elves' mural fork. Recording a bit more data would be of great benefit to NR 3796's database. The more data NR 3796 had in his database, the more comprehensive the data, the more useful it would be, and it would be able to deduce countless branches of technology. Once he entered the Dark Elves' mural fork, Yang Feng, through the bladed troop's optical perception system, saw the wall engraved with all kinds of strange colors. It was like a chaotic abstract painting. Yang Feng only saw 13 of those strange murals. He felt a burst of dizziness and pain in his brain, but his eyes couldn't leave those murals. It was as if his mind and soul were deeply attracted by those strange murals. Warning! Warning! The target murals have a hypnotic effect. The host's spirit force is unable to resist the mural's hypnotic effect. Immediately cut off the image transmission. A warning suddenly sounded. Yang Feng's eyes darkened and he couldn't see anything. He gasped for breath. The back of his body was already drenched in cold sweat. Yang Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat, he thought with lingering fear. Truly strange. A mural can kill people. The existence of warlocks, it's really too outrageous. Yang Feng already had the cultivation of a level 3 apprentice warlock. If placed on Earth, his physical constitution would definitely be a superhuman existence. But he couldn't even read a few murals. That formidable warlock's methods were extremely strange. Do you want to record these murals into the database? According to the analysis of the existing data, after you promote to a level 3 warlock, then you can view these murals. So long as you can view these murals, then you'll be able to slightly increase your spirit force for the first time. Yang Feng said decisively, yes. Spirit force was the core of most warlocks' cultivation. Even if it was a body-tempering warlock with an incomparably formidable fleshly body, they would never let go of the cultivation of their spirit force. Things that could increase spirit force were all good treasures. Yang Feng would never let them slip by. There are a lot of corpses in this tunnel. Do you want to collect any useful items from the corpses? For example, magical stones, secret treasures, and materials. Yang Feng was overjoyed. Collect them at once. Ever since he obtained Fernandro family's war reparations and established Steel City, Yang Feng had always been rich and overbearing, almost never worrying about money. But after studying in Warlock College Antalya, he discovered that he was really too poor. The price of a level 1 spell model was as high as 8,000 magic stones. The more powerful level 2 spell models, level 3 spell models, and level 4 spell models were even more expensive. Level 1 spell models could also be bought with magic stones. Spell models of level 2 and above were all very precious and basically had a price but no supply. As for level 3 and level 4 spell models, they were even more rare and precious. They could only be bought in some large-scale auctions between warlocks. Inside Black Cottage, there was only a somewhat dilapidated level 2 spell model and a half-completed level 3 spell model. Therefore, Black Cottage's Master Bonnie had implanted a fiend's blood meridians and chose to use fiend form to enhance his battle prowess. After all, he had practically no possibility of making any progress on the orthodox warlock path. Yang Feng was now extremely thirsty for wealth. He naturally wasn't willing to let go of any resources. Understood. 8 slender mechanical arms ejected from an external device on the back of the bladed troop and began to collect the useful items from the corpses. That strange mural could easily hypnotize and kill all kinds of life forms, yet it had no effect on the bladed troop. Reached the bottom, there are no abnormalities, requesting to return. Return. Shortly after receiving the order, the bladed troop carried a large bag of junk and returned. Yang Feng counted the obtained spoils of war and said somewhat discontentedly, Level 0 spell books, Level 0 secret treasures, expired elixirs, 2,300 gold coins, 234 magic stones. These guys are really paupers. Eunice covered her mouth and chuckled. Those who were tricked by her into entering the Gloom Cave's ruins were basically all apprentice warlocks. Most of those apprentice warlocks were paupers. It was naturally impossible for them to have any good treasures for Yang Feng to plunder. This is a soul stone. Furthermore, it's a superior soul stone. This time I picked up a treasure. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up a gray stone from the pile of junk. His eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement as he laughed heartily. Eunice looked at that soul stone. Her eyes flashed with a whiff of envy and jealousy. A soul stone, it's actually a superior soul stone, he's really a lucky bastard. Soul stones were something that only great warlock rank and above experts or some beings with pure and formidable soul force had died. After undergoing a variety of strange rituals, they were condensed and refined into an existence. Superior soul stones in the world of gods with gods, the ancient demonic realm with countless formidable fiends, the abyss world with countless demonic creatures and the hell world with countless devils, they were all hard currency. One of the greatest functions of this superior soul stone was to refine an embodiment with soul force. Only by using an embodiment of a soul stone could experts above the great warlock rank be able to freely cast a variety of formidable spells using the embodiment as if it was their true body. In Tyrannid subcontinent, at the very least, a great warlock rank expert or above would be required to slaughter more than 5 million humans. Only then would it be possible to refine a superior soul stone. Although mortals were like ants in the eyes of warlocks. But mortals were also the basis of existence in the world of warlocks. Any act of massacring mortals, once discovered, would be directly exterminated by the major warlock groups. That superior soul stone could be said to be very precious and incomparably rare. Yang Feng was all smiles as he put away the superior soul stone, then took his mechanical legion towards the lion mural on the fork road. Chapter 72. At the end of the fork was a huge bronze wall. An oil painting of an ancient black dragon was hung on the huge bronze wall. That oil painting of an ancient black dragon had existed for an unknown amount of time. The ink on it didn't have the slightest trace of fading. The ancient black dragon in the oil painting was vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. Simultaneously traces of faint dragon's might were diffusing from the oil painting. Discovered a formidable life force pressure field. According to the scanning analysis, the energy force field and the legendary dragons might have a 95% similarity, capable of deterring inferior life forms. Level 3 apprentice warlocks and below are unable to resist this life force pressure field. Compared to the genuine dragon's might, the energy intensity is too low. A line of information flashed in Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng thought within, I don't feel anything, that's to say, when using the liquid metal robot, apart from not feeling any pain, the other senses will also be greatly weakened, and can be immune to pressure-type force fields. Yang Feng's gaze turned and fell on Eunice's body. Eunice promptly explained, this oil painting is the entrance to Gloom Cave. Directly walk through it and you'll be able to enter Gloom Cave's remains. Yang Feng waved his hand, a bladed troop immediately walked towards the oil painting. That bladed troop had just approached 50 m away from the oil painting, when its body suddenly shrunk, as if it had stepped on an invisible staircase. It walked towards the oil painting. The closer it got to the oil painting, the smaller the bladed troop's body became, finally becoming the size of a palm. It came in contact with the black dragon's bloody maw, setting off bursts of ripples and directly entered inside. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with a whiff of admiration. Warlock's power is truly mystical. For ordinary people, this kind of entrance was simply unimaginable. Only those terrifying level 3 warlock and above experts would have such means. Yang Feng took the lead and walked towards the oil painting. Along with Yang Feng continuously advancing, a kind of strange and distorted feeling appeared on his body. He could clearly see that the oil painting was getting bigger and bigger. No matter how much he walked, he was unable to approach the oil painting. Finally, that enormous black dragon's maw filled his field of vision. A deep and bottomless passageway appeared before his eyes. Yang Feng stepped into that bottomless passageway, bursts of ripples flashed, his eyes brightened. He discovered that he had appeared in an incomparably vast space. In that incomparably vast space, the light was somewhat dim. The entire space seemed to be filled with a layer of extremely gloomy and extremely oppressive, a strange and suffocating aura. Someone else came in. They're screwed. Of them. Someone else came in. A huge peach with the face of an old man and the size of half an adult man was speaking in an innocent childlike voice, while another huge peach with the face of a child and the size of half an adult man was singing a strange song, giggling and hopping over to them. As soon as the 2 huge peaches approached Yang Feng, he saw that around the 2 huge human faces on their bodies, there was a circle of malevolent human faces howling in pain. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Eunice's pretty face changed slightly as she warned, "This is an evil being, the human-faced peach. It's a strange monster born from the interweaving of a spiritual body, a mutated plant, and a warlock's formidable life force. It's a strange existence between a spiritual body and a living body. Physical attacks are practically ineffective against it. They were curse-type freaks, even level 1 warlocks could be killed by these freaks. The souls of those they kill will be bound to their bodies and become the source of their power." Yang Feng looked at the 2 creepy human-faced peaches, frowned slightly, and waved his hand. 2 bladed troops stepped forward in a flash, pulled out their alloy blades and madly chopped at the 2 human-faced peaches. The 2 human-faced peaches were chopped into countless pieces in response. Traces of black chi spread out from the 2 human-faced peaches, condensing into human heads that suddenly flew up and fiercely pounced towards the 2 bladed troops. An unknown energy force field is eroding. According to the analysis, the energy force field's erosive power towards life forms is enormous and can cause harm to the bodies of level 2 warlock rank life forms. The corrosive effect on the unit is minimal. A series of information was quickly fed back from one of the bladed troops. The human-faced peach was a strange existence between a spiritual body and a living body. It was an extremely huge threat towards humans and all kinds of intelligent life forms. But towards steel products like the bladed troops, it was an extremely small threat. After all, the bladed troops didn't have souls. If a squad of level 3 warlocks were to encounter such a strange existence like the human-faced peach, then they would easily be eaten by it and their souls would also become its nutrients. The human-faced peaches capable of exterminating level 1 warlocks turned into human faces and continuously gnawed at the 2 bladed troops, yet they didn't have any effect. They weren't even able to leave a trace of a white mark on their bodies. Yang Feng waved his hand and a gunner troop equipped with 2 external flamethrowers immediately stepped forward. The 2 flamethrowers at once sprayed 2 long flames and completely engulfed the 2 bladed troops. Under the burning of those terrifying flames, the 2 human-faced peaches at once issued mournful screams. Countless black auras were directly incinerated and purified by those flames. With regards to spiritual bodies as well as a lot of strange phenomena, flames, holy light and dark energy were existences capable of restraining them. In the past 2 years, Yang Feng had been madly studying all kinds of knowledge. He had spent a lot of effort in researching the existences that he was most afraid of. Moreover, he had 3796 develop a lot of weapons to deal with those strange existences. Ah! You'll all die. You'll all become fertilizer for our flowers. From within the black smoke came incomparably mournful screams, then flew away from the two-bladed troops and congregated in midair into countless distorted and strange existences formed from the condensation of human faces. They ferociously cursed the bladed troops, then turned into two streams of black smoke and flew towards the depths of Gloom Cave. These spiritual bodies and strange phenomena are indeed the most troublesome existences. For the current me. Yang Feng looked at the two streams of black smoke and his eyebrows creased slightly as he thought. After repelling the two incomparably sinister human-faced peaches, Yang Feng took the huge mechanical legion and continued to advance. Just after advancing for a short while, Yang Feng saw all kinds of skeletons on both sides of the road. Each skeleton exuded a gloomy and incomparably strange aura. He didn't know whether or not they died under the hands of the incomparably sinister human-faced peaches. After passing through the strange fog for a while, on both sides of the main road appeared gargoyle statues up to 6 m tall, pitch black, with a pair of wings on their back and eyes embedded with rubies. The gargoyle statues were densely packed, and at a glance, there were huge gargoyle statues everywhere. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.